All right, bet. I am here with Thunder. We're going to be doing a free-to-play tier list today in terms of pulling value. So we're going to be rating characters based off whether or not we think you should pull for them on an account, a new account, free-to-play players. In this case, I'm going to be making the assumptions that 1, we have Rover, 2, we have Sunhua, and then 3, we still have a selector ticket. So we're going to be rating the character pulls based off those. So what a free-to-play player ends up getting. I'm assuming you're going to be doing the same?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to be going off these same criteria as well. Obviously, we're also going to be looking at a balance of Whimpering Wastes and Tower of Adversity because as much as people hate Whimpering Wastes, it's still a game mode. It's still it's still something you have to play. So
I wanted
we
to make
have
a
to
video
consider
about
that
how
balance.
they should remove Whimpering Waste from the game. Dude, that mode is so annoying.
Oh
I spent
God,
so long on it. It's so messed up.
I like it. I
You
like
like
how it
it?
has different.
Why?
Yeah, I like how it has different requirements from towers, so you're forced to play your account in more than one way.
I like that part. I don't like the RNG associated with it though. I felt like I was crit fishing and then waiting for mobs to not start running away from each other when I was min clearing. It was
I
actually miserable.
uh, well, I'd never really felt that. I've never gone into Weewa with like an underdeveloped account before.
It is miserable, dude. I spent I think 11 hours trying to clear with level 80 characters and like negative talents, those signatures or nothing. It was messed up. Oh my god,
Oh
terrible
boy.
experience. But let's go ahead and get it started. The first character on the list is going to be Jiyan. I actually think Jiyan is a super underrated character personally. I would actually put him in S tier. Do you think that's contentious? Do you agree with that?
I definitely see the point. I don't know if I'd put him in S tier because there's definitely some flaws that he has. But first, let's talk about the good things. First of all, he's a really good unit for not only Tower, but also for Weewa, one of the characters that has the best synergies in Weewa. He also
Mm-hmm.
uses a 4-star character in the form of Mortefi, which
Mm-hmm.
greatly helps him in this list. And Mortefi doesn't use a limited weapon either. He wants to go with the standard weapon, which is, again, incredible. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like he does have some flaws, though, which is that while he is good in Tower, he's far from a top-notch character.
Right.
And I mean, that's kind of like the primary thing. It's also like when you're just starting out, you have to balance out his ER, and his ER needs are incredibly volatile depending on the boss because
Mm-hmm.
he has so many multi hits, and his energy is generated constantly throughout his rotation. So if there's even a singular moment where the boss runs away from you, that can heavily impact the amount of ER your GN needs, which will lower your damage
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of scenarios. So, well, I'm not sure if he should be S. He's definitely a good contender for it. But I can see him being put in both S or A, depending on where we rank other characters in the list.
So then, what kind of qualifications are you looking for in that S tier then? So Jian, I would consider an S because, as you said before, he eats Mortefi, which is a character that, I mean, a lot of characters on this list that we're going to look at, they're not going to be using Mortefi. So it's a pretty solid choice for him to take away. It's not like he's taking away a Sanhua, a character that has synergies like Brant or Phoebe or Camellia or something, right? So he eats a character that's not as used as the other free 4-star that we're gonna get. Well, technically Mortefi isn't free, but you're pretty likely to get him. And then I feel like as long as you have one character on your account that is good for Whimpering Waste, your account is pretty much set in that regard. They can just hard carry that side, and then you can just pull one more character to be able to help clear tower, and end up putting a character like Jian on the easier side.
That's definitely true. Something I felt whenever I play my GN, and my GN has a very good build, is that without Shorekeeper, his performance in Tower does suffer more
Mm-hmm.
than most characters. So while he's definitely still very good on Verina, it's definitely not that safe. And especially when you're playing on a newer account, which is going to have worse echoes, and if you don't have a signature weapon, which is a big drop, like I can see it still being like a chore to clear tower when you're not using his signature weapon or shorekeeper. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
definitely possible, and I'm not going to say it's going to be like a hard task, but it's definitely less safe on tower than some of the other DPSs here, like for example Carlotta or Camellia. You know?
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. I think I'm fine with putting him in A tier. I do think if I'm going to put him in A tier, I'd probably put him top of A just because my experience with my accounts recently, Whimpering Waste has definitely been the mode I've been gated on as like a new player coming up, trying to clear at level 80. I haven't really had too many issues in tower yet trying to clear at level 80, but Whimpering Waste has been annoying. Even the most recent rotation is not the easiest at level 80 in my experience. Either that or I'm very bad, but I've been using Camellia. I feel like it shouldn't I feel like just because of that, just because I'm having issues even using Camellia, I put a lot of value on characters that can actually clear Whimpering Waste. Because when I look at other characters on the list, there's a lot of characters in the game that you end up pulling for, like a Phoebe, for example, that we may end up rating pretty highly, that don't get too much value inside of Whimpering Waste. They are a little bit underrated.
Uh,
People say that they're completely worthless, but my experience with like, I mean,
yeah,
we'll get to Phoebe in a little bit, but I do have some
yeah,
issues with Phoebe inside of there. Let's move on
yeah,
to Yinlin though. I think we've talked enough about
yeah.
Jiyan. So
Yeah, I think we might move around some characters as we go along, like based on how we're ranking other people. You know?
right, yeah, I agree. We'll definitely do like a little thing at the end where we can shuffle things around and get them more adjusted as we figure out where people will go. So Inlin, this is
Yeah,
not a character I'm too familiar with, so I'll let you take it over on this. Where do you think Inlin belongs on this list?
yeah. I think Yinlin might be honestly a contender for C or D tier because Yinlin has a plethora of issues when we're talking about new players. First of all, Yinlin's role in a team is as a sub DPS, which is one that is less required given the sheer amount of competition in this role.
Hmm?
Especially when we start looking at the characters Yinlin has synergy with. So when we're starting to look at characters Yinlin is good with, we're primarily looking at Xiangli Yao and Jinhsi.
Mm-hmm.
Xiangli Yao is like while he is a very easy character for newer players, there is a really easy like he has two alternatives for free to plays being Sanhua and Yang Yang, both of which are really good for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Jinhsi, who also has multitudes of alternatives in the form of Mortefi and Yuanwu. So Yinlin in the two primary teams she plays in is not exactly a requirement. And the primary reason you'd want to play Yinlin is for her higher damage output. But as I said earlier with
Mm-hmm.
Jiyan, you're going to be looking at worse echoes, meaning that your Yinlin's damage output is not going to be as relevant as it normally would be, especially if
Mm-hmm.
you do not have String Master. Not having String Master is such an astronomical decrease in this character's damage that like rating her with String Master and rating her without String Master can bring wildly different results. So I think Yinlin might be one of the lowest value characters for this list.
Yeah, I agree, and that's going to come up for a certain other mommy we're going to talk about a little bit from now too.
Oh
I
yeah.
have some. I was assuming you share those thoughts, but you actually brought up one point I wanted to talk about here, and it's that if you're not playing these hyper carry teams, you're going to have more of a reliance on echoes. So characters like Sanhua and Mortefi get a lot more value because they don't have to be as well built, meaning you can focus more on your DPS to get more value there. But if you're building sub DPS characters like either quick swap teams or you're building like an Inlin together with like a Xiangli Yao, like you mentioned, then you have to have more investment there, which for free to play or newer players or low clearing players is harder to do.
Yeah, I think another thing with Yinlin is like a thing that people don't talk about enough for Wiwa with this character is that her coordinate attacks are a mark on enemies. So the second that you kill the enemies, which is like the entire point of a multi-wave game mode, you lose a massive chunk of Yinlin's damage output, meaning that she also becomes worse in one of the two big end games. Meaning that honestly, I think she like now that I'm thinking about it, F is honestly a pretty it is a place that she could easily go. Also, another comment about Mortefi. You said that he doesn't need that much investment. I would disagree when it comes to a GN team or a Zani team because in those teams he's actually doing a very large amount of damage, like more damage than some 5 stars even. So I don't entirely agree with the Mortefi doesn't require that much investment statement, but yeah, like he's definitely still a 4-star with a standard weapon, so that's definitely yeah. You get the point. Mortefi does more damage than you give him credit for.
Right. I do think. Well, I guess it also depends on constellation as well, because Sanhua can actually contribute a good amount of damage as well. For example, if you're playing her if you're playing her for like a Camellia, for example, right? She does have insane crit damage from her S5. I think when trying to min clear on new accounts, it feels like the sub DPSs I'm going for are not going to be too heavily invested in. But I don't think things like Mortefi or things like Sanhua actually need the investment, because I think if you have the echoes on your main carries of like Jiyan, for example, and they're level 90, you're going to be clearing tower regardless. I don't think you have to actually invest in it. Whereas if you're playing something like Inlin, it actually does need the investment because that's where the damage comes from. But a lot of Mortefi's damage, a lot of Sanhua's damage does come from buffing up the characters instead. I don't think like a Mortefi has as much investment requirements as like an Inlin.
Yeah, something that I've definitely noticed with people recently is Empyrean Anthem came out in 2.0, being a big buff for Mortefi, Yinlin, those kinds of characters. But I feel like people underrate the value of Moonlit Clouds now. Like, Moonlit Clouds is just such a way better set in the early game, and the damage difference between Empyrean and Moonlit is not large enough to consider it a priority, you know?
Doesn't Empyrean
So I
also
feel like
require almost max crit, so like 2 crit lines on every single piece in order to outvalue Moonlit? Or am I wrong
that
on that?
depends on the character. Because if we're looking at someone like a Mortefi, where his damage output is a very large part of the team, especially for GN, like investing in him like Empyrean buffing his damage output is a lot more relevant when he does more damage output compared to like, let's say someone like Cantarella, whose damage is actually pretty low, which most people don't realize. But yeah, like the higher your damage output is, the better Empyrean is for coordinate attack characters. So it's definitely character dependent, but people are undervaluing Moonlit Clouds, I feel. Just because Empyrean exists.
One nice thing about Moonlit 2 is that when you're doing tower, you can transfer, especially if you have attack percent as one of your 3 costs, you can transfer between other units. So it keeps the cost of your of being able to use different characters for it, especially if you're running 2 hyper carry teams, very low. So you can spend more echo tubes, more investment on your hyper carries instead.
Yeah, weapon sharing and echo sharing have been were a really large part of early tower clears back when the game first came out.
Right.
Like for example, a lot of people would pull like GN signature to use on their GN, on their Calcharo, and then they'd also eventually use it on their Jinhsi, being a really efficient pull for the early game at that point.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why Emerald of Genesis is so OP, right? You can use it on Changli, you can use it on Kamele, you can use it on Brant.
Emerald of Genesis also. Okay, Brant's we'll get to Brant.
all right, but all right, let's move on then to Zhani before we go into a Yap Fest. All right.
Yeah.
For Zhani, I feel like Zhani, I mean, there's been a lot of controversy about Zhani, especially her free-to-play issues. I think in terms of a free-to-play, from a free-to-play perspective, I would say Zhani, I would put her probably in D or F tier, just because if you're pulling Zhani, you're taking up Rover, who I think is a very good carry for a team, because you can play Havoc Rover, so you can use Havoc Rover on one side, but if you're using a Zhani, you're taking that slot of Havoc Rover, you're deleting that from your account, you no longer have the value of that, and then now it's going into a mediocre comp, whereas if you're pulling another 5-star, you'd just be getting more DPS out of it than you would from the Rover, and then you would also have access to the Rover still.
That's very valid. I definitely agree with that reasoning. I think people do underestimate Zhani at lower investments, because I've tried it out extensively. I've talked about it a lot on my channel. And Zhani with lower investment teams like Verina Rover or Rover Mortefi is definitely still clearing Whimpering Wastes and Tower fast enough. But yeah, you do make a good point that taking Rover does get rid of one of your carries. I feel like for some characters that's less of an issue than others. Like we'll get to it when we talk about Phoebe. But taking away Spectral Rover is like you're using Spectral Rover as your healer, which means you don't have to use Verina or Shorekeeper in that team, which is incredible for character consolidation. And thus it means that sure you have to pull for a new DPS, but it does make it so you don't need to pull that Shorekeeper. So it's kind of like an eye for an eye situation.
Right, but how much value are actually getting out of the Zhani? So maybe you've looked into more math on this than I have. From what I've seen, Zhani's free-to-play equivalent with that with the Rover is about at the same tier as Encore's DPS as a unit.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I do think Zhani does rank fairly lowly, like fairly low, because there's 2 scenarios for your Zhani. Either you have a Zhani and you don't have Phoebe, which means your performance is largely cut. Or you have a Zhani and a Phoebe, in which case, or you already have a Phoebe, in which case you can run the Phoebe as a DPS. That's also going to be very well, and then you can instead focus on investing on your second team or your third team. So I do think Zhani is generally a low value pull for early accounts. So I do think D or C is appropriate. I'd put her in C personally instead of D.
Okay. I'd probably put her in D, but I'm fine with putting her in C. I don't think she's the worst character. I do think her free to play woes are a little bit over talked about. I have tried her with Rover myself, and she does feel fine, but it's just if I'm pulling for a DPS unit there, and I'm thinking about the best pull I could possibly do for my account, I would never even consider Zhani, which is why I'd personally put her lower.
Yeah, I think Zhani is not a character you pull because you want to clear with her early game. She's a character you pull as an investment for the future. Because when you do get that Phoebe, you do get that Shorekeeper, you get such ridiculous results out of her that honestly, for some people, the wait could be considered worth it.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic because she's obviously like the top of the top as far as DPS goes. She's literally S tier unit, but then in terms of pull value, just because she eats up other characters, it just makes it harder and harder to use her for free to plays. It's kind of messed up what they did, honestly. I have a little bit of issues with that, but we could talk about that another day. So next up on the list, we'll say Zhezhi. I'm not too familiar with this character, honestly. I'll once again let you take it away. What do you think about Zhezhi's pull value?
Okay, I think Zhezhi, I think she's a solid A tier because Again, much like Yinlin, she's taking up that sub DPS role, which,
Mhm.
to be honest, is not a very desired role. But when you look at the characters that she synergizes with, you realize that this character has a lot of value. Because she is best in slot for two of the best carries in the game, being Carlotta and Jinhsi.
Mhm.
Jinhsi and Carlotta both being considered like some of the best carries for tower, and then Carlotta also being incredibly strong in Whimpering Wastes. With Jinhsi also not being bad in Whimpering Waste, I will have to say. So the fact that Zhezhi is the best in slot for those two characters gives her a very large amount of value. She's
Mhm.
also the best generalist skill damage buffer we have in the game right now. So if you're looking like all over, like at all of the skill damage characters, Zhezhi like consistently performs the best because she also has that energy regen on her second inherent skill, which lowers the energy regen requirements for characters like Jinhsi, for Carlotta, for Changli if you're playing her as a hyper carry. So I do think Zhezhi has some value. I do think she is going to be at the lower end of A tier though, purely
Mhm.
because she's a sub DPS character who
Right.
I feel has a very low amount of value compared to main carries.
Mhm.
But I think out of all the sub DPS characters, Zhezhi is the contender for one of the best in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do think A is pretty high for a sub DPS just because you get so many for free. So for pull value, a sub DPS has to bring a lot to the table. Though obviously her being bis with the two of the best characters in the game and having a lot of future value does make her pretty good too. Next up, we can talk about
Wait,
Jinhsi. So I would put Jinhsi in S tier. I think this character, in terms of making a new account, you can pair her with Yuan Wu. You can pair her with name's escaping my mind.
Mortefi?
Uh, Yeah, you can pair it with Mortefi. No, I'm thinking of someone else. But I think in terms of pull value, when I think of a Spectro DPS, I think Jinhsi is what people wanted Zhani to be, where as a standalone unit, it's really hard to compete with her for pull value. Whereas Zhani is just too reliant on Phoebe. I think that's where a lot of the issues ended up coming from. There is one, actually, maybe I would put her on A tier just because she doesn't perform as well in Whimpering Waste. But for tower, for singular units, you could have like a Jinhsi on one side and then you could have a Jiyan on the other, right? And have Jinhsi carry your teams inside a tower. What do you think about Jinhsi? Where would you put her personally?
Okay, allow me to be the contrarian here. I'd honestly put her below GN.
In A
Because
tier?
here's
Okay.
the thing. Yeah, in the A tier. Because here's the thing, right? While Jinhsi, like you said, is incredible for tower, but also like she is also usable in Whimpering Wastes. I think Jinhsi, like the difference between Jinhsi and tower and Jinhsi and Weewa is bigger than the difference for GN in tower and GN in Weewa. And while she definitely can use characters like Yuenwu, it does drop her performance by quite a bit. So if you look at something like Jinshi Yuenwu and compare it to Jiyan Mortefi, it's actually in favor of Jiyan in that scenario. And that means that Jinshi at lower investments simply just doesn't clear that fast compared to GN in tower. Although it is like closer than I make it seem right now. Also, something that not a lot of people think about with Jinchi is that she has to use like at least like 7 seconds at the beginning of any tower run to activate her outro skill, which can be a pretty big damper when you're already on that edge between clearing and not clearing. And it's also like her signature weapon is such a massive increase to her damage. Actually, the drop from her signature to the standard weapon is 20%, which is like it's not the worst in the game, but it's among the worst. So I think that Jinchi definitely loses a lot of value for early accounts, and especially newer DPSs simply have more damage per second for tower, while also having the consistent damage output that's required for Whimpering Wastes. So I definitely think Jinchi is losing value by the second, but she is still a good character. So I think that A tier, like below GN, is a good spot for her.
I'm fine with putting her A tier as well. I actually didn't know she was that bad in tower without Zhezhi. I thought she was actually better. But I do think, going back to my old philosophy of clearing Whimpering Waste is such a big thing for me, and using Jinchi to clear Whimpering Waste is going to be hard. Just like similar to how it would be for like a Phoebe, for example, right? So I don't think I can rate her in S tier because of that. Maybe spoilers for later characters that end up performing better in Whimpering Waste where I'd put them personally. But we can move on to Xiangli Yao. Xiangli Yao is a character I haven't gotten too much experience with until yesterday. From my testing of what I saw with him yesterday, I'd probably put him in B tier just because I feel like he's pretty reliant on having other sub DPS to do damage for him. And if you're doing that, you're automatically subtracting DPS units from other teams, or you'd have to pull for another 5-star to pair with them, like a Changli, for example. I'm not sure how well he pairs with other 4-star units, but just from his nature of being a quick swap unit, I feel like he just can't have that much pull value.
He's not necessarily a quick swap unit. He is a quick swap unit, but he's not locked to quick swap the way Changli is. Because if you're a free to play, you do have two good options for sub DPS characters if you're trying to play him as a hyper carry, being Yang and Sanhua. I feel like the primary flaw with Xiangli Yao is much like Jinhsi, the sheer drop that you get by not pulling for his weapon is a pretty big factor, and his DPS ceiling is already lower than that of Jinhsi's. So if you're already taking away the teammates that he wants to be paired with and running him with 4 stars, and then you also have him on a standard weapon, I feel like that's a very, very large decrease to his damage output. Xiangli Yao's primary benefit, in my opinion, is how easy he is to play, because he's able to slow down enemies. His rotation is incredibly simple to understand, but that doesn't really help him if you're on the edge of clearing and not clearing. So
Right.
his advantages are convenience based and not clearing fast based. So I do think B tier is fair for him. I'm pretty sure in a Yang or Sanhua team, he does end up doing similar damage to Zani, maybe a bit higher. I haven't calced free to play Xiangli Yao stuff much, but yeah, I do think B is a fair spot for him, to be honest.
Yeah, and then unlike the Zani, he would also not be taking Rover in that comp, right? He'd be taking Yang, which is a unit that no one else would really want to be paired with, right? So you can delete one free to play unit from there, and then you still have all the broken characters that everyone wants to pair with, like the Sanhua, the Verina, the Rover.
Yeah,
fair.
To be fair to Zani here, she's not taking your Verina,
right?
So I think again, it's an eye for an eye. Using that Rover instead of Verina is just another form of unit consolidation, and I do feel that taking away a potential DPS to use as your healer is more beneficial than taking away one of the generalist healers. But yeah, I think it's just a performance thing. Xiangli Yao at lower investments just performs better than the Zani, and yeah.
That's kind of interesting because
you get the point.
In my experience from playing on new accounts, I feel like Baisha is actually pretty serviceable as a unit, maybe even slightly underrated, because I mean, she's obviously, it's a little bit difficult for her to build her outro. She has to spend a lot of field time, but if you end up not doing that, just ignoring that almost ignoring that completely, honestly, getting it every other rotation, using your skills to get rejuvenating, and then also getting fallacy from that, you can, the extra buffs from my experience trying to clear tower, I've been able to clear even with like pretty mediocre builds on level 80 characters using Baisha as one of my one of my team comps, or on one of my team comps, I should say.
I think one of the funniest parts of Baisha is that I have seen people literally run an empty slot because it cleared faster for them. And I think that's hilarious.
There's no there's no way an empty slot cleared faster. It takes like half a second to buff. No way.
I've seen it happen with my own eyes. But it is funny. I feel like fishing for the outro skill on Baisha does hurt people who are trying to use her. Like that's a thing. Like a lot of people that I know, like one of the biggest example of this is Shorekeeper. For people that got her, is people like for Overworld mainly, people keep trying to fish for the outro and farm for it. And in some cases, trying to fish the outro is just not worth it.
All right. Rochia. So my experience with Rochia is not too much. I barely played this unit. I played it for like all of 2 seconds. What I would say about Rochia is I feel like it doesn't make much sense to pull for her just because you have Sanhua as a basic attack buffer that you get for free. And pulling for 2 basic attack buffers is kind of, pulling for 2 basic attack units, I should say, is a little bit troll if your goal is to clear tower as fast as possible and to clear Whimpering Waste as fast as possible. So if you pair Sanhua with a Camellia, for example, you're going to be clearing all the content of the game. So in that regard, given that Camellia is Rochia's best partner, I don't really see too much pull value for the Rochia. I'd probably intuitively put her on D tier, but I'm not too familiar with the character, so I'll trust your expertise. Where would you put her personally?
I definitely say D or C. I want to point out there's this one person in chat who keeps defending Yinlin. I think that's hilarious. But back to Rochia. I think Rochia does have some value in the fact that she essentially makes it so any character who struggles with AoE and Whimpering Wastes instantly gets a lot of extra value. But I feel like it's just better to get the AoE DPSs instead of trying to invest into a Rochia. especially when you realize that Roach's best partner is a character who is already completely fine in AoE.
Right.
So while she does have some value, I would say that her value is incredibly low when we're talking about characters to pull on a new account. Also, I want to rectify Zhezhi's placement. I do think Zhezhi should go to B.
Okay.
Being a sub DPS just makes her lose a lot of value, to be honest. Like
Yeah.
below Xiangli Yao's fair year.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd probably agree with that. If I were to look at how I would build a new account, if I were to pull for a Jiyan, I would definitely be able to clear tower and Whimpering Waste a lot faster than I would if I had like a Zhezhi and then I had to go pull for another character to go pair with that, right? Because then you have to get the
Yeah.
Jinhsi or you have to get the Carlota to pair with her.
Yeah. I was too high cost. I was thinking too much of high cost, to be honest.
Speaking of high cost, let's talk about Phoebe. So I have a lot of experience with Phoebe. She's actually my most played character. I feel like I used to think Phoebe would be really good to pull for on an account. I'm once again in the position where it's a little bit awkward because for a new account specifically, she ends up eating Rover. So even though I'd probably give her a little bit more pull value than Zani, I probably want to put her in the B tier.
I'm not so sure if I agree. I also have a lot of experience with Phoebe. She's actually like I've played her the most since her release. And I feel like while Phoebe definitely does have glaring flaws, like you said, she does eat Rover, and also in Whimpering Waste, she does have some flaws. Oh, what were you doing there? I do think low A is suitable for her because here's the thing, right? It doesn't really matter what your other DPSs are. Phoebe will always have a good team. Like she doesn't need to be paired with the Sanwa. She doesn't need to be paired with the Mortefi. She only has that one restriction in Rover, and I feel like there's I've said it plenty of times. Rover is simply making it so you don't need to use the Verina or the Shorekeeper or the Baizia because you have Spectre Rover as your healer. And I think there's plenty of DPS characters in the game who are capable of making up for the loss of a Havoc Rover. Like, for example, because Phoebe uses Spectre Rover, you can actually get an Encore instead of a Verina from your selector. There's also the Beginner banner, which is going to give you an early 5-star. So I feel like there's enough DPS options to where losing Havoc Rover is not a massive blow. Like, well, it is definitely a blow. It's not a massive one. And the fact that Phoebe performs as well as she does within Tower with these purely low investment comps is a testament to just how low, just how high her damage floor is when you're playing her on these low investment characters.
Right. I definitely agree that she's low investment. She can clear tower super easily as a character. The only problem I have, so maybe you've tested more than I have, but in Whimpering Waste, I've always had to run a double DPS to be able to do anything relevant with her inside of there. So I feel like in that regard, that makes it so you have to chain another DPS with her. I've tried running Younger with her. It doesn't seem to be too good at low investments. Trying to clear level 80, that was not even remotely viable. I had to slap Changli with her to be able to clear Whimpering Waste. I feel like just because of that, just because of how hard of a time she has in Whimpering Wastes, she is a little bit underrated there. She can squeeze out, but she needs a third DPS, and that's just the biggest issue I have with her. She needs a third DPS for Whimpering Waste.
I don't think she needs one because during her launch, I did play her in Whimpering Wastes with Mortefi and Spectre Rover, and this team actually cleared pretty comfortably. I will say that there is an extra layer of annoyance with you having to swap back into Spectre Rover to apply Frazzle, which I can see would annoy someone. Which is I feel like that's the primary thing that I feel like is keeping her out of S. But it's definitely still manageable, and the first reset of Weewa definitely wasn't as hard as the second one, but keep in mind, Weewa was insanely gutted in 2.2, so now the amount of damage you need is just so much lower. And you can even build your Spectre Rover for more crit, and then they can also kill waves with their Liberation. So I feel like we are undervaluing Phoebe with a Mortefi Rover comp, but she definitely does struggle harder than some other DPSs like Jiyan or like Camelli or like Changli. So I do think that's the primary reason to keep her in A, but it's definitely not as bad as I feel like you portrayed to be.
I haven't tried Mortefi specifically. Have you tried this at low investment, though? That's the only issue I have, because I've tried this at low investment without having a double DPS. She does negative damage. Even trying to play her hyper carry, it's just not even remotely possible.
Negative.
Yeah.
Negative damage is crazy.
Well, okay. So part of the problem is your heavy attacks are linked to Spectre Rover ulting for the waves. And so you can't actually use Spectre Rover to clear those waves unless that Spectre Rover is insanely fed. In which case, you're investing a lot more echoes into the Spectre Rover to actually get him so fed to where he can be doing that, and your account is insanely invested to where you have like level 10 skills on everything. You have like level 90 characters at that point. You have really good weapons. I'm assuming Emerald of Genesis and like Cosmic Ripples, for example, on the Phoebe, as Ocean's Gift is no longer in the game.
Yeah,
that's part of the problem I have with it. I feel like the comp you're mentioning, like Mortefi as well. You mentioned before, Mortefi has to have gear. The Mortefi is going to have gear for that as well for a free-to-play player, like a newer player trying to make an account. Do you? So I'm not sure.
Okay,
I haven't played the comp personally, so I'm asking you. Do you think that's like a good amount of value to get out of Phoebe in Whimpering Waste relative to how much you'd have to invest into those characters?
Okay, so I don't. Okay, with the test I ran was with a barely built Spectre Rover. Like I'm telling you, my talents were like level 5, but like 4 crit rolls max, just wrong main stats even. Like that was literally a Spectre Rover I pulled together in like 2 seconds because I did not prepare at all. And in that team, you don't even need to invest that much into Mortefi's crit because Phoebe is simply heavy attacking less than someone like Jiyan or someone like Zani. So the Mortefi is ultimately less of the damage contribution in that team, so he doesn't need as much investment either. I feel like the main benefit here would be like the Mortefi sequences and Static Mist, which definitely is fair. But I can't really speak much on S0 Mortefi. I've had him S6 since 1.0. But I do feel like you don't need that much investment for that team to clear, especially since the 2.2 Weewood nerfs. Like it just made the game mode so easy for a lot of people.
On low investment, I still I had issues before I actually ended up getting investment, even clearing 2.2 using like once again like level 80 characters and whatnot. I feel like for new accounts, I probably don't agree with that. Like you're not going to have multiple weapons from the standard banner. You need to have 6 characters with weapons. Well, we'll say 5 in this case because you'll have a healer like Verina or Shorekeeper right there, right? So 5 weapons, that character's probably on variation. Maybe 4, you have like a Commando on Sanhua. So with that comp, I'm assuming you had like a Rover on Emerald of Genesis. You had Phoebe on at least like a Cosmic Ripples. And then you mentioned the Mortefi on
Actually,
Static Mist as
I had a Rover on a level 40 Overture.
Damn. I actually want to
Like,
see that
when I
clear then.
told-
I'm really curious how that worked out.
I don't know if I still have it in the archives, to be honest.
All right. Well,
But,
I'll trust you. I don't think Phoebe's a bad character. I do think it's better than Xiangli Yao, so I probably would put it in A after looking at it. But I don't think I'd... It's kind of weird because like A tier then is like Jiyan, and if I were to make a new account, I would not be pulling for a Phoebe and putting her at the same value as a Jiyan. So it's like kind of weird to have them in the same tier for me.
I mean, that's why I said I feel like we should look at like that's why I said we're probably gonna change things as we go. I do think GN is like the biggest change I would make right now is putting GN in S. Like that's why I said we're probably gonna change things for that, based on where we rank other characters.
Okay.
So I think moving him to S is fair, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Like,
do that
I do
at the
think
end.
he has more, yeah.
All right, let's move on to
he's a fun
Brand.
one.
All right, I'll let you talk about Brand first. Brand's also another character I'm pretty familiar with, but I'll let you go first.
Okay, so I think Brant is a character that people put a lot of stake into for the wrong reasons. People look at Brant and he's like, he can be a DPS, he can be a buffer, he can be a shielder, he can be a healer. But most people don't seem to realize that his healing and shielding basically are just afterthoughts, let's be honest here.
Right.
You don't pull the Brant to be a healer in your teams, you don't pull him to be a shielder.
Right.
So when you start looking at his other things he can do, aka being a main carry and being a buffer, him being a buffer is primarily for Changli, who is another 5-star. Who we're assuming you probably don't have at this stage in the game yet. Right. And then there is also him as a main DPS, who would take one of the most valuable characters in the game, being Sanhua. And then I think the real thing that's hurting Brant here is his weapon options. His signature weapon is such a massive boost to his damage output, it's not even funny. Like, going to Emerald of Genesis is a 25% damage cut.
I thought it was 40. It's only 25? I thought it was like a 40% damage cut.
Oh, no. Okay, so that's how you... Okay, it's a 40% increase to get his signature, but a 25% drop to lose the signature. I know that doesn't make any sense, but like the numbers do work out that way. I don't know how to explain it to you in a fast way.
That is
but
weird.
Basically,
okay.
If you go to 80 and 100, that's a difference of 20. If you go to 100 and 120, that's also a difference of 20, but the percentage difference is
the relative percent. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Relative percent. That's the thing here. So Brand loses a ridiculous amount of damage by not getting his weapon, and even when you do play him as a main carry, his performance ends up not being up to snuff with other characters like Jiyan or like I think it's like comparable to a free to play Zani. So I really don't think we should be ranking Brant like any higher than B. I'm willing to say C, maybe B, but I don't think Brant is a good character to get early on.
Yeah, I agree with like pretty much everything you said. I feel like the strengths of Brant actually come from how easy he can be for new players to play, which is kind of unintuitive because his kit is a little bit wonky, but a lot of his kit allows him to bypass some hologram mechanics. For example, in like Fallacy. Well, we're talking about like Tower here. Even in like Tower, for example, you can bypass like the entirety of Mech A-Bomb, which Tower mechanics aren't too hard, but new players do struggle with it a little bit. And then shielding as well, allowing you to just face tank a lot of the mechanics inside of the game. I do think that's where the strength of Brant comes from. So it's kind of weird. His damage definitely is lackluster, and stealing Sanhua, like you mentioned before, especially since a little bit of spoilers. I'm personally gonna probably rate Camellia very highly, and Sanhua is gonna be a very needed unit on any account I'd make. I think Brant, if you want to play him as a main carry, stealing Sanhua is a big negative for me. And then also the fact that if I don't want to play him as a main carry, I need a DPS like Changli or something to pair with him, or like a Xiangli Yao even. Like, it's just, I'd put him in B tier. He's not a bad pull. I would consider doing it, but I wouldn't pull for him personally.
I think another big pain in just in the rectum for safe language is that I don't know what it is with this guy, but I'm happy he uses a sword and not a gun because his aim is terrible. Why does he miss his anchor half the time? And when he doesn't, he intentionally aims for the one enemy that is away from the group.
Wait. Do you play a lot of Brant? Do you play a lot of Brant?
He's like my third favorite character in the entire game. I love this guy, but please, can you aim correctly, my man?
Do you know what the most annoying thing ever is? You know how like if you don't actually end up hitting a target when you're in the air and you dash to them, you end up doing like a plunge attack? It's so evil. I've died to Monkey so many times doing that, trying to hit him when he's on his pole. It's so messed up. He's such a finicky character.
The worst part about this is sometimes I'll hit an enemy and he'll drop to the floor anyway.
It's because like, you don't hit him on like the beginning part of his swing or whatever, and it hits him on like the end, and so it doesn't register. It's so stupid.
Yeah. Or like after his intro, he's supposed to start at his second basic, but sometimes he just doesn't.
Or like I feel like even his intro doesn't even hit sometimes. It's just so wonky. His kit doesn't make sense. It's literally broken.
This character needed like 2 more weeks in the lab, okay? He needed some time to get his issues fixed. But yeah, I'd say definitely B or C for Brant. I don't think he's a very efficient character to pull. Like, I think I'd really only think about getting Brant at the later stages of my account.
Right. I agree. I think there's not really much reason to pull from for free to play specifically because I just think dual DPS is not the best for free to plays. It requires too much investment.
Another thing someone pointed out is building him. Oh my lord.
Oh yeah, true. He has like the worst requirements of the game. Getting all that energy regen, it's so messed up.
Okay. One thing people do seem to get wrong about him is people think they have to get to 280. No, you don't. Please just settle for like 250.
Right. I ended up putting mine on Molten Rift just because if you don't have a signature, from what I've seen, Molten Rift is better, right? You seem to be more knowledgeable than me, but from what I've seen, Molten Rift is better without a signature.
Yeah, if you are using Overture or a signature, you go for Tide Breaking. Otherwise, you go for Molten Rift.
Right. Yeah, I ended up putting mine on Molten Rift. There's no way I'm hitting that 280. It's just not even possible.
Fun fact. Even on Emerald of Genesis, which has ER in its passive, it's physically impossible to hit the 250, even if you have like 5 ER substats, double ER main stat. It is a nightmare.
That's so messed up. I mean, he still clears with that. I'm still not having any problems whatsoever clearing like tower or holograms or whatever. It's just not the wisest, and it's just too much of a heartache for people.
Yeah, let me pull up the master sheet that I made for him. See how big the drop is for Molten Rift, because I do I do master sheets on basically all new characters at this point.
Oh wait, what the frick? That's sick.
Brant master sheet. Oh yeah, okay, so going to Molten Rift is a 3.6% drop, assuming you get the passive on Inferno Rider. So it is actually a lot less than people think. Yeah, people underrate Molten Rift incredibly hard on this character.
I mean, it feels pretty good to use personally. I haven't had experience using Tide Breaking, but it felt not bad. Like, bro, if I can do everything, it's fine.
When I literally farmed Tide Breaking every single day when 2.1 came out, when it got the tacit field. And fun fact, I was playing Brant on 9 crit rolls instead of 10 for literally like 4 weeks because I just could not get that final ER roll.
I'm in that hell right now for Captanius. It's so evil.
I insisted on going ER fusion free costs, but that's my own fault. Because that is a thing you can do with signature.
Right. Yeah. You run a... Wait, I thought that was how you're supposed to run signature. You run 1 fusion, 1 ER.
Oh yeah. I mean, it depends on your substats. If you have here's the thing. Brand is really funny because if you have enough ER substats, you go for ER fusion. If you don't, you go for double ER. So it's incredibly dependent on your
How geared you
substats.
are. So yeah, like
Because
a new player would end up on double
yeah,
ER just because it'd be easier.
yeah.
Mm.
Energy regen actually scales harder than damage bonus, but it has a cap at some point.
Mm. Interesting. All right, let's move on to Shorekeeper. So I actually think, just because you get access to Verina for free, I actually think Shorekeeper is, in terms of pull value, the most overrated unit in the game. But it's kind of weird because she's also the most versatile and debatably broken unit in the game too. It's just weird because Verina is so strong, and so because you get Verina for free, it kind of devalues Shorekeeper a little bit. I'd put her in A tier personally, but what are your thoughts on Shorekeeper?
I do agree that Verina does devalue Shorekeeper's pull value. We cannot underestimate just how big of an upgrade she is compared to Baizha. Because
Mm-hmm.
keep in mind, if you don't pull Shorekeeper, you are still using the Baizha, and Shorekeeper is a pretty big upgrade. And I think Shorekeeper is something I would classify as an investment. Because if you get that Shorekeeper, you're gonna be using her for like months on end. And
Mm-hmm.
something that I actually recommend to people who are like already really far on and have really developed account is Shorekeeper sequences are also incredibly strong, but that's definitely way more of a late game thing to talk about.
Right.
But I think as an early game pull, it's definitely between S or A. Like I can understand where you're coming from when you say that Verina devalues her. I think the sheer upgrade she is over Baizha can make even like worse DPSs a lot better. Like I mentioned with Jiyan, like using Shorekeeper over Verina is a sizable upgrade for him. That's definitely very noticeable. Let me pull up the character list right now to see which DPSs essentially become unlocked from that extra damage.
One thing that
Um,
you actually interested me in, the Rover rejuvenating tech and using him as your healer instead of using Baisha. You keep
yeah.
mentioning Baisha. What's stopping you from running a Verina and then a Rover on another team, and then whatever your third team is in tower doesn't really need anything because it's only clearing floor threes anyway, right? You only essentially need two teams. So you have Rover for one,
I
you
mean,
have Verina
yeah.
for the other. Shorekeeper ends up
You're
losing value because of that. Obviously, she's going to increase your DPS by a lot for any DPS you pull, but if your first two pulls are going to be trying to make your account as strong as possible, I feel like going for two DPSs right there is probably the play.
I mean, the primary value of rejuvenating Rover is for the Spectrophausal characters and Spectre DPSs because they're able to lower Spectre resistance of enemies. That's a lot of Spectres for one sentence. But it's way less of a universal thing to use. But like if you pull for a Shorekeeper, that's a big upgrade to your Havoc Rover, even though it's not necessary. It's a big upgrade to your Brand. It's a big upgrade to DPS Donjin. Like Shorekeeper just essentially raises the floor of so many characters to where it's fine if you miss out on pulling a better DPS to get your Shorekeeper, because she just makes the worst DPSs good enough to make it worth pulling for, especially since Shorekeeper is that good of an investment.
Right. And then also think about it like this. Part of the reason why it would be good to pull for Shorekeeper, and don't get me wrong, I know Shorekeeper is insanely broken. I said it earlier. Probably best character you could pull for in terms of versatility and just how broken she is overall for an account. But think about it like this: if you pull for a Shorekeeper, it's kind of similar to what we were saying about Zhezhi earlier, except it applies to every character in the game, right? You can essentially be
Yes.
the buffing from Zhezhi for everyone. It could be for the Jinhsi, it could be for Jiyan, it could be for whatever character you end up needing. So Shorekeeper is just absolutely disgusting. I'm surprised. I'm surprised this unit exists, honestly. She is so messed up.
Honestly, I'm not surprised she exists, to be honest. We knew something better than Verina was coming. I'm honestly shocked that we haven't gotten another healer yet, because the fact that we are still running around with only two healers I would classify as good
Mhm.
characters, quote unquote, is kind of ridiculous to me. When I do my tower runs, I literally run two characters instead of running like a Baizhu or something. So I'm shocked Kuro has not capitalized on the sales of a third healer yet.
Oh, I don't know how much they'd actually get a value out of throwing a third healer in there, right? Because everyone is using Shorekeeper Verena. That's good enough to clear all the content in the game. What value are they getting from releasing a third healer right now?
People hate Verena. People hate children. I'm gonna, but I feel like okay. Actually, one direction Kuro does seem to be taking is sub DPSs who are able to heal, like with Cantarella and with Brant.
Right?
Like I remember seeing on Twitter when Changli was getting her rerun right with Brant. What they do now is they give recommended teams for characters. For the characters to play in, and they recommended you run Changli with Brant and Sanhua. And fun fact, this is mathematically worse, just so you know. But it does seem like they are trying to devalue pure healers by adding healing onto other characters' kits, and they are failing horrendously.
Well, I don't even think of healers aren't even really healers. They're just buff bots. Healing is just like a secondary effect they have. So I don't know why they're adding
Exactly.
healer to like things like Brant or Contrella. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, they don't see the value in the healers. The healers are good because they proc Rejuvenating Glow and because they have buffs in their kit. Bro, Rejuvenate. Okay, I'm more shocked that Rejuvenating Glow is in the game.
Yeah, that thing's OP. That thing is definitely OP. I won't lie to you. Honestly, Moonlit is kind of OP too for how versatile it is. I think Moonlit is a ridiculous set as well. I don't know if they're going to power creep that one.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Like, here's the thing. Fun fact. On release, Empyrean was less than 2% better than Moonlit for a Carlotta Zhezhi team, assuming both Zhezhi and Carlotta were on their signature weapons. So here's the thing. The second your Zhezhi has even one substat less than your Carlotta, Moonlit just becomes better. I don't think Moonlit's getting power crept anytime soon.
I mean, that's a good thing for new players. I mean, Moonlit's such a versatile site. You can throw it on. I mean, you can use it for both the teams you're gonna, or all three of the teams you're gonna end up using on tower. I mean, that's a good thing. I consider that a good thing.
Yeah, it's like I said, Moonlit is like, people underrate Moonlit just because Empyrean exists, not realizing that Empyrean is a marginal upgrade at best.
All right, let's move on to Carlotta. So Carlotta's another unit I've only experienced it for the first time yesterday, but I had the easiest time clearing her with the most, or clearing with her using the most mediocre stats. I'd probably intuitively put her in S tier. You mentioned, I think before, that you have some issues with Carlotta. You want to mention what they are?
Oh, well, I have issues. Okay, it's not that I have issues with Carlotta. It's that the community reception of her is like, they act like she is literally untouchable in tower, which I think is wrong. I actually know someone who is a Carlotta main, is basically only missing one substat on her, was not able to clear the current tower because of the sheer amount of glacial resistance. So it's definitely not like Carlotta is some untouchable god. I do think she's an S tier character though, because her damage output is so ridiculous for tower, and even in Whimpering Wastes, her Forte Heavy Attack and her ult activation have enough AoE to deal with small mobs, and if you line yourself up correctly, you're able to hit all of the elites in Weewa. So I think Carlotta's definitely an S tier character, contender for best DPS in the entire game. And I think the only thing that's changing that is like when Phoebe gets that better Frazzle teammate for multi-wave and like that's able to buff her damage, which hasn't come yet. I think that's like that and Camellia's existence are, I feel, the only thing that are able to challenge Carlotta's reign out of the current characters. Carlotta's just such a good character. She also has multiple free-to-play options. She's able to run Sandua, she's able to run Yang Yang, she's able to run Tauchi, all of them being pretty relative of each other and also strong enough to still clear tower. Yang Yang also has that grouping utility for Weewa. This character is just stupid good. Like, I really don't know. Like, the only flaw I can think of this character is, like, maybe, like, really high AoE situations can be a problem, but those enemies just have lower HP. This character just doesn't have many perceivable flaws.
Well, even in situations like that, you can play her in dual DPS, right? And then you can just have that second DPS end up taking care of that issue. So just because she's so versatile, she can play both hyper carry and dual DPS. I think she's ridiculous in that regard. Honestly, you mentioned, I mean, Jacona's kit is officially, or not officially out. It's inside of the game, right? And we know what she does from Anniversary. We can talk a little bit about that. I kind of want to move Phoebe up to S tier just because of that.
Honestly, I mean, you said earlier that we were going to act as if Shakona didn't exist yet, but I do feel like when Shakona comes out, I do think Phoebe will be an S tier, because I actually talked about some other theory crafting friends about this. Like, I have friends in the theory crafting circle, and all of us seem to agree that Shakona coming out essentially means that Phoebe is like a top 3 character in the game, because she's going to have really good multi-wave because she has a lot of AoE. She can stop enemies from moving for 2 seconds. She's able to group enemies. And she's a support for Zani. Like, this character, when Shakona comes out, she's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I just thought about that when you mentioned, like, the multi-wave thing. Like, her constantly proccing Frazzle on all the new mobs, so you can constantly hit heavy attacks and not be reliant on Rover's finicky skill or, like, the long cooldown on ult. It makes her actually so good, and you can actually legitimately play her as a hyper carry. Though, obviously, that requires 2 5-stars, but Shakona's super versatile, too. Kind of like Zhezhi.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Shakona's damage output is low enough to where she doesn't need that much investment based on what I've seen from level 1 multipliers. Because, you know, I mean, I can kind of predict what the multipliers look like. And it's also like, you're completely fine on Static Mist, which is a standard weapon. So, yeah, I honestly think Shakona is not that expensive of a 5-star either. But yeah, we're pretending like she doesn't exist for this list yet.
Right. All right, let's move on to Contarella then. Contarella, I mean, honestly, I'm going to put her down at F tier personally. I think there's literally no reason to pull her. Basically, everything said in is going to be true here. She doesn't offer anything that any other character doesn't. So if you're wasting your pulls for a character, you need to be getting something out of it. And what does Contarella give you? In so many comps, she's worse than Sanhua, and she's worse than Mortefi. So you already have two comps right there where she's just going to be worse than a free-to-play option. And I'm running her in that same exact slot. Why would I ever pull for this character?
Yeah, so there is only 2 scenarios in which anyone would ever pull for Contarella. First of which being you are using both Carlotta and Jinhsi at the exact same time and you only have one Zhezhi. But even then, Yuenwu, Mortefi, and Yinlin all exist. All of them are pretty close to Contarella in terms of performance. Because Contarella doesn't even have strong damage output. Fun fact.
Right.
Like, fun fact, Cantarella's damage output is one of the lowest out of all sub DPSs, purely because of the sheer amount of energy regen this character wants. Like, I've seen calculations go up to, like, 140%, which is ridiculous for a sub DPS whose name is not Brandt.
Yeah, there's just no reason to pull her, too. I'm curious. Or actually, go ahead. I'll talk after.
I mean, the second situation in which you would pull Contarella is DPS Donjin. But my brother in Christ, Joe Solo at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say the same exact thing. There's no reason to pull for the Donjin. There's just no pull value. At that point, honestly, you could pull another DPS and it would just be more value. So there's literally no reason to pull her.
Yeah, I think Cantarella is the worst 5-star in the game at the moment.
You think she's worse than... I actually, you know, I agree. There's just literally nothing she does. I almost want to move Yinlin up to F or D tier just because of that.
Oh yeah, Cantarella's so bad that she lowered the bar. That is insane. But honestly, fair. Yeah, fair. I agree.
All right, I mentioned it before. Personally, I think Camellia is absolutely insane. She's not the best character at clearing tower, but she's very good at clearing tower. She synergizes with Sanhua, a free-to-play character that you get you literally get her for free at the start of the game just playing for 5 days. She's the best character in Whimpering Waste, or actually, I'm not sure if her Jiyan is the best, but I know one of the two is the best. For my own personal testing, with her being level 80, level 6 traces, I was able to get 3k on her side alone using Sanhua. With like no sequences on her whatsoever. Level 80 weapon, level 6 skills. Like, this character is ridiculous.
Yeah. Not to mention, actually, that this character has some of the, like, I've mentioned signature weapons a lot throughout the stream. One of the biggest things that also goes in Camelia's favor is her best weapon, like outside of Blazing Brilliance and her signature, is Emerald of Genesis, which is an incredibly universal weapon. Right. You're able to use that on Sanhua. You're I'd say the only reason that Emerald of Genesis is the best standard weapon in the game. The only reason it's not second is because we need more gun characters for Static Mist to exploit. But yeah, like, she just has that good free-to-play option. She has great teammates as well. She has incredible damage for tower, incredible AoE for Whimpering Wastes. She's really easy to play too, which is a big factor. Like, Camellia is just such a no-brainer. Like, in an earlier video, I said she was the best DPS in the game. After thinking about it more, I definitely think there is more of a competition between her and Carlotta. But yeah, Camellia is just such an insane character. Also, Zhani exists now, but, you know, Zhani has issues for these criteria specifically.
yeah, obviously Zhani's super OP if she can meet the conditions. But good luck meeting those conditions as free-to-play, I guess. At least you're playing for a while.
Camellia definitely deserves that spot.
Right. Yeah, Camellia is ridiculous. I love Camellia. All right, let's move on to our last one, Changli. So I have some pretty good experience with Changli as well. She's very versatile. I feel like kind of how people talk about Brandt is what I get out of Changli, where she can plug into any team and feel very good. Her only issue is that I don't feel like she's able to solo carry a comp. So I have a little bit of issues there. Maybe I haven't tested her outside of playing with other limited 5-stars. Maybe she pairs well with some 4-stars. Maybe you can shed some light on that. But in my experience, if I don't have her paired with a 5-star, she has a very hard time clearing. But she synergizes very well with all of them.
I think Changli's a very skill-dependent character, in my opinion. Like here's the thing: if you have the skill and the characters to properly exploit her, like, Changli is an incredible character if you have the skill and the characters to exploit her. For a free-to-play, we're not assuming that, though. I think she definitely has a harder time solo carrying a team compared to, like, Phoebe or Jinhsi, so I do think she should go in B tier. But yeah, like, she's an investment, like I've said about other characters. Changli is just like, yeah, Changli is such good for. She's just so good for character consolidation because when we look at the characters on this list, Changli has good synergy with Carlotta. She has good synergy with Jinhsi. She has good synergy with Phoebe. She has good synergy with Xiangli Yao. Obviously with Brandt. I've
Hmm.
seen people play her with Zani. You can plug and play her in basically any team if you're lacking a specific character. But it does require some skill. It's not like she's not like this perfect character you can slot anywhere. She
Right.
does require some skill. But yeah, like she definitely struggles with solo carrying a team. Like for example, Phoebe with Sanhua Rover is going to be a lot better than like a Changli Sanhua Verina team
Hmm.
because the best 4-star to use with her is actually Sanhua for a pretty unique reason. Because one of the biggest downsides for Changli as a main DPS is it takes longer to get your true sight stacks than some people like it to be. So what you can do is you can go from your Verina as an example, intro into Changli, use her skill,
Hmm.
get the two true sight stacks from that, like from the intro and from the skill. Then swap
Right.
into Sanhua, do another intro skill into Changli from the Sanhua, and that gets you 4 enflammement stacks really fast. So that's a pretty
Mm.
unique synergy that Changli and Sanhua have with each other. But again, like I've played this team a lot when Changli first came out. Even then, I was not having an easy time clearing. So I do think Changli has a very hard time trying to solo carry an account. So I do think B is a fair spot. Much like
Mm.
Xiang Liao also doesn't have that easy of a time solo carrying a team. Although it is easier for him. I'm debating on putting Changli below Xiang Liao, to be honest.
Really? Dang. I feel like the one advantage I really see from Changli is, yeah, she can solo carry, but I mean, you mentioned it earlier. She pairs with like basically every single character in the game. In that regard, she's almost like shorekeeper in terms of, I mean, not shorekeeper tier, but she's kind of similar in that where she can just go on a majority of teams. Personally, I ended up using her with my Phoebe actually, playing quick swap Changli Rover Phoebe, so I could actually clear Whimpering Wastes, and I use it inside a tower as well. I plug her onto any team that ends up having issues, but for just because it's a free to play polling tier list, I'd probably put her lower than I would normally in terms of how good she is actually
Yeah.
as a unit.
I mean, my issues with Changli, like by that criteria, is when you start looking at the free to play DPS options like Encore and Havoc Rover, you start seeing
Hmm.
less quick swap windows for Changli to insert herself into. Like they're still
Right.
present, but they are less exploitable. Meaning that if you are sacrificing another DPS to get that Changli to use with like your Don Jin, then you are definitely like you are simply griefing yourself a lot more. Like I think
Right.
Changli is way more of a late game pick compared to someone like a Phoebe or a Jinhsi or a Jiyan.
Yeah, I
Like I
agree.
will say, when we start looking at that later investment, like Changli Brandt is one of the best teams for all of Whimpering Wastes. It's like a top 40 team in my opinion,
Hmm.
and it's played like a hyper carry in in that game mode as well, which means it's easy to access. But again, that requires the Brandt. Like without the Brandt, she's just not that good as a hyper carry.
Mm. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to our closing thoughts. We can go ahead and start adjusting some characters. So the first one I want to adjust, I wanted to put Jiyan in S tier. Are you comfortable with that?
Mm, I kind of want to make an A plus tier for him because he's better than Jinchi and Phoebe at the current moment, but I feel like he's not quite at the level of Shorekeeper Carlotta and Camellia. You know, like I feel like he's just right in
Mhm.
that threshold.
Yeah,
Like
I
he's
agree with
better
that.
than the Spectro, but worse than the other two. I think when Shikona comes out, Phoebe like we can definitely put Phoebe and GN in S. But like Shikona's not out yet. We still have to do the testing on that when she comes out, which is what I'm going to be in the mines for.
Do you want to move Phoebe up to A plus as well, or do you want to leave
I don't
Phoebe
think
down
she
in
can.
A with
I
Jinchi?
I think I think above Jinchi, but leave her down in A. She's definitely
Okay.
not as versatile as Jiyan. Like she does struggle harder in Wiwa compared to Jiyan in Tower. Like she has her advantages, but she does get balanced out by some disadvantages that are soon to disappear. God, this character.
This tier list, the way it ended up is pretty much exactly how I thought it, or outside of like the characters I didn't have knowledge of, is basically how I thought the tier list was going to end up before this started. So kind of interesting. I actually didn't expect you to be that knowledgeable in regards to what was going on. I actually only knew you originally from the Zani post character analysis video that I saw of you, which was really good actually. I recommend other people go check it out. But I didn't realize you were actually like pretty knowledgeable theory crafter and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I do theory crafting for like almost every character in the game, and that's actually like where a lot of my knowledge comes from in my videos. Like, I don't really show my calculations off much outside of my guides, but that is where I get my knowledge from.
Mm.
Like, I do a lot of meta content, like, so naturally I need to, like, I actually started out as a Genshin Impact theory crafter before moving on to Wuwa. And, you know, Wuwa just interested me so much that I want to do the math on it. And also, I have a lot of friends that are in the meta circle, especially those who also theory craft. Like, I know people who work with like large YouTubers and with Pridwin that I have a lot of discussions with. So yeah, I definitely have a very large knowledge base.
No, I can tell. I wasn't expecting you to like know that much. It was actually interesting. I actually really like that, being able to like delve into like exact DPS differences, for example, on like Brant and whatnot, and the fact that you had the sheets on hand. I definitely should have asked you about that. That I could definitely this definitely could have been a better experience then if I knew that. That's my bad.
Oh, yeah. I also I've been delving into more discussion type videos recently that are less about like objective facts and more about opinions. Like
Right?
yesterday I uploaded a video about like a comment that I got a lot on my, like, I made a video about was Zani's kid a mistake, just about things that annoyed me about Zani.
Right?
And a lot of commented on that video like basically along the lines of Wuwa is turning into Honkai Star Rail, and I hated those comments so much I made an entire video dedicated to proving them wrong.
I did see that. I don't think the game is starting to start well. Actually, I might as well ask you. I didn't see your opinions on Zani or like her kit. I only saw the analysis of it. What are your thoughts on Zani's kit and the anniversary?
Okay, so my opinion of Zani's kit is she's a very strong character, there's no doubt about that. But there's just these small things that anger me. Like, sure, she wants Phoebe, that's completely fair, you know. 5-star wants 5-star. This is nothing new in gacha games. Like as someone who's played Star Rail for the full 2 years it's existed, I understand. But the fact that her rotation is like her personal rotation differs based on which support she uses because she just has less blaze is ridiculous to me. The fact that her Ultra skill is capable of amplifying Spectre damage, and yet her Helical Ember just completely disables the one character who would perfectly benefit from that buff.
Yeah, that's super weird. I don't know why she has negative synergy with Phoebe in that regard. You can't even use Absolution. I've had times where like my Zani has died, I messed up, and I wasn't able to use the Absolution mode on Phoebe to be able to clear it just because I didn't get any of the damage bonus on my heavy attacks because it's all Helical Embers. It's really stupid.
Like, fun fact, I did the calculations on this. If Zani and Phoebe, like if Zani and Absolution Phoebe did not have anti-synergy, it would be one of the best quick swap teams in the entire game. Because it's funny, like Zani's animations line up in like a nearly perfect way to where Phoebe can insert herself. Like, for example, during Heavy/Nightfall, it's almost a perfect window for Phoebe to do 3 basic attacks and then swap cancel a Star Flash. Like, these are just these incredibly like specific timings that it makes you feel like they were supposed to dual carry, but then this one mechanic just completely disables it.
It's super weird too, because Zani's kit feels like she's made for quick swapping. Because you as you mentioned, you can swap out during her actual attack inside of her Reston's Liberation. What was it, Blazing Nightfall? I didn't actually know the name of it, but that one attack.
Heavy/Nightfall.
Yeah.
I know all the names. Okay, trying to read this character's kit gave me a brain aneurysm, so I know all the names by heart now.
I only knew Helical Embers. Dude, there's way too many names that are kit. That's an annoying part too. The fact that everything is just wall
the last stand, redundant energy, like Heavy/Dawning Daybreak Nightfall, Heavy/Nights. Okay, one thing that angered me about having to voice videos is having to say the words Heavy/Light Smash. That angered me. I tripped up over that like 4 times every time I had to say it. It made me so angry.
I do really wish they made her more quick swap oriented too. That's almost why I like playing Rover more with her, because with Rover's team comp, I can end up doing more quick swap, and it just feels more natural with her than it does other characters because she's in animation for so long. Wait, you do play ZZ, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of ZZZ, where characters will like just stay on field and keep attacking while she's doing it. In that regard, I liked it a lot. I was really surprised they didn't go that direction with their kit though. Maybe they're planning on doing that with like Chacona.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Chacona is based on the footage we've seen from the live stream, because I did analyze that footage as a theory crafter. I have to check frame data and all that stuff. But basically, from what I noticed from the live stream, her ultimate makes her just completely unable to do anything except like do the wave attacks that apply the DOTs. Like it's basically as if you're playing a Robin or an Xiangli Yao. You're just standing there menacingly.
I mean, that's literally what she's supposed to be, right? She's literally just like she's literally robbing her Astra. That's exactly what her motif is. I mean, I think it's a
I've been
pretty cool
listening to
character.
her. I've been listening to her theme on repeat for like a week.
Chakona's theme?
Yeah, bro. Her vocal theme is just I don't know why, but it reminds me of being in a tavern accepting a 3-star quest to get 20,000 gold.
I don't even remember Chakona's theme. I gotta look it up after this. I forgot that was even, or I don't even remember hearing it actually. That's kind of interesting. I wanted to ask you, since we mentioned Chakona before, what information is actually out about Chakona that we can discuss that isn't like leaks? So I know that her kit is inside of the game. What can we like actually derive from that kit?
So we have full descriptions. We have all of her sequences, all of her passives. I'm not sure if we have the weapon, but honestly, we know she's a pistol character, static mist all the way. But and we also have the scalings of her abilities at level 1. And
Right.
but here's the thing, I can basically like predict like around what they're gonna look like because basically let me pull up someone like Carlotta, for example. Like when we look at her multipliers, we can see the multiplier like basically doubles from level 1 to level 10. Like we can make it, like we can infer that based on in-game stuff. Also, it's just in the files, but I don't know if you call that leaking.
I'm not sure. I would have to ask Kuro about that. I feel like in the files is not leaking, but I'm not 100%
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, it's technically data mining, but
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know what the rules would be on that though, especially with like Meiji getting banned earlier. I don't know if I want to mess with that, but
oh yeah, fair.
yeah.
But yeah, I am weapon was in live stream. Was the description in it? Hold on, let me pull up the official live stream. Because I don't know if it showed up the description.
Um,
But I guess I can take this time while I look this up to talk about the anniversary, which honestly, I think the anniversary drama is getting overblown way too much. Because while I do agree that we could have been given more, I feel like people expect Kuro Games to be a small game company, even though they're just simply are not. Like, I actually made this comparison in an earlier video in one of those experimental videos,
mhm,
where I talked about Wuwa compared to PGR, because they're both made by Kuro.
right,
And Wuwa is simply a way larger game. Like, it is
right.
undeniable. Wuwa is as close to mainstream as gachas have gotten, like aside from Genshin. So
Hmm.
I find it very hard to believe that Kuro owes us more than they gave us, because let's be honest here, Wuwa has been trying to take as many things from Genshin as it can. And I
Right.
think like it's not it's not copying Genshin. I don't think it's copying Genshin. But it takes what people are used to from gacha games, like the 160 currency per pull,
Hmm.
having a 50-50 system. It takes those aspects and tries to put it into its own game. So I'm not at all surprised that it has a similar anniversary. And I even think it's better because we got all these rerun banners. And I think people look at these rerun banners and they're like, oh my god, such massive FOMO. There's 12 characters running and we don't even get a lot of polls from the anniversary. But I feel like people ignore the fact that you don't have to pull every character in the game, my mans.
I actually do like.
Like,
I would actually prefer if the rerun banners were like this permanently. I think that would actually be unironically new player friendly if you just had 5 reruns going on at once. I know HSR got clowned on that for a little bit because they had 3 banners as like a permanent thing going on there. But I feel like if people are able to more easily know when characters are coming back for reruns because you have 5 banners running at once, it makes it a lot better for free to play players. I don't know if that's really realistic for them to do, but in that regard, I kind of
yeah,
actually do like the 5 banners.
like the way they described it in the live stream is it was something they added for newer players who are trying the game for the first time on the anniversary, so they can get their favorite character as soon as possible.
Right.
Which I think is a good thing.
Mhm.
Like I really don't see the point of complaining about 5 reruns. Doesn't it just mean that the character's gonna come back faster?
Yeah, I
Like
actually the only problem I have with that is the hypocrisy because I know for a fact HSR got clowned out for having 3, but then we see 5 in Wuwa and we see people saying that is completely fine, which I actually agree. I don't mind it that much. I just don't like the hypocrisy.
Honestly, I feel okay. There's hypocrisy on so many sides because people were glazing the Starro anniversary for giving us a free Renmei or Locha. When let's be honest, Locha got power cut by a 4-star, and Renmei has only one team, which is not even that good anymore.
Um,
It's like
I do
I
agree. I do agree. Obviously, Ron May is the she's gonna be the second best for break, right? She's not the best anymore, but that's still like
yeah.
a top tier team. It's still, if I remember correctly, looking at
Actually,
data recently, it was the uh I think eighth fastest team with Ron May to clear MLC. I'd have to go double
I
check.
mean, okay, I that's concerning because it took my Rappa, who is easier S1 4 cycles. So that's concerning that it's the eighth fastest.
Uh, I mean, I don't know if I consider that concerning because that would be like the difference from say having like a a shorekeeper versus a Verina, right? Where like
Ua
shorekeeper,
Starro has a whole extra year of extra characters.
right? I mean, I'm not gonna disagree. Like the game has a lot of power creep inside of it. I agree with that, and I do agree that like a Ruan Mei in that game is worth less than like the Ruan Mei equivalent would be in this game. But it's still undeniable that they did get a Ruan Mei, and while they do have power creep issues, and while it is only good on one team, if we got like a I don't know what's like a tier two. I mean, it's kind of weird because this game only really has DPS that are like kind of tier twos in this game, so it would be like getting like a
Yeah.
Changli to be able to plug into your teams, right? Even though
I
obviously
think
it's like a support instead of a DPS, but Changli is still like kind of the equivalent in terms of power there.
yeah. I think the funniest part about Star Rail is I don't even think power creep is the big issue in Star Rail. Like, I'm gonna be honest here. Power creep never kills a gacha, HP inflation does. I actually
Mm.
compared the I mentioned before how I made a video about HSR and WUA and their metas. And I actually looked at the MOC data for Star Rail to compare the sheer amount of HP inflation. And fun fact,
Mm-hmm.
from version 1.0 to 2.1, which is the first year of Star Rail, the HP increase in Memory of Chaos, using the most generous numbers I could find, was 127.6%. You need more than double the damage to get the same result in 1 year of Star Rail's existence. You want to know the number for Wuba?
uh,
It's like 10%.
Yeah, I have looked at the star rail. I think it went from like 5 to like 15 mil the HP inside of MOC. It was actually ridiculous. I was looking at it because I was curious. I beat MOC using only ice characters originally on my ice only account, and I was trying to see if I would be able to do that now. It's legit 3 times as hard to be able to clear it as it was back then. It's actually kind of ridiculous. I
Yeah.
do agree
So,
that HP inflation is definitely the thing that does kill games. The I don't have too much of an issue with the power creep coming out of Zani as long as there isn't HP inflation in this game. If bosses start getting harder and 4 stars start getting neglected and not able to clear content, if you're not able to like solo with Donjin, for example, or you're not able to clear content using like Rover as your main DPS and you have to pull for these units like Zani, then I'll have issues. But I don't think like having higher ceilings is necessarily an issue in and of itself.
yeah. I think Zani's ceiling is also being very overblown because here's the thing, right? It's still pretty comparable to Carlotta. And like, let's look at the 1.0 version of WoW for the 1.x. Jinhsi was a way bigger increase over GN
Mm-hmm.
than Zani is compared to Carlotta in terms of DPS. Like people say it's like a 15-25% power creep. No, that's just simply not true. Um, I don't know why. I like a lot of TCs I've talked to agree that that number is just incorrect. But I mean, I understand Zani has a high amount of DPS, but keep in mind she's essentially reached her ceiling. Like, there's not really that much they can do to Zani to make her better, right? Like,
Right.
Zani has her perfect support. She has a near perfect healer for her team. She has a
Mm-hmm.
perfect primary echo for her mechanics. So there's not that much room to improve. So what we saw for the 1.0 characters in Bua is they got the Nightmare Echoes. Like Xiangli Yao got Nightmare Thundering Mephis, Zhezhi got Nightmare Lampy Lumen. So Wua is capable of buffing these characters later on. But with Zani, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah. Zani's definitely not a unit that ends up scaling past this point. I don't think. Yeah, Phoebe's definitely your cap. Whereas like
Yeah.
Jinhsi, for example, Jinhsi could still get her best in slot DPS, or even like Consorella, for example, she's gonna get her best in slot DPS. She may go from F tier over to like, I mean, realistically like B tier or something,
Be your
but
A.
still.
Yeah, be your A.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
it's not
like
bad.
the thing with like Jinx, like here's the thing, they didn't buff Jinxi after her release outside of Zhezhi because she was the top dog, and what they were trying to do is get everyone to catch up to her.
Right.
So we did not get a Nightmare Jue that's better for Jinxi. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're going to get similar things happening in like 3.0, where we're going to get like new echoes for Phoebe, new echoes for Brant, to get them to be like on the same level as like Zani and like above Carlotta and stuff. Because Wuwa very much seems to have like one or two characters they're trying to advertise per region, and then everyone else catches up over time.
Yeah, that makes
That
sense.
seems to be
Yeah,
what they're trying to do.
like, well, ooh, I don't know, because 2 point whatever. I mean, I guess it depends when Cartetia comes out, but Cartetia is like a super hyped unit. Pairing that with like Carlota, for example, right? Both of those are gonna go super hard. But I
Uh,
also do kind of feel
can't
like
wait to
Zhani was an advertised unit too.
can't wait to skip Cardathea. Oh boy.
I mean, I'm skipping her. Well, I'm not skipping her because I have an arrow only account, so I'm probably gonna be pulling her on that,
Oh
assuming
yeah.
she's an arrow unit. But I would be skipping her otherwise.
Let's be honest. In the cube event, she does arrow damage.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Fleur de
yeah.
Lis
Yeah,
Echo is
I assume
arrow
she's
on an
arrow.
arrow stand.
Right, right, right.
She's good. Let's be honest here. She's arrow sword.
How do you feel
There's
about
no
the
way to get
fact?
around it.
How do you feel about the fact that there's so few male characters inside of the game?
Okay. So this is something that I am angered by, not personally, because I'm like fun little factoid. I'm a romantic asexual. I could not give less of a.
I'm
of
actually
a
ace too. That's really interesting.
Oh, nice. But yeah, I really don't care. But I know friends who really want to see more male characters and are incredibly upset that there aren't any coming, and have basically given up on asking for male characters. And that's just not something I want to see. Like I think when it comes to male or like male and female characters, a perfect balance goes to Star Rail, in my opinion. Like we have male, like for example, this patch we got Anaxagoras and Castros in the same patch, and yes, I will call Anaxa Anaxagoras every time.
I do think,
But yeah.
I'm in the same slot. I feel like one of the disservices this game does, and a lot of gachas in recent times, is that male characters just aren't as interestingly designed as the female characters are. People just like don't want to pull for them, right? Even though Brant was a really well received character, for whatever reason, we only see. I mean, I'm not sure how accurate actually is Wuwa Tracker, because by Wuwa Tracker numbers, he pulled only barely better than Rochia.
Hold on, let me check Wuwa Tracker. I have never heard of this before.
Yeah, Wuwa
this one. I used to use this. Okay, here's the thing. Wuwa Tracker is primarily used by the global player base, most likely, which means we're not seeing CN players or like JP players. But let's be honest here, JP and Korean players they're a different breed. Like, fun fact, the reason that Wuwa seems to be going in like this harem direction where like every character loves Rover is because the JP and Korean fandoms are such big fans of it. So they are a very big part of the sales for Kuro, most likely. So I think we're definitely losing a lot of numbers when we check Wuwa Tracker, but I do think there is like a fair amount of conclusions you can get based on this website. But
I feel like
honestly,
or go ahead.
I'm really surprised he didn't sell that well, because honestly, people really liked him when he first got revealed. He is really funny in the story. Like personality-wise, he's like my favorite character in the entire game. So I'm really shocked he didn't sell that well, especially because he's a support for one of the most popular characters in the game.
Yeah, I think it's. I actually can't answer why. They did make a lot of his kid annoying. We kind of brought that up earlier, though. Like, he's so annoying to build. His kid is super finicky. He's kind of, like, weird to pair with other characters. I guess that's an issue in of itself. But I do wonder, because, like, Jiyan did sell well, but he was at the very start of the game. How well would he have sold if he wasn't out at the start of the game? He wasn't the very first banner, right? I feel like the reason why they put him there instead of Yinlin is just because they knew whatever banner came out first was going to sell, so they put a male character there because they knew the female was already going to get pulls no matter what.
I don't even think that it's Jiyan's banner selling that well. I think it's just people like spending money for the sake of getting standard units and stuff. Like this happens a lot in like every gacha. People spend money to get their standards, get their account built up. And I feel like Jiyan got inflated by that. Whereas Yinlin, like you said, she was gonna sell very well no matter what. I don't even know why people pulled her at launch. She had like no teams.
They pulled her because she's mommy for them, bro. They got a goon somehow. Oh, actually, you know what? That's an interesting topic too. Let's go with that. I feel
also,
like
Calcharo, I guess. Calcharo was cool.
Oh yeah, Calcharo is super cool. I used that unit actually for the first time yesterday too. He was so fun to play. I played him with Xiangli Yao and Calcharo. I played them both on a team. It was the most terrible thing I've ever done.
Fun fact, that's his best team. You want to know why?
Why?
Okay, it's Calcharo's best team because Xiangli Yao makes it easier to get the Death Messenger.
Wait, because it slows down the boss?
Yep.
Oh.
Like, unironically, I think Calcharo Hypercarry is nearly unplayable because you have to dodge, which means your third Death Messenger is basically unreachable. I think Calcharo is the blade of this game.
He did feel really hard to play, and I could see how a lot of his kit was clunky. When I was playing him, it feels like if I dodged against a boss, right? I have like my dodge counter proc or whatever. I have to wait for like a slight delay to make sure I don't use my dodge counter. That feels so finicky.
Yeah, like this is what I like to call 1.0 syndrome, where they don't know what's good yet.
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, they made the kits a lot more fluid recently. One of the things with Jiyan that I have issues with, like, why does he not lock on with camera? Why is it so hard to target people with this thing? It doesn't even make sense. Like, you can't see
Yeah,
bosses
okay.
with it. I don't get it.
It makes me so angry in whimpering ways when I'm just like, just target the elite, my guy, and he keeps trying to kill this one wolf on the side. Like, come on, man. It's like trying to play Venti all over again.
The same thing kind of happens with my Phoebe too. I'm trying to like use my heavy attacks or whatever. It goes over to the side, but you can correct that.
I
It's
do
just a
not
little
have
bit
that.
annoying.
I do not have that one. I have that more so with Zani than Phoebe.
Well, yeah. With the nice thing with Phoebe, oh yeah, Zani's too. Zani's like if you get stuck in the nightfall and then it ends up auto targeting to like a mob on the side and you just go yeet yourself over to the other side of the screen, that's messed up too.
I think it's so funny how Zani and Xiangli Yao specifically have this thing where they just drag themselves across the floor to get to faraway enemies.
It's
Also,
weird because like, or go ahead.
I saw 2 questions in chat. I want to answer those real quick.
Go ahead.
I just came back to Wu and I have Jinhsi and Jiyan. I don't have anyone else. I want to build 2 teams around them. Who should I pull? Get Shorekeeper and Zhezhi. Zhezhi to be a support in your Jinhsi team. Shorekeeper is just a generalist buffer who is like the best character in the game. And then the second person, why is Jinhsi an A again? Her team is so F2P way more than others, seeing you can use Yuan Wu and clear all the current content easily. That's fair, but not having her signature weapon is a large damage drop, like 20% damage drop, which is very large, especially even in this game. And also, like in these F2P comps, she ends up just performing worse than characters like Jiyan with their Mortefis, like who are also free-to-play friendly. So yeah. It's just a combination of the free-to-play options are significantly worse than the paid options.
Yeah, I was also going to say that, like, for the characters above him, or above her, rather, Jiyan, Carlota, Camellia, they
all of them are better in Weewa.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. They're better in Weewa, and they're all great inside a tower, too. So, Jinhsi is great inside a tower, obviously, but her performance in Weewa is way worse than the characters above, and so it makes it hard to rate her in a tier near them, or even at their tier, just because she doesn't perform in nearly as many modes. Well, and nearly as many modes as too.
Fun little fact. Jinhsi might be getting a hit with the fraud watch on Pridwin soon.
Wait. Wait, how? Oh, just because she doesn't perform inside of a Weewa?
No, in the tower tier list, she's being knocked down.
So
her damage output just is not on the level of Zani and Carlotta mainly.
Even with Zhezhi?
Yeah, even with Zhezhi. Also, Phoebe just has higher DPS too. Even in like her fully F2P comps, it's higher than Jinhsi.
Yeah, Phoebe is ridiculous. This character hard carried my account. I'm so glad I started with her like 2 days left on her banner. Oh my god, she's carried me so hard. I got so lucky, or not unlucky. I got unlucky to barely get her, but she's OP.
It's actually funny. I got so much resistance pre-release about me saying Phoebe was a good character. Like I was saying, like she was a good character. Like she has good free-to-play character options. She has good AOE. But people were like, no, Phoebe is mid. She's gonna be worse than Jinhsi. And then people still say that somehow.
One thing, all right, I don't know. I have a little bit of bias just because I make so many accounts. But one thing I've noticed with Phoebe is because she helps so much in the open world too, it feels so good to have her on my account. Like that's one of the hidden upsides of having Brant as well. The fact that I have mobility in the open world, I can farm easier. I spend less time doing that. Like it's such a huge QOL. Obviously, it doesn't help me clear tower or Weewa, but it makes my life playing the game so much easier.
But yeah, another advantage to having Phoebe on your account is that she's not energy or concerto reliant, which is a very big thing in her favor. Like she's not Forte, concerto, or liberation reliant. That's also very nice for overworld.
Dude, actually, surprisingly, for confession mode, she builds up concerto so easily. She just builds it up so fast for like a sub DPS. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Especially if you do like the dodging on the heavy attacks, it feels so fluid to play.
Yeah. On overworld, I have an S6 Phoebe on one of my accounts, and in Confession, she just does enough damage for overworld. Like I don't even need the bonus from Absolution. Like Confession is just better because it's faster. That's because the S3 is just way better for Confession. If I remember the exact numbers, yes, I know I'm a nerd. For Absolution, the buff to her heavy attack is 91% multiplier increase, and for Confession, it's like 200 something. Let me look it up. I don't perfectly remember.
256?
No, not 256. That's the amplification from Absolution.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, hold on. For S3, the increase for her heavy attacks in Confession it's 249 multiplier increase. So basically, an S3 Confession Phoebe Starflash is doing like S0 Absolution Starflash damage, basically.
That's kind of OP. Wait, are you a whale?
Also, okay, so I would love to say I'm not, but I feel like at this point I'm too far gone. like, here's the thing. For most of my characters, I just get S0 or 1 and be done with it. But then there's like the few that I really enjoy that I invest highly on. Like I have S6 Phoebe, I have S2 Zani, and I have S2 Sharekeeper. But every single time I get a sequence on a character, I make sure that I have an account that I can play on that doesn't have those sequences. So I'm very safe in that regard.
I get to like negative whale just because I have too many accounts. If I start whaling on one, I'm going to start whaling them all. It's such a bad idea.
Honestly, that's one of the big reasons why I'm a big PGR fan now. It doesn't cost me any money. This game is so generous. It's crazy.
Dude, not playing the non-mainstream gachas are actually like way more generous than any of the mainstream ones are. All the MiHoYo games in this one, like comparing it to those where like you get like 100% on banners, you just get like a stupid amount of pulls. It's actually ridiculous.
Yeah, I covered that in my WUA versus PGR video. Like, the reason that these games are so much more generous is because they have to be. Like, they need to maintain their player base somehow. So if they start being Omega FOMO, then they're going to lose a ridiculous amount of players, which they just can't afford.
Well, it's the same reason why Kuro was so generous at the start too, right? It's because they wanted to take that away from Genshin. So
yeah, also the game was just unplayable at launch.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, so many bugs and everything. It was so messed up.
my laptop crashed like 4 times when I tried playing it at launch.
Actually, I remember a lot of people having crashing issues. I don't think that's like one of the issues I ended up having. The biggest issue I ended up having is just the start of the game had negative content to do in it. There's just no fun to be had.
I wouldn't call it negative content because there was still exploration, which I really like. My first time playing WUA, I'm pretty sure I was on the game for like 14 hours that day. Like, I was just exploring. I was grinding, dude. But I definitely, like, the story was definitely not there, which seems to be a pattern with Kuro. Kuro's MO seems to be take the Hoyo game, give it a way better combat system, completely fumble the story, and then suddenly lock in at some point.
I do feel like that. When I play this game is literally the only reason I play it over Genshin is just because it has better combat. I don't play it because like the story or anything is better. I see a lot of people glazing the story, weirdly enough. When I actually personally feel like the story is pretty mediocre. What are your thoughts on the 2.2 story? I know that one was super glazed.
Okay, so initially I was really angry at it because I thought this was the conclusion of the Rhinne arc. But after thinking about it more and realizing it was not the conclusion, I grew a bit more fond of it. I feel like it wibble wobbled so much between giving Cardathea good characterization and then also turning her into shipping bait, which really annoyed me, that flip-flop between the two. Because I do think Cardathea has an interesting story about wanting to find out what she is, just like wanting to find out what she is, no matter what it ends up being. She just wants to know. And she was like being insecure. I think that was a good characterization. But it's so undermined by cringe shipping moments. I also think Cantarella was characterized perfectly. Cantarella is such a great personality. I just wish that I could think about literally anything else other than the absurdity of her design.
Yeah, dude, that's how I feel too. It's like they took away her character, or her companion quest is so great. It's actually a really great story. You like the companion quest, right? Yeah.
I did it. I think Cantarella's companion quest is one of the better ones because you really see why Cantarella is different from the rest of the Phasalias, which I really enjoyed. She had that one thing the rest of the Phasalias didn't seem to have, which also seems to be the reason she passed the trial. But yeah, like also like her decision, like not to spoil too much for the people in chat, like her decision when she did, like succeed in a trial also shows off just how generous and kind Cantarella really is.
Yeah, but then I feel like all that ever gets to get talked about her is gonna be just how gooner she is, because that's the direction they ended up going with
Yeah,
her. It's so lame. It takes
like
away from the character. It's part of the problem I have with the recent design in Wuwa. I feel like when they keep making these gooner characters, it detracts away from their character, like the actual story of them.
even in the even in the final cutscene in the companion quest, you dance with her and it shows her off way more than it should, which Kuro is undermining their own character, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they kind of did it with Cartetia as well, where they kind of reduced her to waifu bait. You kind of touched on that before, though. But I didn't like 2.2 because I felt like they just waifu baited Cartetia for like the entire middle part, when the interesting parts of the story are like Fleur-de-Lis, everything going on with like the Imperator, all this stuff going on there. But we just get to barely touch on it and just get told what happens, basically, instead of seeing that entire thing unraveling.
Yeah.
And then they also took Consorella's story and then just threw it to the side. It was really stupid.
Yeah, I've actually gone on record saying this to all my friends. If it's purely Cardathea, I'm skipping her. If Fleur-de-Lis is like a thing we can do in her kit, I'm pulling. Like, that is my condition. Fleur-de-Lis had like 5 minutes of screen time and used all of it to farm aura.
Dude, she literally did. That final fight was way better than the entirety of what Cardathia was doing there. It's messed up. Yeah. They should have more of that.
Okay, like, I'm gonna be honest here. Like, this singular GIF that I just sent you in DMs is infinitely more interesting to me than the entirety of Cardathea. Like, I just think Cardathea is an uninteresting character when we look at the entirety of her story.
Girl should chat. It's just like the flow. Oh, what the hell? It's not working.
Oh. What's your opinion on Rhinne as a whole, like the region?
I like 2.0's exploration being so much easier than 1.0. One of the issues I have, though, is I see a lot of people talking about the fact that they want flight to be added to 1.0, and I feel like that kind of takes away from what 1.0 is supposed to be, where it's supposed to be like more desolate, it's supposed to be like a little bit more barren, it's supposed to be kind of like a wasteland, right? It's an area that's like regrouping together, and I feel like if you have flight, you're bypassing a lot of that and a lot of the feel of the world. I just wish they had other ways of revamping 1.0 that would help with the exploration. Like, for example, they can make it so there's a lot of grapples everywhere that you can use, and that would give a little bit of a more unique feel to 1.0 instead of just giving it flight.
I feel like the primary issue that I had with 1.0's exploration is just the fact that, okay, actually I was about to say something, but then realized that criticism applies way more to Genshin, which is just that Genshin feels insanely slow, and then when you look at Wuwa 1.0, it's also very slow compared to Rhinne. But it's definitely way faster than Genshin because infinite sprint and grapples, and also gliding, keeping your momentum is crazy how that's not in Genshin. How your momentum is not kept when you stop gliding.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Genshin didn't end up stealing a lot of the ideas. It feels like the exploration for Genshin, from what I've seen, I stopped playing, for reference, back during Ganyu's banner, but I have watched a lot of friends play it during or since. It feels like the exploration in Genshin didn't really start getting more close to Wuwa until the most recent Notland characters, right? Where you had to like pull for a specific character in order to actually get overworld movement. Maybe you can touch a little bit more on that, but I haven't played the game. Is it true that like it almost feels like you need these characters to make your experience inside of Notland feel way better?
Okay, so it's not like they're needed, because whenever these abilities that the characters have are required, they do give you access to the abilities with like the Saurians. But like Notland it very much seems like it was designed with these abilities in mind, which makes it mind-boggling when trying to not use them. Like every single time I've explored in Notland, my team has always had at least like 2 Notland characters in it, because they're just so much better for exploration. But even then, it doesn't even touch Wuwa, because I have to like run some stupid comp, like I have to run something stupid like Kinich Shen Yun and like Shalonen. Like it's kind of cringe, to be honest.
I think part of what I liked about, or how do you feel? Yeah, let me change like the question a little bit. So one of the things, or one of the comments I've gotten from 1.0 is that people liked a lot of like the more dark, gritty vibe that 1.0 had and the story had, where it felt like desolate kind of wasteland, or like people trying to regroup society or whatever, right? Whereas 2.0, it feels a lot more put together, and it doesn't feel like it's in the same kind of world. Do you get that same kind of vibe where it's like 2.0 just ends up being like a completely different area and completely different theme from what 1.0 had, or do you disagree with that?
I think this is entirely intentional, and I think it works because, in my opinion, like you have to look at the sheer difference of society between these two regions.
Mhm.
Like in Jinzhou, it's literally said it's like on the border with the Tacit Discords. It's right there in the middle of the chaos. So it makes sense it's more tragic, more gloomy, because we're quite literally in a battleground. Whereas with Rhinne, basically people don't even know the Fenodian is there. They like it like the dangers are way more subtle in Rena Sita. So it
Mhm.
makes sense that it looks more lively because that's the point. The danger in Rena Sita is not direct. It is an indirect danger.
What do you feel then about people who would complain then about the story being or almost reflecting that less serious nature then, as opposed to like 1.0 where it felt like more edgy and dark? Do you feel like
I
it's a
think the
valid criticism?
edginess like, I think the edginess and darkness just worked worse in my opinion, because I think like the main draw of a gacha game is always going to be its characters. This is something you simply cannot refute. It's always
Right?
going to be the characters for most people. But in the setting of Jinzhou, I didn't feel like I learned who the characters are. Like from based on what we see from based on what we see from Jiyan in the story, who is Jiyan? What does he like doing? What are his hobbies? You don't know that from the main story.
It's
Whereas
gold
you're
puff
able to
racing.
easily yeah, whereas like you're not easily able to get that impression of who GN is at a deeper level because you don't get the chance to, because we're always in some kind of conflict. The only real exceptions to this rule I can think of are Changli, Jinhsi, and like maybe Alto, because the circumstances around which you meet them are less stressful. Okay, for Jinhsi that seems a little insane because we were kind of like struggling with Jue, but still, there were moments of quiet and calmness where you could really learn about Jinshi, which we just didn't get the time to have during the main Jinjo questline. So I feel like the darker, grittier nature just makes it harder to express who the characters are at their core. Because okay, because PGR does the dark gritty thing very well, but it uses the hardship as a way for us to learn about the characters. Like we
Mhm.
see who they are at their most primal form when everything is going wrong. Whereas with Wuwa, it's like in Jinjo, we're sitting right between that line between we're in danger, we have to lock in, but we're also not in enough danger to where you really see that innermost side of the characters.
Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of the characters did feel a little bit hollow inside of Jinzhou. I will say the companion quests, the early companion quests were kind of, it felt a little bit mediocre, but the later ones, especially like Camelia's companion quest, I thought was insanely well done. Zani's was decent. It wasn't great, but it was decent. I guess Phoebe's entire like fishing event thing counts as her companion quest.
No, no, God, it's crazy how she's the only Rhinne character to not get a companion quest. The fishing event was not even about her, let's be honest.
Yeah, I didn't think it was either. Yeah, that's why it's like kind of weird because she's like not that involved in the story. I think they did her a little bit dirty there in that regard, but
Okay. Okay, it gets even worse when you realize she had incredible setup in 1.0 for a character arc. Like, out of all the characters in 1.0, I feel Phoebe had the most potential, but they haven't done anything with it. I think we might see that conclusion in 2.4, because that's when they said
mm,
the next main quest is gonna be. Because through Zani's quest, we still know that the Order is like, it's still a problem, so I can fully suspect that Phoebe is going to crash out and eventually maybe become the new Primus. I don't know if I'm hoping too far, but I think that's where she's going to get her development, because like she literally got an entire side quest.
mhm.
Like after the 2.0 story, she had this one side quest where she goes on vacation and you take pictures with her, and she expresses her doubt about the Order after what Lorelei told her. And then in the 2.1 Vault quest, she's also upset because the Order gave her a pipe bomb and expected her to die in a cave. So they gave her such good buildup and then did nothing with it, which makes me really angry as someone who really likes Phoebe.
Yeah, I like Phoebe too. I think she's a really cool character. I mean, I feel like other stories have been kind of shafted as well. I mean, you mentioned that you like Brand. I feel like Brand's story was actually really short. He was only on screen for like 20 minutes inside of his companion quest, and most of it was like running around and like getting some coins and stuff, and then some guy dies, and that's it. Which is really sad because I actually like Brand a lot. What do you feel like you connected with Brand? Because I felt like I didn't get to interact with him much in the story.
I feel like Brant is the type of character where they didn't really have much in mind for his story. Like they were just like, this guy's funny and also incompetent. Like I think he's supposed to be like a sort of Ito where he's just funny and that's his gimmick. And honestly, I think for that type of character, his companion quest, it was just us hanging out with Brant, which is like the perfect type of quest for him. But yeah, I don't think he was like built to have like a good story. He's just kind of there to be the funny man.
Oh, okay. So as far as stories go, I feel like 2.2, or I'm going to circle back to 2.2 here, but I feel like it's a really weird design decision for them to do a story centered around Kartethia at a point where Kartethia is nowhere near banners, right? We have Chacona coming out on the next half. We had Zhani coming out, who they didn't end up doing like a hard focus story on, and then they had Consorella on that exact patch, who they ended up relegating to the side. Why do you think they ended up going with Kartethia there?
Build hype.
Yeah, but they could have built hype on her banner.
I mean, they could have, yes, but keep in mind, anticipation for the release is a massive strategy for marketing. Because think about it like this. When Zhani got revealed to be playable, like to be coming in 2.3, that got a ridiculous amount of attention. And the more people talk about something, the more people who've never heard of Wu are going to hear about it. So making a character anticipated builds so much hype to a point where it starts reaching ears that it never would have otherwise.
That's interesting. I find it really weird that they want these characters to like shine really hard in their story, and then some of them only get their character arcs inside of like their companion quest. So like Camellia, for example, basically had no role in the story outside of the initial like 1.0 where she like stalked you for a little bit and then you end up getting on top of her. And then outside of that, like you go over to Black Shores and there's nothing in that story about her whatsoever. She's just she ends up being like overclocked and in need of like help or whatever, right, from her doctor. But then you don't even get to interact with that story unless you go to the companion quest. I think it's a really weird design decision to actually relegate the entire story to companion quest. Do you not feel that's kind of weird?
I feel it is weird, but it's also partially because for Wuwa, you have a very limited amount of time, so you have to pick favorites, like quest time. If you try to develop every single character in the main quest is going to be way longer than is profitable. So they have to pick favorites. So for Rhinne, they clearly decided our favorites are going to be Carlotta, Zhani, and Kartethia. Those are going to be the ones we're going to try and sell. Zhani didn't get that much screen time, but that's also because Kuro knew hot woman in instant $10,000. But yeah, Carlotta got a lot of screen time in 2.0 and obviously had set up as a romantic interest for Rover. Brant literally calls it out himself. Like, you can't dodge that. And then Kartethia is getting 2 entire main quests around her, like also getting the harem treatment. So they have to pick favorites, and they pick their favorites. That's just how it's going to be.
Well, I do think it ends up doing the characters dirty though, because it feels like every single one of the stories that they pick, it's always the female characters, right? It kind of circles back. Female characters do sell, but the male characters end up getting done dirty. And part of the issue that they have with selling male characters is that they don't have a big female player base. You've seen recently the stats on Wuthering Waves player base, right? The disparity between males and females.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's like an 88-12 split or something absolutely ridiculous. Or no, it was like 81-19 or something. It's absolutely ridiculous. We'll just say 20%. 20% of the player base is females. Meanwhile, for Genshin, it's like a 60-40 split. But I feel like part of the reason that ends up happening is because, one, they appeal really hard to gooners, and then two, almost all the story that we've just mentioned so far, it's all only exclusively for the female characters. They don't even try to market any of the male characters. Like Jiyan's companion quest was insanely short. Brant's same exact thing. Xiangli Yao, an event, free character. Like, it doesn't make sense. He was
relegated. Okay, I think it's insane how Xiangli Yao had the potential to have one of the most interesting stories in the game, and then they just didn't. Because, okay, fun fact, it's all too obvious now that the character's like Resonator Showcase, that is supposed to be like telling a story of the character. Like, it's very obvious. Like, for example, Changli's was her going to the capital after Act 4 of the Jinzhou quest. And then Xiangli Yao had one of the best trailers, in my opinion. It really shows off his internal struggle.
I actually agree.
They just didn't. Yeah, they just did not dive into it in game, which is insane. Like, why was Zhezhi the one who got a companion quest exactly?
Yeah, I do. You know what's funny? In Zhezhi's trailer, actually, since you mentioned the trailers, Zhezhi literally ends up getting outshined by the other NPC inside of the guy who's actually commissioning her. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. Honestly, I think when it comes to stories and writing, the best character by a long shot, in my opinion, is Jinhsi. Like
Really?
we really got to learn who Jinhsi is as a person, because okay, I think a big reason of why Jinhsi hits so much harder than most characters is because the opponent she's fighting is a personal one. I think personal stories always do way better than grand lore stories.
Right?
So the fact that Jinshi's battle was not against something that was threatening all of Jinjo. I mean, indirectly it was, but the real thing she was fighting is someone who saved her life and guided her for years, and now she is independent enough to go on her own and go against Jue, and that just hits hard. Because my favorite cutscene in the game is still Jinshi's argument with Jue.
That's a pretty good cutscene. I think. Ooh, what is my favorite cutscene in the game? Ooh, that's a tough one. I really like the ending of 2.2. As much as I don't like the 2.2 story, I think that cutscene goes super hard. The entire fight sequence with Fertilist. I'd probably have to give my favorite one to that one.
I think. I mean, I'm not as easily captured by flashiness as most people. Not an insult to you, by the way. But like I really care for those personal moments, which is why character-based narratives like PGR just hit so much harder for me compared to Wuwa. Like Wuwa is very capable of writing good stories. They just need to do it more.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like they did it with Camellia and Consorella, and both those stories, it feels like they were more personal. They had like almost like no connection to lore. Actually, Camellia's entire quest is like some village you don't even get to see because it's Petalfall and it's like completely deceased and it's like completely out of frame. But then you have like the entire arc of her going through everything in there. I don't want to spoil too much in case people haven't played it yet. I think it's really good. And then Consorella, it's like the same exact thing, right? You go through her struggle, like her early life.
Yeah, with her own family.
Yeah, exactly. I do
sure
think
sure, the Phasalia family is important in lore, but it's simply diving deeper into a lore aspect that really didn't need explaining.
Right.
It's simply just a vessel for Consorella to be expressed. Because like one thing I noticed when playing that quest is they really put a big emphasis on the fact that Consorella is kind. She is merciful. Compared to all the other Phasalia, she is the last one to actually harm someone.
Right, and then I feel like they ended up doing her a disservice too. I'm gonna bring it back to the Gunnar stuff. It's weird because like her being a Gunnar bait just does not fit that personality. It doesn't make sense. Like she's like a way different character that she ends up being portrayed as. Right, she ends up being portrayed as like a insane. I mean, the instant vibes I got from her was like she was gonna be like psychopathic yandere, like serial killer kind of stuff. Right, she was just gonna be like a giant assassin killing everyone on cooldown.
I thought she was going to be. Like when I first saw Consorella, I thought she was going to be a manipulative, lying villain. I thought that's what she was going to be.
Right. And then she ended up just being like a cinnamon roll, essentially. It doesn't even make sense. And then
honestly,
go ahead.
You want to know what I think could have gone insane for Arena Sita's story?
What?
I think it would have gone absolutely insane if Phoebe like basically caught the Order red-handed for messing with the Fraxis and all that stuff, and just lost her temper completely and started absolutely yelling, and then she would be like sent on the pilgrimage to be censored basically, and that's what caused the public to be like, wait, what? Isn't she like one of the most devout acolytes? What's going on here? And then that would also put her in connection with Brant, giving us an easy story for 2.1. I don't know why they didn't do that.
Yeah, 2.1 is really weird because it felt like, I mean, honestly, I just didn't like any of the fishing event story. I felt like there was just nothing there. I mean, it was obviously like a filler quest, so they weren't going to add too much to it. And it didn't, it's weird though, because I feel like they could have sold Phoebe super easily. If you looked at, or at least the stats I got on Wuwa Tracker, it didn't look like Phoebe actually sold too well, which I was really surprised by, especially given how strong she is as a unit. But when you don't give stories to these characters, it's kind of hard.
I'm honestly not that surprised by it. Community reception was that she was not that good of a DPS. She was worse than Jinhsi, which ended up being false, obviously. She didn't really get that much screen time in 1.0 or, 2.0 and 2.1. And also, people just didn't really care for who she was as a character. Most people I know pulled her because they thought she was going to be good with Zani in the end, which they ended up being insanely correct.
Oh, I have one conspiracy. I haven't thought too much about this yet. I feel like 2.2. No, circling back to the story. The story, for Cartethia's story, I feel like part of the reason why it didn't hit for me is because I felt like it's the same exact arc they ended up playing with Shorekeeper like a few patches ago, where you find this waifu character and you start interacting with her, and then you find out that you have to like help her. and then you have to go into some sort of area to like go save her, and then she tries to like sacrifice herself afterward, and then you for whatever reason, after she ends up sacrificing herself, she ends up living at the end, and then it essentially comes back to life. I feel like they already ended up playing that trope inside of Black Shores, and so I feel like Cartethia's story as a result doesn't hit as hard for me.
I think Cartethia did it better, to be honest, because Cartethia had an actual personal struggle to go through, whereas Shorekeeper was just like, please, Rover, be my boyfriend.
Yeah, well, I think Shorekeeper is kind of a boring character in that regard, right? But she's kind of made to be boring because she's kind of AI, so I don't expect her to have too much of a personality.
I don't think that's an excuse.
She's made to be boring in that, like, she literally does not have a personality, right? She's just like there. She's like essentially like a blank slate. That's how she acts. I don't like her as a character personally, so like I would criticize that as a character. I think it's really boring, but that's I feel like that's why she acts the way she acts, right? It's because she is an AI. She is a robot.
I mean, I guess. I just think that's a weak excuse. Like, that's just a weak excuse for making your character a piece of white bread.
Though I will say, even if Cartethia ended up executing it better, which maybe I did like the ending of 2.2 more, but I feel like the middle part was insanely bogged down and kind of like ruined any potential it had of getting off the ground. I just hated every interaction with Cartethia there. The most egregious one was, you remember when you're in the boat and you end up falling down and then she ends up like touching you? Yep. I hate that part specifically because I feel like the only reason they have like the water boat stuff that is absolutely super finicky to use and just feels terrible to move around in. I feel like the only reason that was there is because some dev or something thought about that as a scene and wanted to ship it in there.
I think my biggest issue with the 2.2 quest at this point, like, obviously the Cartethia stuff, that, like, the cringe, it angers me. But I think another one, the biggest issue is, like, for, like, 70% of the quest, there's not even an issue that you have to solve because you don't even know what the problem is. Like, you're just getting these swords to unseal something that you don't even know.
Right.
It's only after getting the final sword that Cartethia remembers the issue. Like, we don't even know what we're doing half the time. That's insane.
So we relate to most of the players who play this game. Honestly, good marketing. That's a good selling point, bro.
I mean, hey, I'm so far gone in my farming journey that I am literally trying to get. I have 24 out of 25 good substats on my Phoebe. I'm trying to get that last one.
Dang. Dude, I've been farming Captanias. I hate farming that mob so much. He's literally evil. It takes him forever to start up. He's so scattered across the map. You have to fly to like every single small spot. There's so few of him on the map too. He's literally evil.
And then he's also on 2 sets.
Yeah, that as well. Why is he on 2 sets when he's like specifically made for Spectro? It's just so stupid. I
think the funniest part is, like, you know, like the boxes of the free cost with the guaranteed damage bonus main stats?
Oh yeah, he's not in there.
No, he is in there, just consistently on the Arrow set. He's never on the Spectra set.
Wait, he
always
is in there?
Arrow.
I was looking through the Spectra ones because I have a bunch of those. I was trying to find a Captanias. I couldn't find a single one. If he's on Arrow, that's so messed up.
Yeah, he's there for Arrow, which is funny. It's so funny.
That's messed up. That explains a lot.
Yep. So honestly, when I first heard of like a Spectro heavy echo, I was like, wait, word? That could be a Phoebe buff because, you know, the agenda remains eternal. And then I saw it was a free cast and I was like, oh no. I knew that would not end well. And somehow I managed to get like 2 double crit with like 4 good substats.
Oh, speaking of echoes, how do you feel about the main stat selector?
I think it ended up being handled way better than I thought it would be, because usually when we have these main stat selectors in gachas, there's like, we get like barely any of them, and then they're going to end up rolling bad anyway.
Right.
But I feel like in WUA, they're like, we get enough of them to where you can unironically justify overworld farming again.
Yeah, I actually had the same exact opinion. When I first saw it, I thought it was going to be the most overrated thing ever, but actually it ended up being a pretty good QOL for any account. I did some account reviews yesterday, or some account doctors. I was trying to fix some accounts, as well as when I'm playing on my own accounts, and those things made my life farming so much easier. I don't feel like I have to run around the map first, and for like a lot of players who are super free to play or like super casual, they can just like do some tacit fields, end up rolling whatever they have in the tacit fields with the main stat selectors, which whenever they're rolling their gear or whatever is going to be in abundance just because they don't play that often. I actually think it's like weirdly well executed.
Speaking of quality of life, I don't know about you, but instant boss respawns made me infinitely more interested in farming forecasts.
Yup.
Like, unironically, I was grinding Impermanence Heron for like 15 minutes a couple days ago, because I knew I had a shortage. I just didn't care because I hate farming forecasts.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's been saved. I can kill like I can kill like 3 Impermanence Herons in one Zani rotation.
Yeah, dude,
It's
it's
awesome.
a really good QL. I mean, before you'd have to go in like a triple boss loop or whatever, and it would take you forever to farm like the one that you actually wanted for the character you actually wanted to raise, and even then it would get super annoying because then you have to pray that one of the echoes ended up missing or something, right? It doesn't drop,
Yeah.
which is super stupid, by the way.
Oh, I
I love it.
remember I remember triple farming the Monkey, Inferno Rider, and Mephis when the Nightmare versions came out in 2.0. God, I spent like 4 days straight trying to upgrade my Changli and ended up getting like one of the best pieces possible for her. Just I finally got a crit rate one. Bam, attack percent, double crit with skill damage. Oh, the relief I felt.
Dude, I was in a weird spot because I knew this thing was coming, but then at the same time, I didn't want to, or I wanted to farm to be able to clear content as fast as possible. So I ended up doing it before it got implemented. So I just went there cycling between. It's just so miserable. It's actually so miserable. The game just feels a lot better now. Honestly, a lot of the QOLs that they've added to the game since 1.0 just feel so nice. I'm a returning player. I played
Yeah.
back in 1.0. I played until Chungli's banner, and then I ended up quitting after that just because I stopped playing gachas in general because gachas are hell. And then for some reason, I decided I hated my life, so I came back. But I do like a lot of the QOLs that they've added.
Bro, I've been a daily player since day one. I have a special type of autism.
Wait,
I am autistic, by the way.
oh.
Just clearing that up just before you start throwing words at me. I am actually autistic, but yeah, like I am a special kind of insane about this game. Like literally, the second this game came out, I was like, man, I'm not that interested in Genshin anymore.
I think wait, you still play Genshin, right? You still play Genshin HSR ZZ?
Yeah, I do.
What keeps you interested in those games when you play WoW? I think you said you agree that like WoW was a better product, right? Do you just play Genshin as like a because you can't do everything in WoW always, or do you play it because you get like a different kind of fun from it, or what keeps you playing Genshin?
Okay, so part of the reason I still play Genshin is, I mean, it's okay. So it's hard to explain without sounding like an idiot. So the thing with Genshin is that I have invested a lot of time in it, and I feel like we're so far into the game now. I want to just see how it ends, right? And also, like I got C6 Navia, C6 Chiori. Like I am really invested into the game, and
Mhm.
even though I don't play that much anymore, I still play enough to where I'm able to like pull for characters I like. For example, I'm pulling for Escoffier this week,
Mm.
so I
That's
like
like the
also
chef girl, right? I think she's a
yeah
chef. Yeah.
yeah. Also, just doesn't eat enough of my time to where I see it as a chore.
Mm.
With Star Rail, you see, Star Rail, it's funny. I see Star Rail as a puzzle that I want to solve with my favorite characters. Like, I see
Mhm.
the rampant issues this game's meta has, and I'm like, I'm just gonna not care. I'm just gonna do what I like doing, and it seems to be working so far.
Dude, I feel the same thing. I make a bunch of challenge accounts, right? You probably don't know my content. I do like right now I have like an arrow only account and I have a swords only account that I'm working on. I feel like they're like challenges to see how you can like navigate an account to use like these like scuff kind of things to make like nice teams to be able to
Bro,
clear the content in the game. And then in HSR I did the same thing. I did an ice only account on there.
bro,
And being able to clear with that is
bro,
so fun.
bro. I saw your female only account for Wuhan, and I just thought, wait, that's just every
Yeah, dude,
character.
that's literally the joke with the account. Every time I do it, it's just like it's literally just playing the game normally. I only made that
Yeah.
account because I was getting back into the game and I wanted to see if I wanted to keep playing the game or not. So it was the first account I made, and then after that, I made the other actual challenges. I knew when I made this one, it wasn't a challenge. It was mainly for memes.
Yeah. And then for Zenless, I think Zenless has the second best combat system out of the mainstream gachas compared to Wua. It's very free, and also just like the story, it doesn't waste my time, which is incredible. Like
Mhm.
there's no like Zenless is the one gacha where I don't really have that big of an attachment to any character. Like in Starro, I have Aglaya and Exagoras, Acheron, Robin.
Mhm.
In Genshin, I have like Navia, Nuvalet, Chori. in Zenless, I don't really have that, but the combat system just keeps me engaged for so much. Like
Yeah.
it just feels so freeing, you know?
Yeah, dude, I really like the combat system inside of Zenless. It's weirdly unique, and it doesn't feel like it's anything like crazy. Like there's nothing like super duper special, but like the way everything just ends up playing out, like the meatiness of the hits. That's like the one thing I noticed too is the meatiness of the hits. I don't know. I keep going back to that, but every single time I hit a mob with like any attack, it feels like it has weight behind it, which
Bro,
this game kind of has, but definitely not to the same extent. I don't know why. That's just like the one thing that draws me to the game.
Bro, the second I learned about like defensive assists in Zenless, my enjoyment shot up through the stratosphere, man. Like that is just chunky. Like the only thing I can really compare it to is the parry sound effect from Ultra Kill. Like it just feels so good.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe the game outside of it feels so good. I've only played for a few days now, but like everything feels nice. The only problem is it still feels like a MiHoYo game at its core, and honestly, like progressing through the early game, I feel like I move so slow. So it kind of feels like a little bit hard to catch up. Also, well, actually, I'm not sure. I feel like, all right, here's another topic. I feel like I don't like the drama between like MiHoYo and like Kuro games because I feel like we can take a lot of what these games do well. Like, for example, one thing Zhezhi does really well is the characters are really insanely likable and the story is just written in such a great way. And then also, I feel like as a new player playing that game, they have so many systems inside of the game that'll help you actually be able to build that I feel like we should be able to talk about like stuff that they do well and take that instead of like just like berating MiHoYo constantly, which I find really boring, even though I do think that they're a worse company than Kuro.
I think it's insane that almost every single time I use Star Rail or Zenless music in my videos, there's always that one guy being like, "Oh my god, he used Hoyo music in the Wua video." Shut up! Can I just enjoy both? Like, my guy.
Dude, I feel like most of the community enjoys both too. It's really weird that I feel like people don't talk about that though, or at least I don't see too many content creators talking about it. I feel like most of the time when I see people talk about them, it's always like the hate and the rivalry between the two. But whenever I play Zhezhi and I mention Wua, there's like nothing about love, and then people are like, "Oh yeah, I like this about Wua," or like Wua was like pretty decent, but I play Hoyo games for this, right? But then when I come to Wuthering Waves, it's like it irks me kind of the wrong way because I start playing Wua, and then anytime I talk about like Zhezhi or MiHoYo games, I'll always get like that. Those people are like, "Oh, don't do this." Like I made a new player guide, and one of the first comments on the new player guide was the first thing you need to do to play this game is to uninstall Genshin, and it had like 15 likes, and I was like, "Bro, what the fuck?" My videos get like negative views. How the fuck does that 15 likes?
I think the thing that angers me, like, I understand partially where it's coming from. Because before Wua came out, the Genshin player base was just kind of bullying the game. Which I can understand how it built up resentment. But we are past this! Wua made more revenue last month, man! Come on, we are past this!
Right. Yeah, exactly. I think I think part of the problem is when we do that, we end up excluding a lot of people from the MiHoYo games because we end up looking so rabid in Wua when we constantly just like attack them, even if it's true. Like a lot of the criticisms against MiHoYo are true, right? Like you would agree that like MiHoYo is just like almost always in almost every regard just like a worse company than Kuro, right?
Yeah, I think the one thing that they do consistently do better is like world building.
Mm-hmm. I actually think the characters are more likable than Wua, which is really weird because I like Camellia more than I like any MiHoYo character. But I think in general, I'd prefer like the actual like. I think Zhezhi highlights it the most. The personalities in Zhezhi are actually just like crazy. They're insanely well done.
Zenless is insane for the sheer reason that it doesn't take itself seriously.
Yeah.
Like Miyabi is a procrastinator, and I would not be shocked if Hoyo officially confirmed she had like ADHD. Like if Miyabi was in Genshin, she would be this solemn warrior who works on her own, and her sole goal is to.
This is Brant. He's our goat.
But like her sole goal is to annihilate the Hollows. But in Zenless, she's funny. Like the fact that in Yanagi's trailer, like one of the spots she looked for Miyabi was in a cardboard box. That says a lot about the character.
I mean, she's a cat. She ends up in a cardboard box. Makes sense. Or she's a fox. Yeah. I'm gonna piss some people off by saying that. I haven't gotten that part of the story. All right. Don't kill me. I just did.
Look at the ears, man. Look at the ears.
It kind of looks cat-like. I won't even lie. I just finished Sons of Caledon. I love all the characters there. I didn't like Bernice beforehand because like I don't know, something about her like rubbed me off the wrong way. But then after actually like interacting with her, she didn't get too much screen time during the actual story. But what little screen time she did get, she's such an interesting character. I like Lighter the most though. He's my goat.
Bro, Lighter is the funniest thing they ever made. He's an idiot.
Yeah, I love how he's like super serious and like super macho and everything, and he's like badass, and then he just goes to a complete dumbass, right? Like a complete 180 right afterwards.
Like, bro, the two scenes that did just completely jump scared me in the story was like that one cutscene where they were having the joke funeral, where Lighter said, "That's a heavy responsibility," and then the other moment was just like when he just started randomly yapping about why his shoulders were hurting this one time, and it was like, I didn't ask you for this, so why are you going on this tangent?
I like the I like the one. You remember when he was like fighting that one orangutan guy, and then he ends up doing like this like super long speech or whatever. Yeah. He's talking him up or whatever. He's like, you can live a better life or whatever, right? You can escape. You made it out here. You have the skills or whatever. And then he just forgets his name. Ballum. Bellum.
And he's like, I'll remember you. I just think he's like, I did the Sons of Caledon story like near the end of his banner, because at the beginning, Zenless couldn't really hold me. It was only until like the end of 1.3 that I really started sticking around. But like I was doing the Sons of Caledon near the end of his banner, and one of my friends was like, if you want to skip him, do not do his companion quest. And I ended up pulling him anyway because he was just so funny. And I was like, I wanted Miyabi because, you know, Miyabi's cool.
Right.
So I really I felt like I had to skip Lighter because I had like no polls. So I felt like I had to skip him, but he was just way too funny. So I ended up getting him. So glad I did, by the way, because now I'm an Evelyn main.
Hey, yo, wait, how knowledgeable are you in ZZZ?
I'd say I'm not as knowledgeable as on HSR, Genshin, or WoA, but you know, I understand how the meta works.
So, one thing I've been hearing is that I like Jane, but I was thinking in terms of pull value, Jane is just like, I mean, she's like the equivalent of like pulling for like I don't know, like a Brant, I guess, in terms of value. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Jane is like she's an aggressively decent character. Like she'll do the job, but there is like a lot better options than her.
Right.
Like if you want to clear fast, obviously first answer is Miyabi. And then like if you're looking at like secondary options, you're mainly looking at Yanagi, who is played with Miyabi usually. There's Evelyn. Evelyn actually has the second highest ceiling in the game. There's Soldier Anby, who's also good. Also has pretty good amount of team selection, which I didn't expect initially.
The only issue I have with ZZZ so far is that it feels like, I mean, it's because it's a new game, but like there's so few characters in the game that I feel like I mean, you mentioned like good character selection. I feel like there's so few teams I feel like I can actually pull for. Maybe it's just because I'm getting baited by like looking at like tier lists or whatever. But I feel like when I was looking at it, I was thinking like I pull Lighter, maybe I can pull Hugo, and then I had to pull Yishuan or Miyabi, and that's like all I have, and then I had to roll with like Soldier 11, I guess. But I think I need 3 teams, so I don't know how that works.
Okay, so for Shiyu defense, you need 2 teams, and for Deadly Assault, to get all of the polychromes, you only need 2 teams. Unless your teams aren't strong enough, because basically you need to get a certain amount of stars, and like there's 3 bosses with a maximum of 3 stars each, and after you get 6 stars, that's all the polychromes, so you only need 2 good teams. But if your teams aren't that good, you'll want a 3rd team.
But the 3rd team, I'm assuming the 3rd team can be like in this game where you just like clear like the floor 3s essentially, right? So they don't have to be like that built up.
I mean, okay. Basically, it's like you either have 2 like strong good teams, or you have 3 okay teams. That's kind of how it is.
Okay.
Like so, you mentioned okay. So who do you want to pull for? Because I'm pretty sure I can like make good teams for you.
I have Soldier. I was gonna go Soldier 11 Lighter. For sure. I heard those two were good together because I already have Soldier 11. She's my main carry currently, or my only carry currently. And then I heard Lighter's like a good versatile unit. And then you can also pair with like Lycon, but that's only if Hugo comes out. I need to test Hugo's kit and see if I actually like him. It's kind of weird because like I can look at the kit and understand what it does, but like until I actually feel like how all the individual things play out, I don't want to like, or I don't want to say like I'm gonna pull for a character, right? But his kit on his face looks pretty decent.
I really like Hugo. My main issue is that he's right before Yishuan, who I really like.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking of saving for Yishuan because I heard she was gonna just be essentially like 2.0 Miyabi, right? Which is just giga broken.
Yeah, that does seem to be what they're trying to do. Also, okay, yeah, like Yi Xuan's definitely going to be a really good pick for your account. Miyabi is also Miyabi's just an obvious number one pick. Let's be real here. Um, I mean, also getting Astra, obviously, incredible idea, obviously. Um,
Is
and then for
Astra
your
like the
third
equivalent
team,
of Shorekeeper, or would you say she's like a lower value, more like a Verina?
she's like a shorekeeper, yeah. Like she's
Hmm.
like if Astra is shorekeeper, then I'd say Nicole is Verina. Nicole is stupid good. Like
What
there's
is
some
is
teams where I
Nicole not
clear
more like
recommend
Sun
her.
Hua?
Oh no. I don't think that's fair because like in Zenless, team building is pretty different than in Wuwa because in Wuwa you almost always have DPS sub DPS support core,
Gotcha.
but in Zenless it's not as concrete. So you'll have dual DPS comps, dual anomaly. Um, so the way that the current meta structure is like there's DPS characters, there's stun characters, and support characters like buffers. Um, so you either run double DPS with one support, um, DPS stun and support, or DPS and double supports. That's basically how it goes.
Um,
That was probably a lot of words to digest.
yeah. I was just trying to think like how that applies to my current account. So, do you think like Soldier 11 Lighter is like a good like one team, and then I would go for like branch out for a second team from there. So like Yishuan, for example, and then a third team would just be whatever DPS I want to build around. I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I do think upgrading from Soldier 11 into into like something like a Yanagi team or like a Evelyn team is going to be a big upgrade because Soldier isn't that good. Like she'll clear, but it does require more effort than I would like it to. You know.
Yeah. I was just thinking
So like
because well, I'm not gonna be spending on the account. So from what I was told, I only get like 2 to 3 units that I'm going to be able to pull for on banner relative to like how many polychromes you get as a new player. So I was trying to think like I can't. I almost feel like I'm forced to use Soldier 11 in that regard. But well, I do like Soldier 11, so I don't mind using her. I'm not saying like I just like using her, but uh, because I would need like other supports or like another main DPS, maybe even like 2 main DPSs I'd have to pull for. So I'd have like one extra like pull I can go for. It seemed like really weird for me
yeah,
to find a team that I can do Soldier 11. But then also I wanted to pull for Evelyn, but then I felt like Evelyn might be less pull value because then it ends up replacing Soldier 11. Where it's like kind of weird because it's like it's kind of like the Zani thing, right? Where it's like Zani is like technically like a stronger ceiling, right? But then with the lighter, I think the Evelyn should
yeah,
be right. Then Soldier 11,
yeah.
but then like you're replacing
Yeah,
like something that can already clear, which is a little bit weird.
yeah. I mean, I'd say, if you have to pull for someone, I think Yixuan is probably going to be like the smartest choice
Mm.
because we know she's coming, and she's most likely going to be stupid OB broken. Like she's been stated by Hoyoverse to be Void Hunter level. So, let's be honest, they're gonna make her good. um, and honestly, I think like Yixuan should honestly probably be good enough to carry like your Shiyu defense to where Soldier 11's fine. So at that point, I'd say just get the Astra to buff your Soldier to be like better because Astra is just stupid good. And then I foresee Yixuan probably having like good low cost teams like Miyabi does. Like Miyabi does stupidly well on like stupid stuff like Nicole Sokaku. Why is
Mm.
Miyabi able to clear on that? She just is.
I heard that Miyabi like as a solo character does as well as like actual teams. I heard she was that
Uh,
ridiculous.
I don't think that's the case. She definitely wants her supports, especially like at least to get disorder procs, which give her like her stacks for her charge attack. Like I think that's just that's probably just people over exaggerating her value.
I was one thing I was wondering is one thing I've heard is that HP inflation feels really bad in ZZZ. Do you agree with that, or do you feel like that might be like an issue going forward? Because obviously like HSR has that issue, so it's not like it's against Mahoyo's creed to do something like that. But that is one worry I do have getting into the game, which I mean I'll probably be able to clear anyway. I'm generally like able to clear stuff in games, I'd imagine, so it shouldn't be too hard even with HP inflation. It does seem like a skill based game.
I think it's more so that okay. There's two endgame modes being Shiyu defense, which is
Mhm.
like kind of like Okay, it's hard to give like a straight comparison, but it's basically like first you have like this wave of small mobs and then a boss. So I guess it's kind of like TOA. And then you have Deadly Assault, which is like free bosses where you have a certain amount of time and you need to do as much damage as possible. But the thing is, most of the HP inflation was in Shiyu defense, and Shiyu defense was really easy, like stupidly easy. So I think it's more so just balancing out how easy it is. We'll have to see how it goes into the future, though. Because there was like 68% HP inflation since Miyabi's release, which is ridiculous.
Does it feel like they try to force you to pull for units in that game?
Oh, no, definitely not. It like, I haven't felt pressured to pull any unit. Because like, I just got I have my Evelyn, and I have my Miyabi Yanagi team as my primary teams. Those two teams literally obliterate like everything in their wake. Like I don't think there has been like, and that's the like my Miyabi is on an engine that doesn't even work on her. Like sure, my Evelyn has her signature and her best team, but she also does way better than my Miyabi, to be fair. But yeah, like if you just pull good teams, you're not going to be pressured into pulling new units. But it definitely feels like you have to be like smart with who you get.
So then, to go back to the polls, you're saying lighter, Yishuan, Astra would be the best possible thing I could do for my account?
Yeah, like I'd say Soldier, Lighter, and Astra would be one comp. And then, I mean, we obviously don't fully know how Yishuan works. She's not out yet. But like based on the president that Miyabi set, there's probably a pretty good chance that she's going to have good low investment teams. Although because she is a new class, she's probably going to want like a good W engine, like her signature maybe. But if she's in any way like Miyabi, she's going to have good free-to-play options, like when it comes to teammates.
That's good. I mean, I like that.
Yeah.
Wait, are there any gachas you're looking forward to playing that are coming up? I was looking forward to Ethereum Restart, but I'm not a...
I haven't heard of that one. The one I'm mainly excited for is Arknight's Enfield. I heard from my friends that it looks good, and I trust my friends to have good taste. So yeah, yeah.
It does look good. I was planning on picking up the game. It's kind of... Do you know about the game?
Arknight's Enfield?
Yeah.
No, I've looked at some characters, but I know nothing about it.
It's kind of weird because I think it's supposed to be like a building kind of game, almost like a Factorio. Do you know what Factorio is?
I've heard of it. Don't know much about it though.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know how to describe it outside of like you kind of like build an area and then you go fight afterward, which is kind of weird. The building is kind of putting me off from it because it's supposed to be unique in that regard. I think that's supposed to be one of the main sells of it. But the combat looks so good from what I've seen out of the trailers. I haven't seen like any beta footage or anything, but like out of the trailers that I've seen and whatnot, that I'm actually probably going to give it a shot too. Though I don't know if picking up too many more gachas is a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already playing a bunch of gachas, so it would have to be one that doesn't like it would have to be a gacha that doesn't require much spending or time, because like I kind of get all of the fill from gachas from the ones I currently play. Like if I want a good story, I go to PGR and like generous polls. If I want to lock in on gameplay, I go to Wuwa. If I just want to have a chill time, I go to like Genshin. If I want to hate myself, I play Star Rail.
Wait, I think it's so hilarious how everyone who plays Star Rail ends up accepting the fact that like the game just feels a little bit miserable, but then also it sold 100 million last month. Like, isn't that kind of ridiculous?
The character, okay, here's the thing. Almost every single person I know that plays Star Rail and isn't in the meta community literally doesn't even try the endgame modes. Like, they just walk around with characters they find hot.
Like, I mean, that's what every gacha is, isn't it? That's why the people sell so well.
Star Rail has way lower of a meta community, I feel, because like almost everyone knows the meta is bad.
Does ZZ have a meta community? I feel like ZZ would be like just pull for waifu too, especially given like what I think of the community just as a whole. Like instantly, I think of ZZ. The first thing that comes to my mind is just Gunnar.
Zenless also has a small meta community, but the meta community is like more fleshed out, I feel, because the game is actually skill based. because like one thing that you'd never know without looking at the meta community is Harumasa has one of the highest damage ceilings in the game. It's just that he is an absolute chore to play. Like
Why
my
does he get
man.
rated so low on tier list then? I saw him below like basically every other DPS, even Jane Doe.
Yeah. So the reason for this is because, like, when you aren't putting in the effort to give him to like when you are not putting in the effort to get to that ceiling, he just ends up being lackluster. Like he is an insanely skill dependent unit.
I guess that
Which
makes
is,
sense.
like, what
Yeah,
holds
yeah.
him
Tier
back.
lists are generally like more aimed towards like players who are like less skilled, right? I mean, I guess it's kind of a reason why we put quick swap units a little lower. Though I guess they'd be lower, like pretty low anyway. But like for new players, if I were to like give them ideas, I would say like play the easier characters. So it makes sense that they would tell people to stay away from it.
Yeah, it's like, why would you ever touch Harumasa outside of having fun when Miyabi released in literally the exact same update?
Dude, I actually like Haramasa's kit. I kind of wish he was free. Dude, you know what sucks? I like both
He
Xiangli
was.
Yao and still he's not still free anymore. Like when I started the
Yeah.
game, because I started recently, he's not available anymore. It's the
Hell
same thing
no
with
so.
Xiangli Yao. Yeah, they made
Yeah,
both of free, both the males. Most people probably want to pull for them. I like the characters though. I'm debating pulling for Xiangli Yao. He's super cool.
Bro, as someone who got Xiangli out early, honestly, I thought he was going to be disappointing, but then I played him and I was like, wait,
Dude, it's
he
weird
might be
because he's so
cooking.
simple, but he's actually insanely fun. Like the simple characters in this game actually feel pretty good too, which I like too. I like that I don't have to only play Changli, though I do love playing Changli. She's super fun. Even like Phoebe.
Yeah.
Phoebe's pretty simple, right? The only real mechanic in our
Yeah.
kit is like animation canceling and then dodging on your third heavy attack, which is like or third auto
Yeah.
attack, which is super easy to do. And then that's like basically all she has. But they're still super fun to play. They feel super satisfying. I love that.
Yeah. Like, okay, so the thing with Xiangli Yao, like, okay, I remember making like a tier list with like a bunch of speedrunners and theory crafters on a stream on YouTube once,
Mhm.
like being invited for a collab, and essentially, we were talking about Xiangli Yao, and we ended up rating him highly because he was easy to use, and basically people in chat kept making more and more absurd situations in like, what if this happened though, like to the point where someone said, what if you accidentally pressed Alt F4 in the middle of your rotation? And I responded with, he would probably still have his ult up by the time you log the game back on. 28-second duration is a ridiculous duration for his ultimate.
Yeah, I thought it would be hard to. Why is he labeled as like hard to play too? Because I thought he would be hard to play with like Changli.
Wait, by who?
Like people
Wait,
say like the
who said that?
Xiangli Yao variant is hard to play. I know for a fact Pridwin says that.
That's just purely for Changli. That's purely because Changli's in it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because he didn't
Like,
feel that hard once I learned his kit. Like it took me like one run, I learned his kit, and then he was just like completely brain dead after that. It's literally just skill,
Yeah,
auto
like,
skill, and then swap.
yeah, like I'm actually friends with the person who does all the like the Pridwin reviews and stuff. And yeah, it is essentially just a Changli thing. And here's the thing for Pridwin, they just assume people are like not good at all.
Yeah, that makes sense actually.
like essentially just mashing their face on their keyboard. That level of difficulty.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I assume most people aren't good too, dude. Have you done like account reviews and stuff like that?
I have actually, yes.
Dude, you've seen the cursed stuff that people have. Oh my god.
The amount of people who have seen where their brand was on Overture made me cry. Overture might be the biggest bait in the history of all of WoWa.
Do you not use Overture on like Sonhua, for example?
Okay. Not on Sonhua. I think, okay, honestly, I don't think there's a single sword character who wants to use Overture.
Really?
Like, Sonhua at S5, like, oh, fun fact, some of Sonhua's Concerto generation is locked behind S5.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I didn't get S5 until recently. I was wondering why my rotation wasn't working properly. It's messed up. Yeah. It actually feels clean now, though.
Yeah, but, like, for Sonhua S5 or S6, you don't use Overture. For Rover, you don't use Overture because the outro skill is worthless. Like, obviously on none of the damage characters you're using Overture. You're not using it on Yang Yang. Overture is kind of just a bad weapon, to be honest.
It's interesting because variation is so good, but I guess variation is good because you can leave it at like low level and the actual damage coming from it doesn't matter for the characters you're putting it on, even though they're the same exact effect. I guess that makes sense.
I mean, energy regen though. That's a pretty big thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The sword characters that you're using, none of the swords are going to be like healers or anything, right? Whereas variation, you're putting on characters who aren't doing damage, like the Verinas, like the Shorekeepers.
Yeah.
Sanhua
I mean,
actually does like decent damage though.
yeah. Okay. Actually, I want to say something about that. Okay. I hate it when people give statements like this character does a decent amount of damage or this character does a good amount of damage because people never put it into reference how much damage the characters are doing. Because decent or good or great greatly vary from greatly vary from person to person.
Right?
Because here's the thing, right? Like when you say Sanhua does good damage, you do know it's lower than Yang Yang's, right?
Yeah, but I would consider the good damage on top of the bot. But yeah, I can see how that could be misleading. Yeah.
Yeah. Like just saying this character does good damage is insanely misleading. Like you can okay, especially when people don't know how much damage each character does. Because there's people who say like Contarella does amazing damage and then they'll say Mortefi does decent damage. Brother, Mortefi does almost 50% more. I'm sorry to break your little dream bubble, but Mortefi does more damage than Contarella.
Yeah, I can see how like that could be That's part of the problem I actually have with oh fuck, what was it? I think it was the I'm trying to remember. There was some calcs recently. It might have been I'm trying to remember exactly whose. Um
Mm-hmm.
uh I got done all by myself. I forgot what I was saying.
Oh hell no! I
My bad.
responded to someone in chat, so I also forgot what we were talking about.
No, it was about damage, but I was trying to I couldn't remember what character I was thinking of.
Like a calc that was done recently. We were talking about Mortefi, Contarella I mentioned earlier.
It'll come back to me. I'll bring it up again when I think about it. Anyway, continue
Surely.
with your thought.
Wait, did I even have one? I think I think I pretty much finished it. Like people will just say things without knowing what they're actually talking about. Like Mortefi in a GN team just does more damage than Cantarella consistently.
Oh, okay.
But
I remember what it was. It was actually all right. Pridwin specifically. Actually, I had an issue with. It was for Zani's rotation without Phoebe. Was they were showing the damage I think specifically for Zani, but they weren't counting the extra damage from Spectre Rover. So the differential between having Phoebe and having Spectre Rover looked a lot bigger than it actually was in reality when you're playing Zani with Quick Swap, which I thought was misleading because it looked like almost like a 50% damage difference when they initially had the Zani kit out on the website.
Yeah. Oh, someone said in chat is they wondered why Phoebe was a bit lower, and I mentioned the reasons, and they were like, Phoebe should be an A plus. Jinhsi also struggles in Wiwa and isn't as F2P friendly with teammates. That's a fair point. You want to create an A minus tier and put Jinhsi in there?
Yeah. The only problem with that is, yeah, I can put Jinhsi lower, I guess, but oops, I didn't even do that.
I mean, it's just hard comparing her to Jiyan, you know, because Jiyan is just really good in both.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's like I don't want to move her up right next to Jiyan because I feel like I would rather pull for a Jiyan than I would a Phoebe. And I'm a Phoebe Glazer. That character is very good. I think she's underrated. I'm surprised more people don't own her.
Is Carlotta still without having Phoebe? Is Carlotta still brain damage? Without having Zhezhi, is Carlotta still worth? Yes. You can run Taochi, you can run Yang Yang, you can run Sanhua. She has plenty of options, and her baseline is high enough to where it doesn't matter that they're worse than Zhezhi. Just remember to build some ER in your Carlotta when you're using Taoxia or Sanhua. Because that is a interesting. Like Zhezhi gives the 15 free energy, which you need to account for with other characters.
Oh, yeah, it's another thing too. Shorekeeper can actually make your energy requirements. Oh wait, no. That's only for Shorekeeper specifically. Never mind. And Spectre Rover. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid.
I mean, Shorekeeper does generate more energy than Verina, but it's like it's minuscule in practice. Bro, the coolest thing, so I have this calculation sheet template that I do all my calcs on.
Right?
And it's really like I have this thing where it automatically looks at all of the attacks I'm using and takes the energy from those attacks and adds it all together to automatically calculate the energy regen requirement. And it's just cool to see how much energy each character generates. Like, for example, GN generates about 60 energy per rotation, assuming a 7.5 Qinglong combo. And then if we were to look at like Phoebe, she generates like she generates like 70 free energy. That's something cool I noticed.
I mean, that's kind of interesting too. I mean, I guess it would depend on like who they want the supports to be for those characters. Well, I guess in their case for DPS characters, but that could like limit who goes on what team, right? Because you can kind of screw up rotations in that regard. I haven't actually thought too much about that. That's kind of interesting.
I mean, that's something I mentioned for Jiyan. His energy needs are incredibly volatile because his energy generation is like spread out for his entire rotation because he's like basically energy seems to have a strong equivalence with the amount of damage an attack does. Obviously it depends from move to move, but because Jian's damage is so consistent throughout his rotation, he's generating like the same amount of energy all the time. So whenever he misses like at like one Qinglong attack, that's a pretty big loss in energy generation.
Well, it's kind of interesting. Camellia kind of has the same issue. Do you know red versus white Camellia, like the DPS differential there versus like the reality?
I haven't really calced the too much. I usually calc in red hair mode because when you're using Camellia, you're usually doing it for the AoE. I have calced white hair Camellia a bit though. Let me try and pull it up. It was a pretty old sheet.
From
Like
what I
I was
remember,
probably old.
I've only seen Meiji's calcs on it. I'm not sure. I haven't interacted with Deer Crafters too much, so I'm not sure like who's like the most accurate. But from what I understand about the actual damage difference between the two, it's basically negligible because the rotation doesn't or the actual damage difference, assuming you're hitting the whole time, is like 4% or something according to her calcs. But then because you have like air hang time due to the intro and whatnot, you have to wait for that. It ends up being like a 1% differential. So then the reality of the damage difference
Yeah,
ends up becoming a how long you can actually stick on the boss, which white mode has like a harder time on, which means that like the actual like uptime loss for that part ends up making it so in reality red becomes better, even though white is technically more DPS. But then also the only reason I mentioned that is because you mentioned like Jiyan and like if you miss an attack you're kind of screwed. Like Camellia has like the same exact issue where if you end up like missing an attack, her rotation becomes so screwed on white because she needs her entire attack rotation to generate like just enough concerto to be able to use her skill or like the bloom.
I mean that's kind of like the same thing with red hair Camellia. Like whenever I play her and there's like a boss that like jumps backwards and I miss like 2 hits, I need to do 2 extra basic attacks. And because the first 2 basics take so much longer than just the spin multi hits, that can be a pretty big loss and ends up losing you some extra skill uptime.
Yeah, what I was doing in those situations, I was just using skill to build it because skill builds up a lot, and then I use it, and then I just do white Camellia, assuming a single target.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I actually don't own Camellia on my own account, so I don't have that much practice with the character to be honest.
Oh, Camellia's my favorite character. I play her too much. I have her on the swords account. I have her on the females account. She hard
Yeah,
carried me.
my favorite character is Phoebe. Second favorite Jinhsi.
I think
Someone said Zani is C. I am cooked.
true.
This is purely for early game free to play players. Like this is assuming you have like basically nothing else in your account. Don't worry. Zani gets incredibly strong when you give her like her good teammates.
Yeah, characters like Changli or Zhezhi go way higher up too. Or even like Brad, like once you start including like signatures in the equation as well, this changes a lot. So this list is assuming free to play. So it'll be a little bit different. Like characters like, I mean, even like Xiangli Yao, because he's a little bit more versatile. Changli is a little bit more versatile. The list would shift around a little bit.
Yeah, like I think Zani would 100% go up. I think Phoebe just kind of stays where she is because she's just straight up. She's just solid, you know. I think.
Well, I think if it's
Jinhsi
not free to play,
honestly
I would
has
actually put Phoebe in S just because she's versatile and that she could be DPS and sub DPS. And
Oh
so
yeah,
I
true.
think she gets value there too. On top of being like,
And when
she's literally top on both. So I think that's kind of
yeah,
ridiculous.
and then also the multi-wave Frazzle the
Oh,
coming
yeah, the
in
Chukona?
like a week or two.
Right.
Yep. Wouldn't Rochia be higher if this is for early game F2P? Her grouping is really comfy both in TOA and open world. Okay, here's the thing. Her grouping might be comfortable in overworld, but I'm sorry. Are you struggling with overworld? And then for TOA, there's not really that many stages that require grouping. And even then, you could just pull for an AoE DPS like Jiyan or Camellia and get the exact same effect with like way more efficient pulls.
Yeah, exactly. The problem with Rocha is that she also eats the slot of Sanhua. She's gonna be a basic attack buffer. So you pull for her, and then you have to either pull for another basic attack unit, or you just ate the slot of one of the best free characters that you have on your account. So that's an issue with her as well.
Yeah. I think okay, I'm gonna be honest. This tier list feels incredibly defined by Sanhua's existence.
Dude, Sanhua's existence literally warps everything. That character is messed up. Every time I start an account, she's so messed up. The accounts feel so different the second you hit day 5 because you get Sanhua, she just carries you. It's fucked up. That character's fucked up.
I think that's one of the biggest advantages to Phoebe, I feel. Like, she can use Sanhua if you've already built her, but if your Sanhua is unavailable, you can press the Mortefi button.
I mean, Mortefi's fucked up too.
yeah, like...
I mean, it's kind of warped by Mortefi too, because he goes over here too. Like, GM pairs really well with him too.
Yeah. Yeah, and also just the fact that he's good with Jinhsi and with Phoebe. Like, like Mortefi and Sanhua just completely warp this game's early game to a ridiculous degree.
I mean, true. I mean, Verina kind of does as well, right? Because you don't even have to pull for like a second support after that. There's no reason to. I mean, I guess there is no second support in the game right now, but
I mean, I feel like Verina doesn't have as much of an impact because she's essentially just, hey, what if Baizha but better?
I mean, Baizha but better is disgustingly OP.
Although I will say, when I got my Verina from the free standard 5-star, it's, you know, that meme of the guy who the chains breaking? Like, oh my god.
Dude, I have S2 Verina. Every 50-50 I lost went to Verina. I have S2 Verina. That character is so messed up. It actually feels so disgusting.
I'm still at S1, bro. I'm still at S1.
She's so honestly, disgusting.
I want S4. You want to know why?
Why?
I can run her on Empyrean Anthem, and then I can have Rejuvenating Rover, and then I can have not only the damage amplification, but also her attack, and then Empyrean Anthem's attack, and then also the Spectra damage from S4, and then I have Rover as my Rejuvenating holder for Phoebe.
Wait, that's weird. Have you tried
It sounds stupid, but it works.
Have you tried double DPS Rover plus Zani? That comp?
Rover doesn't do enough damage to be classified as a DPS.
I thought I thought for that comp you're supposed to run Eternal Radiance on Rover for Zani, the quick swap comp.
Wait, okay, quick swap comp. Here's the thing: Rover's damage is not high enough to be classified as a DPS, in my opinion. Like, it feels more like you are saving time from your rotation when you quick swap rather than actual dual carrying.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same as like inserting Yang Yang into your Xiangli Yao abilities. Like, you're not doing it because the character does so much damage. It's just to make your rotation faster.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Man, I feel like this stream was very defined by just the sheer amount of knowledge I have in my noggin.
I mean, it definitely does make it helpful. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, that's super useful. Wait, actually, I wanted to ask you. So I've been looking through. Sure. Or wait, what do you want to say? This is gonna be a different topic. So go ahead.
I was gonna be like, you should have watched more of my videos.
I actually, you know what's funny? When I approached you for the polling tier list or whatever, I actually didn't know you made a bunch of poll videos before. I saw that after I ended up sending that message to you. I was like, oh. Wait, this guy's a bunch of polling stuff on it. Oh, wait, what? I literally only saw the Zani video. I was gonna ask you though, on the topic of that, are there other Wuthering Waves creators that you think are like kind of underrated in the scene, or you feel like deserve more recognition?
Okay, this is gonna sound really ego, but I don't really watch like any Wua CCs. Like, I put on my own videos because I like my own voice.
Okay, narcissist.
Let me see if I can find some of that. Like, I mean, one of my biggest friends makes Wua videos, but I wouldn't call them underrated because they have like 65,000 subscribers. Oh, 70,000 now. Damn. Yeah. So I wouldn't really say underrated. Also, I mean, there's one person, but they don't really upload anymore. Jover.
Damn. Yeah, I was trying to wonder. I was trying to find more content creators in the Wua scene. It's kind of weird because like the game is pretty big, but when I compare it to like Genshin or like HSR and whatnot, it feels like there's not as many content creators in the scene for some reason. I don't understand why. I feel like the market share is there.
I feel like a lot of that is because Wua is less interesting of a casual experience, and a lot of like these Genshin or Star Wars CCs, like for example, Bran Online or Doro, like they're a lot more aimed towards casual play and just having fun with the game, which Wua doesn't really seem to have a big community for.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can definitely see that.
Vessel knew exactly what I was talking about. Yep, my friend is Juice.
Wait, who's Juice? I don't watch
She
Wuwa
is
creators
a
either. That's why I asked.
no, she's a Genshin and Wuwa creator who also does occasional Star Wars stuff. She's like my best friend.
Ah, that's kind of
Also
cool.
helped me a lot with my YouTube career.
Oh wait,
I,
okay,
I,
wait. Are you comfortable talking about like YouTube stuff on stream?
oh sure, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
I'm curious. Like, how much do you think about like your or how much do you want to grow? Or is your job or is your goal to be like a full time content creator? Or are you just like doing it for fun, or like what's your goal with YouTube?
I do want to be full time because here's the thing: I am currently a student in like college, and here's the thing, right? The course I am doing makes me want to tear my skin off at times. So here's the thing: I'm pushing through to get the degree, so I have that safety, right? But I'm praying I never have to use that safety net. Because there is nothing that sounds more boring to me than coding for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
True.
Oh my god, I don't want to do that. So I'm praying this works out. Because like here's the thing. I've been uploading like ever since December of last year. I've been uploading multiple times a week. And I have seen success and I've made big changes to my content, obviously. And I am growing. I just don't know if I have enough time to grow. That's my thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It does take time. What do you think? Like, what do you think is the biggest thing that you've done so far that has made the most impact for your growth?
Oh, for my growth, like what did the definitely uploading 3 times a week instead of once a week. Like that got me so many more views and subscribers. It's ridiculous. Just uploading more is the. It sounds so obvious because like oh my god, I make 3 times the amount of videos. I grow 3 times faster. I mean, not directly because some videos just aren't going to perform that well when you make that many.
Right?
But it sounds so obvious, but it just works.
Yeah, I kind of don't like one thing I've noticed in the scene, especially. It feels like if you want to go really fast, the easiest way to do that is to be able to put out multiple videos a day and to be able to like capture like the very like small attention span of the audience. And so like for example, like reading Reddit comments or like stupid stuff like this does insanely well because it's super easy to put out. It's super engaging because you can make people feel like a certain emotional reaction, and so you can generate a lot of views that way for very low effort. Whereas I'm assuming you're doing things like guides. I'll look through more through your channel after this, but I saw like the analysis
Yeah.
you were doing. I saw like the pulling stuff you were doing. So I'm assuming this content takes like a good amount of effort, right? It's not like videos you can just whip out instantly, or you're like on a stream and then you just upload it immediately afterward, right?
Yeah. I do have to put in effort. One thing I will say that is very beneficial towards me is a lot of the work I do for videos are things I just genuinely enjoy doing in my free time most of the time.
Mhm.
Like calculations and theory crafting are things that just simply interest me. And like like I've been able like okay, one big thing for theory crafting and meta content that is incredibly important is that you have to be able to read abilities and instantly be able to tell, okay, these are the advantages, these are the disadvantages.
Mhm.
And because that's something I do in my free time, I have a massive advantage because I don't need to think about it. I just know.
Hmm.
So that does save me a lot of effort, but yeah, like I like the biggest thing is definitely voiceover and scripting because you need to be able to convey your point in a way that makes sense because okay, I'm gonna sound ego again, but a lot of people just aren't that good at picking up what I'm putting down. When
It's
you
hard for them
go
to
over
understand, or
yeah,
it feels like it's hard to understand for them, or maybe this is not what you're getting at, but
I mean
they
it's
won't
more
have
so
like the
like
knowledge base beforehand.
it's like yeah, like I say something, it makes complete sense to me. But then someone will ask for further explanation or just completely debunk my point in a way that doesn't even make any sense because I did not put enough emphasis on what I was saying. For example, like when Shorekeeper was rerunning, I said that the one DPS that does not use Shorekeeper is Phoebe.
Mhm.
And I said, but like basically because Rover has S4, which gives them access to healing, making them able to run Rejuvenating Glow. But then there's still people saying you can run Rover and Shorekeeper, and that's the best team. And because I didn't do a good enough job at debunking that, I like that's why they're commenting that. So a big part of making meta and TC content is being able to convey your point in a quick manner that makes sure that people don't lose their attention span, but also in a detailed enough manner to where people like fully understand where you're coming from.
Do you feel like you want to branch out into more other games? I mean, you say you play, or obviously you play like ZZ, Genshin, HSR, and whatnot. But when I was looking at your channel for a little bit, it seemed like you were mainly doing WoW content. Is there a reason for
Yeah.
that?
Okay, so I started off making Genshin content. I did Genshin TC videos. I made guides for that. Like my most viewed video on my channel is still a Genshin video. Um, it was my Verina guide, like before her release. And the thing is, like at a certain point, I just like lost interest in Genshin. Like, for example, the last time I covered Genshin was Mavuika, who obviously is the Archon. But then we got Mizuki, who was an incredibly bad and boring character. And I was like, okay, why would I ever talk about this character when I could be talking about literally two of my favorite WoW characters? And it kind of just expanded from there into and then I started hard focusing on WoW. And guess what happened? My WoW content started exploding because like there was a lot of hype around Rhinne and 2.0. And I managed to ride that wave into a point where I was comfortable doing only WoW content. And that's kind of where I am now. And now to go to your point of would you want to branch off to other games? The primary reasons I would have for doing that are one, to get more people into my audience. But there's a problem with that because when half your audience watches this video, half your audience watches this other video, YouTube sees that as your viewers being inconsistent and not really caring about your content, which is bad. So you only want to focus on multiple games when you feel like you've quote unquote capped out on the one game you cover. And the other thing is I'm just waiting for a game that gives me enough interest for the meta so I can theory craft it. Because with my two other favorite gachas right now being PGR and Zenless, PGR's meta is incredibly simple. It just the new character is going to be good in this team, and I feel like I don't understand the game enough, and TC is not really that relevant. Like the meta is really easy to figure out, so I feel like meta content is not really something that would be that good. Also, I'm trying to enjoy that game casually. I don't want to worry about making content for PGR. And then for Zenless, like I feel like it's like it definitely has topics to talk about, but the community isn't big enough to justify me making content for it. Also, again, my knowledge base is less high for the game, meaning I'm less confident about my content.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure. I didn't see too much inside of the Zani video. How do you feel about trying to do more content that showcases your personality? So like things like say interacting with other streamers on stream, like the collabs. I'm not sure how much you actually do. Once again, I haven't seen too much of your content, but like one thing I've noticed, a lot of the streamers who end up growing are like streamers who end up collabing with each other, streamers who end up pushing like or being able to like talk about topics, essentially just like yapping about like random topics that end up happening, right? You see this in the WoW scene a lot, right? Like a lot of people are exploding recently. Seem like they're just people who end up covering topics or whatever, injecting their own opinion. Do you feel like that's not the kind of route you want to end up going?
I am 100% willing to go down that route, but I had a barrier, like in my content that like basically like first of all, I'm really bad at making connections. I usually stay in my own circle. Like it has to do with like an incident that I had in the Genshin community that basically made me like retreat into my own shell. So I don't really interact that much with other creators. I don't really watch WoW creators, so it's hard for me to find people. And like there was just this barrier between me and other content creators. So I basically just talk to my friends who and some of them happen to be big in the WoW sphere. Or just in the gacha sphere. So yeah, like I would love to do more collabs. It's just that I need to find people I want to do them with. Like obviously I'm best friends with Juice, who is a very big creator. I am on her stream a lot of times. We're basically just yapping about random stuff on the stream. But yeah, I'm definitely open to collabing with more people. I think that's definitely something I want to do.
I'm kind of surprised that I don't see more of that in the WoW scene because it's weird. The Twitch viewership for WoW is actually generally bigger than it is for the MiHoYo games, which I mean, Wuwa, I don't think it has the player base for that, but it seems like the interest around like people actually watching the game is high. But I mean, maybe it's because of what you mentioned earlier about like the casual players not being as in abundance. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that though. I feel like this game is actually. I feel like there's like an insane amount of casuals who play this game. I feel like most of the people who play this game are actually probably casuals. Anyone I end up interacting with, like anytime anyone asks for like an account review or something, all these accounts seem like pretty, honestly, like mediocrely built. It's not like these guys are like giga sweats.
Okay, so okay, maybe I used the wrong term. I don't think. Okay, this is gonna. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna give any warning. But a lot of the community around like Hoyoverse games is based around shipping and fan fiction and fan art. But that isn't really that big in Wuba. Like we don't have the deranged shippers here. Like sure, we have a couple ships, like we have Jinhsi Sanhua, but like a lot of that passion that people have in the Hoyo games is just not present for Wuwa for some reason. Which means that the casual players end up being less invested in the game and watch content creators less. If that makes sense.
Do I agree with that? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I would agree with that because the Twitch viewership naturally is just like higher in Wuthering Waves. I feel like people are gravitating towards the content creators, but also like it's kind of weird too because in a game like League of Legends, for example, that's like a game where you don't really end up playing casually, right? And obviously like ships don't end up existing. Obviously, gacha games are in a different type of manner, but I feel like the type of scene like casual versus like maybe it does dictate the kind of content you make, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of spitballing here, but inside of League, which is definitely not a casual game, it feels like there is a lot of casual content creators, right? Like Balas before he ended up going pro seemed like a pretty or a pro on Los Fortunas was like a pretty casual creator, and he was like the biggest creator inside of the scene outside of Casual, who covered pro games almost exclusively. I don't know how much you know about League.
I know nothing of League.
maybe bad comparison. Then my bad. But
I would prefer to keep it that way.
Yeah, you should keep it that way. Trust me, that game is garbage. I think it's really weird. I just find it so weird. I do feel like I get some of your stuff. It does feel like the scene does act a little bit differently from Mihoyo, but I do get a lot of those vibes of like people just like hard gushing over characters or like being super interested in the characters. Like if I go look on the subreddit right now, like most of the stuff on there is just gonna be like a bunch of Gooner shit.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's like on the subreddit. But when you scroll past Twitter, which I feel is where a lot of these gacha gamers end up going, a lot of the Wuwa content is just cool showcases or like just flexing pieces or like memes. Whereas on Genshin, you're going to see a ridiculous amount of shipping fan art and fan fiction. Like, I feel like the passion to create isn't as present in the Wuwa fandom.
Oh, you mean like the content creators aren't doing that, or you mean like the people just aren't interested in it?
I'm saying like a lot of the player base seems to be less invested onto like on the internet side of the game and prefer the game for the game itself. You know?
Yeah, I can definitely see that, especially since like the game has a lot of Genshin refugees who are people who are upset about the fact that like Genshin's gameplay was kind of mediocre. I can see that kind of vibes. Whereas like if I was going for a story or something, I would probably go for ZZZ, or I'd recommend someone ZZZ, right? If they're a more casual player, I would say just play that game. You're gonna have a honestly for a casual experience, that game's probably just better. I can see that.
Yeah.
Would you agree that game is probably better for a casual experience?
I feel like it depends on the type of casual you are, because there's a lot of casual types. If you're someone who just wants a game that's really easy to play, and you can clear all the content easily, I feel like the best game to go to is like something like PGR or like Genshin. But if you're like someone who really cares about characterization and story, you'd want to go to Zenless. If you're someone who cares a lot about mentally abusing yourself, go to Star Rail.
Just play gachas in general if you care about mentally abusing yourself, bro. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to skill-based gameplay, Wuwa is definitely the biggest one on the market.
The only issue I have is that a lot of people I see in the sections just like, oh, I don't know. I don't interact with the Wuwa community enough to give too much of like an in-depth take about this. I only know about like the small community I've interacted with so far. And I can only say from them and like how many questions they end up getting. Maybe it's just the nature of like the stuff I do instead of because I'm not exactly a theory crafter. I just do like challenges and whatnot. So maybe I curated that kind of audience for myself, and like I end up looking at this stuff naturally as a result. It does feel like there is like a large casual contingency because at the end of the day, it is a gacha game. Naturally, I expect people who play gacha games to be pretty casual because
I mean, I'm not saying there is no casual community. I'm just saying the casual community is a lot less invested into this game's world and characters than it would be for the Hoyo games. Like for example,
yeah,
on
I agree.
Twitter, I'll see like for Twitter, I like on Twitter for Genshin, I can see entire analyses of cutscenes and how characters act and like entire theories of like
Hmm.
of like 40 posts long trying to describe a lore theory. I don't really see that for Wuwa at all.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Actually, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't really see like people like writing like fan fictions or whatever about like characters. Yeah, okay, I get what you mean by the shipping thing now. I thought you meant mainly like gushing over like the characters or saying like these characters are hot. I didn't think you meant like in depth analysis and whatnot about like
Yeah,
or like
like
fanins and stuff like that.
yeah, like I saw this entire thread about a cutscene that at this point is like over a year old. Like
Yeah,
the
they get like
cutscene
next level
where
obsessed. I see what you mean.
where like there's this cutscene where two characters are essentially like fighting the same enemy, and like one of them is like giga powerful lore wise, but he's making rookie mistakes because he's never been in a real fight before. Um, so yeah, that kind of analysis you don't really see that for the Wuwa community, you
Um,
know?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, I definitely get what you mean more now. That does make sense to me. I guess it's because I mean I guess the story in those games is just better. I guess 1.0 kind of soured a lot of that kind of community because if they wanted to stay for the story, I mean there's no reason to after what they went through in 1.0. That was just like not good at all.
I mean, okay, there are people who are insane enough, like me. Like, I read all of PGR's story, even in the horrible parts. Like, when someone tells me give it a chance, I do it.
Bro, all right, I gave this game a chance. I'm not gonna lie. I generally play games for the gameplay, right? I'm like challenger in league. Or you don't know too much about me. I'm world champion in Pokemon. Like
Oh, damn.
I play a lot of games at very high levels, and so I don't normally play these games for the story. I generally just play it for gameplay. So I gave this game story a shot. I decided to. My viewers ended up like tricking me into doing it. I'm not gonna lie. Outside of the companion quest, I've not been too satisfied with the story so far.
Honestly, whenever I play games, like, I also play for gameplay, but, like, I feel like there's this specific type of game that I just lock in on. Like, things like DMC5, Ultra Kill, Wuwa. Like, I just have this, like, I think I just like fast-paced combo-esque games. I think that's just what I lock in on for some reason. Like, that's just my drug.
Yeah, I like fast-paced action too. That's actually what drew me into ZZ instead of Genshin. Actually, I'm surprised you say that, and then you still play Genshin. I feel like Genshin is not fast-paced. Maybe it's changed a little bit
I
since I
mean,
played, but it didn't feel fast-paced when I was playing.
I mean, Genshin's not fast-paced, but it's also like I'm partially here for Stockholm syndrome.
You've been there way too long.
Like, here's the thing. Okay, actually, Genshin can be fast-paced. Like, if you're looking at like high investment speed runs, Genshin can be ridiculous. Like, you're like there's like people clearing bosses in. I've seen someone clear a boss in 3 seconds. I'm just saying. Like, this game can like Genshin can be ridiculously fast when it wants to be.
That makes sense. I wonder if there's a way to like build up more of the WoW community then to where more of like the casual players end up feeling like they have like a place here. I feel like part of the problem I have with the WoW content creation scene right now is that I can understand why those casual players wouldn't have a place here because they see people constantly attacking other games, like attacking Mihoyo games and whatnot. And this place, honestly, when I was first looking at it, this place kind of looks like a shitfest as a result. Like it just looks like
Yeah,
we're just like constantly trying to tear each other down. We're like constantly just harassing other people. Like it looks fucking ridiculous. I mean, the most obvious name ever is like Tectone existing in the scene is just like fucking
yeah.
ridiculous. I'm a non-Tectone
Also,
enjoyer. I'm not sure what your opinions are on him.
I think Tectone is. Let's just say I used to watch him, and then he changed.
Oh yeah, I heard. I didn't really watch him ever. I just know him through like stuff he's interacted with and whatnot, and seeing like stuff he's done. And I'm not a fan of him because of that. But I heard in the early days of Genshin, he was like he actually like tried to make content. He was just like a
Oh
kind of
yeah,
normalish person.
early
He
Genshin.
actually did.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did like normal stuff.
yeah. I kind of stopped watching him when like 70% of his content became reacts.
Yeah, dude, that's lame too. I feel like most of the WoW community is reacts. I'm not sure how to like get that energy out. Part of the reason why I started doing these challenges is because I didn't want to fall into a rabbit hole. But I almost feel like, I mean, you kind of know it. It's. I think if I'm being honest with myself, it'd be infinitely easier to grow if I just started doing reacts and I just started doing that stuff instead of doing like what I feel is like actual contents, right? Where like I had to go out of my way to like go do stuff.
You want to know the easiest way to get like 15K views on a video?
Just mention
WoA
like
players reacts to all PGR trailers, or WoA players reacts to all Genshin trailers, or
oh,
something.
I actually did something like that. I did WoW player plays ZZZ for the first time.
Yeah, like why does that just get so many views, bro? It's
I mean,
literally
people,
zero effort.
I mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, I understand why people like it. It's really weird though. It's kind of messed up that it's kind of messed up how much the algorithm ends up rewarding those people because people just like constantly go through those because the content is there. But the people who are actually like, getting rewarded by it are not the people making the content. So the people making the content don't really suffer. I feel bad for them.
Here's the thing. Like 85% of the people watching those videos just want to watch the trailers again.
Yeah, I mean, they want to see like the funny reactions and whatnot too. I mean, I can see why people do it. Like sometimes I'll watch reaction content, but I try to actively avoid it because I know it's essentially slop, and you're essentially rewarding. It feels really bad because you're like rewarding the person who put in the least amount of effort, and they're just there watching the content that actually took effort and time and energy to make.
Yep.
I feel bad for that.
But yeah. I mean, I feel like I think I mean, I'm always going to be a meta content creator, I feel. Honestly, I feel like after the whole Meiji drama, I feel like there's kind of like a gap in the niche for like a big WoA TC. Like
Yeah.
obviously, like Genshin has its TC content creators like Zhezhi. I don't know. I mean, HSR has Global certified.
Right.
Like yeah, like all the other gachas have like a big TC CC. And like I don't know how Meiji's gonna do after all this nonsense with her, because I watched a bit of what was unfolding. Like I haven't been super active, but one of my friends is like really involved in it because they're like personally, like it's personal for them.
Right.
Um, and like I tuned into like the Tectone stream yesterday or like 2 days ago, and they were like in this massive Discord call with all these people that had like nothing to do with it, and they like it felt like it was just blown way bigger than it had to be. And Meiji was just dodging questions. Like she was taking like 15 seconds to think of an answer.
Well, I mean,
Like I don't know.
all of them just like farm off of each other, right? That's the entire point of the ecosystem. They just all farm off of each other, and they just like they'll react to reactions of reactions or whatever the fuck, right? Their goal is just to make attention around them. So I mean, it makes sense why they do stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm always gonna be a meta creator because I just like meta is such an interesting thing to me in gacha games. Because here's the thing, when you're playing something like Marvel Rivals or DMC, like sure there is a meta, but it's not something that's constantly ever shifting. I mean, like in Marvel Rivals and games like that, I guess, but it's not in the same way that it is in gacha games, I feel. You know? Because like content is also ever changing. Like in a game like Marvel Rivals or Valorant, you're just fighting other players who are using the same characters you have access to. But gachas are so very different because they're mainly PvE focused now.
Yeah, well, dude, you do not want PvP gotchas. PvP gotchas are legit just like whales take over everything and make your life miserable if you're free to play. PvP gotchas are evil. Wait, did you play like Epic 7 and stuff?
No, but I am a former Hawkeye Impact player.
Was Honkai Impact PvP?
It's leaderboard.
Oh, that's demonic, dude. I can't play gotcha games where there's like any sort of like PvP or anything. I used to do it. I mean, I guess I'm gonna try Ethereal Restart. Depending on how free to play friendly it is, I might end up quitting that game. But non PvE games are so hard to execute for gotcha just because it feels so bad from the free to play POV.
I mean, if I were you, like, okay, I'd say of all the leaderboard / PvP gotchas, I would say try PGR because there is a leaderboard. However, the leaderboard does not give you gotcha currency.
I would
like, literally it's just for shop currency and flexing rights. So if I think PGR does handle the best out of all the PvP.
The only issue I have with
leaderboard gotcha.
PGR is that if I'm getting into a new character or a new game rather character, if I'm getting into a new game, I'd want it to be a game where I feel like I could pop off, right? And I feel like PGR seems like a really small game. It doesn't seem like the community is that big for the game. So if I were to do that, I mean, my goal is to be a full-time content creator as well. So I'm in like a similar boat to you, where it's like what I do, I want to be able to kind of like dedicate myself to it, right? Like if I can make it in WoWa and like do WoWa stuff, that'd be cool. If my like account stuff ends up popping off or like something else I do in there pops off, I would love to do that. But it's hard for me to go to PGR when the game seems just like it doesn't have too much room to grow.
I'm just saying for your free time, like like just for your free time, the way I'm handling it, like I'm treating PGR very casually. I mean, okay, I did milk it for content. To be fair, I did make a video. It was kind of an experiment to see how good PGR content would do. I'm admitting it, but I feel like enjoying a game just for the sake of playing the game, like gachas can be good at doing that, especially PGR because there's like no FOMO. There's like actually no FOMO in that game.
Yeah, I might try. I've looked at some of the combat. I've seen like Rexilin playing it. It does look pretty fun. I don't know if I have the time right now. I spend a lot of time doing what I do. I'm like trying to upload almost daily videos right now. I'm working my ass off, honestly. Like if I'm not streaming, I'm literally working on either editing or
Fair
like
enough.
research. I don't have the time for it because I'm also managing 3 WUA accounts and a ZZ account at the same time. And then I might start like a theory restart. That's so messed up, dude. I don't know what I'm doing in my brain. The fucking gambling edition goes way too hard.
Based.
Not based, not based, not based.
No. Gamble harder. Gamble better.
Wait. To be fair, I'm like Giga free to play. That's why we play so many things there, or so many accounts. I don't want to put myself in a position where I'm like Giga wasting my wallet trying to pull for characters. That feels so bad.
I mean, yeah. I honestly, I was at a point where I was doing that, but then I just had this epiphany where I was like, wait, Starro and Genshin don't deserve my money. Like these games don't deserve it, so I just stopped spending. I mean, okay, actually that's not true. I got Battle Pass on Starro just to get the funny Anaxagoras profile picture.
I kind of feel the same too. I mean, spending in gacha just feels so bad. I'm not sure if I'm going to start spending in ZZ yet. I'm kind of doing the account free to play just to see how bad the free to play experience is because, I mean, I have heard that the HP inflation is a little bit annoying. I heard that the free to play experience at the early game was not the best, but we'll see how that ends up going. I think it'll be fine though. I'm not worried about it.
Honestly, with some guidance, you should easily be able to do it free to play. Like, I'm gonna be real with you here. I know people who are clearing with DPS lighter, so.
Dude, DPS lighter is so fun. I want to play him DPS, but I think you have to get like a. I mean, I had to get like his W engine and his sequences. That seems like such a break my account angle. I'll definitely do that like late game.
No. Just get his engine and Astra. That's all you need.
Engine and Astra. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to pull that. Maybe I will. Or I guess I could get engine and rerun once I'm like late game, and I can just use them as DPS. Honestly, that sounds like a fun time.
I mean, honestly, you can just use Astra Soldier for now, and then like when you get the engine, you can use DPS lighter. I mean, you could also invest more into like your Astra, like if you wanted to make it even better. Like DPS lighter is just a thing you can do.
Wait, for like free to plays, is it do you think it would be advisable to pull for weapons? My goal is to clear endgame content as fast as possible. Do you think I should be focusing on getting units to make 2 teams, or do you think making like 1 unit insanely strong and then just like coping with whatever the team is going to be better?
Honestly, okay. So in my opinion, the best bet would be to essentially. Okay, so I think in the short term, like, okay, for Shiyu defense, just getting 1 team to carry you is the better plan. But for Deadly Assault, you definitely want to balance that power to be able to clear across multiple teams better. So I'd say try and get try and get 2 teams of like good DPSs, you know, or like a bad DPS with a good amount of investment.
So like Soldier 11 plus later, Astra for like a bad DPS plus good team, and then like a. I mean, I guess like. Should I not get any W engines for that then, or I guess it would depend on like whatever, however good my luck is. I guess.
I mean, here's the thing: Soldier's engine is like her signature, quote unquote, is standard banner. I mean, I'd say that's a question that you got to ask yourself when you actually have both of your teams locked in. You know.
Mm.
Like, am I happy with this performance? Because here's the thing. I don't think investing in Soldier is a good idea. I think investing in Soldier's team is way better of an idea. Like your Lighter and your Astra, because those are characters who have a way better long-term longevity.
Uh, yeah,
You
that
know?
makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I wanted to pull for Lighter was just because I feel like it's gonna be a really long term character. I mean, it's kind of weird. I like all the stun characters in the game. I kind of want to pull for a lot of them, but it seems like a bad idea getting more than like two because I kind of like Ambi too. So like I was thinking of using like Ambi, Lighter Trigger, or I mean I guess I'd just bench Ambi, just use like Lighter Trigger at that point. Oh.
Yeah. Like, one thing I'll say is we know Yishuan's Ether, which means she's gonna have good synergy with Nicole, no matter what, who is a 4-star character. And then there's probably gonna be like some other like low investment character you can use in the final slot, like someone like Lucy who's able to buff your attack and stuff. Maybe. Basically, just surely because Yishuan is Ether, you're always going to be able to use Nicole, and the final team slot's going to just depend on how her kit ends up looking.
Oh,
So I feel like
that's good for
Yishuan can
me.
be like the good DPS with low investments, you know? And then like you invest more over time.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I
Unless
mean I'll probably
unless
just branch out to like fun characters from that point. That makes sense.
yeah,
Oh wait, I have Arena
like
too. Is there any character I should be looking at with my Rina or to pair with Rina?
not really. Like Rina is one of the better standard characters, but she's not really that good either. Like her like her primary use case was like she was good with Yanagi Miyabi dual carry, but also not really because she required a great deal more timing and skill compared to like compared to just running Caesar, and now Xiangli Yao exists and is just a way better team-wide buffer.
Hmm.
Like Rina used to have like a niche use case, but now it's not really that.
Got to power creep the standard banner units, bro. Dude, I remember when Bronny came out in HSR, and everyone thought that character was like unpower creepable and going to be permanently good and just like insane. And then we see things like Sparkle, which are just like way more ridiculous. And you go even past that, and you just have like Robin, who's like
Actually,
advancing your whole team. Like, what the fuck is going on?
actually, Robin is Bronya is still used in zero cycle runs to this day.
Damn, really?
Yeah, but also here, okay, in hindsight, a character who made your DPS consume more skill points was never gonna last that long.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. I mean, I think it's kind of wild that kid is just like so ridiculous, and then you have like Sparkle come out, who's just like literally the same exact character, but then you just get skill points back. That's
Actually,
wild to me.
not really. Sparkle and Bronya play very differently.
Do they? I mean,
Sparkle's
I know
yes,
Sparkle can pair with like different types of characters, whereas like Bronya, for example, or at least when I was playing, it was like she was paired more with like the Xiangli Yaos and Blades, whereas Sparkle was paired more with like I mean, I guess at the time it was like Jing Yuan and I guess Sela.
so the thing with Sparkle that makes her play differently from Bronya is the fact that Sparkle only advances by 50%, which means that you have to play Sparkle at hyperspeed, whereas Bronya can be like a -1
Underspeeded?
build.
Right.
Yeah. So like that's like the main value of Bronya, giving your DPS double turns, whereas with Sparkle it's like giving them faster turns and allowing them to run less speed.
Hmm.
So that's where the difference between the two lies. Like I'd say Bronya and Sunday is way closer of a comparison.
Sunday came out way after I quit. Or not
Oh
way
yeah.
after, but yeah, I don't know what he does. I hear he's super broken too though.
I mean, yeah, I think he's like a third best support in the game. The best is Treeby. The second best is fucking main character somehow.
Wait, what happened to Robin? I thought Robin was like super top tier.
Robin is still super top tier, but now, essentially, we got a better team-wide buffer in the form of Treeby, and also, we like some of the best units in the game now are HP scaling, like Castris and Mighty.
Oh. Dude, I think it's really weird that they make like DPS units that are HP scaling. What do you, I mean? I feel like the only reason they end up doing it is just because it makes people have to farm for new relics. I'm not a fan of it.
I mean, for Castris, it makes a lot of like okay. For some, I feel like for the characters in HSR, it makes sense because a lot of them are meant to like face tank hits, or like Castris drain. Like Castris is all about like HP drain and stuff. So like it makes sense for some characters. But yeah.
Oh,
Like I definitely think HP scaling is like a very like sensitive topic because it's like it depends on how you execute it. If they're just HP scaling for the sake of being HP scaling, then I'm not a fan of it. But if there's
mhm.
like actual reason why they should be building such high amounts of HP, I think it's a lot better. You know?
I mean, I think it could be like an interesting gimmick if you have like a bruiser kind of character or like a self like damaging kind of character. Almost like, I mean, Blade's an HP scaler, obviously, so kind of like that. I guess I could be fine in that regard. It's kind of weird though, but or I mean, never mind, never mind. I just won't say anything.
I think Mighty being an HP scaler is incredibly funny, purely because they gave him like 8 revives in his kit anyway. Like they gave bro 8 revives and said, "Nah, we need this man to have 12k HP."
Dude, the only thing I've seen about him is the fact that he's he what does he do? He like auto plays for you, so you don't get to control his character. Is that not like super awkward
Yeah.
gameplay?
Actually, no, because his auto targeting is actually very good. Like somehow his auto targeting is like incredible. He almost always just damages the correct enemy, which is like insane to think about because like the actual AI in Star Wars is so bad.
Yeah, it's kind of weird actually. So they just made like the most brain dead character ever. You just pull this and it auto clears for you. That's kind of ridiculous.
I mean, you still need to think about how to use your supports and stuff. Like it's not entirely brain damaged.
Not
Although it
entirely
is.
brain damage.
Okay, here's the thing. One of my friends who is a massive Mighty simp, basically said, "I like how Mighty is so brain dead. I don't like thinking."
I mean, that's based. Yo, that's why Star Rail literally is autoplay. That's why people wail on Star Rail. You wail on Star Rail so you can autoplay through everything.
The thing, okay, I feel like at a certain point you already can, you know.
You can
Does that
just
make
full clip.
sense? Like at a certain point, you just do enough damage to where like you can auto clear anyway. Like my Aglaya gets 1 cycle in MOC when I play, and like 3 when I don't play. So it's like,
My
doesn't
perception
really
of clearing that
matter.
game is so biased because I spent so much time on the ice account, dude. I had to get. Oh my god, I spent 30 hours trying to clear MOC. You know what's messed up? For that
What?
rotation, I had to clear Yan Ching, who has 40% ice resistance, and then I had to clear
Oh
Sam on the
god.
other side, who has no ice debuff, whose main mechanic in his fight or her fight is weakness breaking her
Technically
or using the skills. Right? It was so messed up. It was like the worst MOC rotation ever.
Okay, so you want to know what's funny?
What?
The second best support in the game and the best DPS in the game are now both ice.
Oh yeah, Herda and wait, is Herda the best DPS?
Yes, and Remembrance MC is the second best support. That character is
Ah.
stupid busted.
I mean, that's a good thing. I do like that Mihoyo is like leaning towards like having the MCs more playable, especially when we had like physical MC at the start who was
Oh,
just like god awful, and then like
oh,
fire
bro,
MC which was like mid at best.
bro, don't even get me started on fucking Genshin MCs, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why they do that too. Genshin MCs are so cool. Like I would love to play as like Arrow Rover, a Nemo traveler, I guess.
You guess.
I guess, yeah. It's so weird. It's so weird to say that because I haven't played Genshin in like 4 years now, right? Gonni's Battle was like January 2021. It's been such a long time.
Oh, yeah,
It's
oh
like weird to
god,
think about.
that's ages ago, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that Genshin is coming up on 5 years. It's kind of ridiculous to me.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure next September will be the fifth year. Next September is insane. Oh my god. Ugh.
Um,
But yeah.
any closing thoughts?
Genshin.
I'm gonna go work on my Arrow account.
Okay. I actually don't have any thoughts. I'm brain damaged.
Me too.
Relatable.
All right.
Well,
Anything you want to link then, or shout out?
uh, my YouTube channel, obviously, which if you haven't gone on there yet, a damn shame, to be honest. A damn shame.
I think you can just click
Just-
that and then go to straight to his channel. Yeah, at Thunder.
Yeah.
Go subscribe. He's got banger content on there. Go check it out. Even better pull, theory crafting, Zoni analysis.
Bro, best theory crafter in the scene? True.
Are you the best theory crafter in the scene?
I I don't think there's ever a best theory crafter. I think theory crafters just have to work together. Like you can't really say there's a best theory crafter. But if there was one,
But if there was one, it would be you. True.
so true. But yeah, like theory crafters are all about just working together and making sure we all have the correct information.
I mean, it's a
Like
good thing.
that- like-
I like that sense of community. That's great.
Yeah. Oh, fun little factoid. For Wuwa TC, there's actually like I'm in this group chat of like some of the best TCs for Wuwa, and we just constantly share info with each other.
I mean, it's great. I'm surprised. So, from my POV, I don't feel like that camaraderie inside of Wuwa like I do in Genshin. I feel like when I look at like or like other MiHoYo games, I feel like there's more of like a friend group there. In this, I feel like it. I mean, there's like a very small friend group, but I feel like for the most part, like all the content creators and whatnot are kind of like staggered. Maybe it's just because I haven't interacted with them too much, but it's kind of weird to me.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. I feel like a lot with the Genshin community, it's just it. I don't know. With Genshin, I feel a lot of people are like in the Genshin community, it feels like a lot of people are trying to fight each other half the time.
Oh, it
Whereas
feels like
with
that
Wuwa,
here
most
too.
people- Yeah, most people just stay in their own line, in their own lanes, you know,
Yeah, that makes
in the
sense.
Wuwa community.
Wait, does the Genshin community feel like it has like a lot of drama between like a bunch of like the other CCs? I feel like it's mainly. I mean, I'll see like other communities poking at Genshin or whatever, right? For like bad things they do or like whatever's going on with the characters and whatnot. But I don't interact with like the actual inside of the community too much.
Okay, hold on. Can you repeat that? I was looking at something on the side. Sorry.
So when I look at Genshin from the outside, I feel like a lot of the complaints I hear about Genshin from the outside come from like people from other communities that are disgruntled at Genshin, rather than like complaints coming from within Genshin itself. Does it feel like the actual like Genshin community like hard criticizes itself and has like a bunch of drama about like discussing like good or bad things happening with the game and whatnot, kind of like what we had with the anniversary in this game?
I mean, Genshin doesn't really have many people complain because most of the people who complain kind of just like there's not really that much complaining. I feel like partially that's also because a lot of people in the Genshin community just stuck with it through thick and thin and kind of like they're kind of used to it by now, you know? Although there is some complaints. Like for example, like the recently was revealed by people that like for example, the upcoming patch in Genshin is giving us like less than 60 polls and people were writing about that on Twitter.
Wait, the Genshin players
So
were?
there is yeah, Genshin players were
Google
writing about
Classroom
that on Twitter.
2.0?
No, it didn't go that far. But yeah, there is definitely people complaining about the game. It's just not that frequent, you know?
That makes sense, yeah. I mean, that kind of relates to, or that kind of like ties into my actual view of the community. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go work on stuff. It was fun talking to you. I definitely want to do this again if you're down for it, or something similar.
Oh yeah, same. I agree. You're really fun to talk to.
Thanks for that. All right. Actually, I'm gonna DM you after the stream about some stuff too about why YouTube stuff if you're down for that.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm just finishing off dailies in my game in my games right now.
Dude, why I've been staring at this tier list the entire time. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Yeah, I was looking at your stream and I was like, "Are you sure this is engaging content, my guy?"
Bro, the yapping is the engaging content.
That's true.
That's the
we
fun
are
part.
so entertaining.
True. See, you can do this or you can drama bait. Take your route. What's
Yeah,
more
okay,
fun?
Here's the thing. Technically, I have drama baited. It's just like I drama bait in a way that's still relevant to meta, you know?
Oh, you mean like talking about like how free to play Zani is or whatever? Actually, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
wait. Are you down to keep yapping?
Oh yes. Actually, I'm not able to keep yapping for long. I live in Europe.
Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'm just gonna go then.
I mean, yeah. Okay. I am kind of being assaulted by bears right now.
All right. Take care, man.
Yeah. Bye bye.
I had one more topic come up, but I'll save it for another time. I was gonna talk about something. About a good character as a free to play. Yes, probably best DPS you can pull. I can talk a little bit more about your questions about the tier list now. I was mainly having a discussion with him just because it was fun. I didn't answer too many questions for chat. If you guys have questions about like the tier list or whatever and what you saw, you guys can go ahead and ask. Also, take the time if you haven't already. Subscribe, all that banger stuff. If you guys like this kind of content, either that you subscribe here or you guys get drama baiting. So actually, you know what? Subscribe and you'll get drama baiting anyway if that's what you want. Bro. Where do you rank Artetia feet in the Gooning tier list? I'm not a foot gooner, bro. L tier. What was I gonna say? I forget if I answered it, but Carlota is probably the best character you can pull as a free-to-play. I put Shorekeeper at the top, but I probably would not put... I'll probably pull Camellia and Carlota before I pull Shorekeeper. But Shorekeeper is still like... He mentioned it. It's a really good way of wording it. Not one I thought of before. An investment. It's like if you pull for Camellia and Carlota, if you try to pull DPS in the future, those characters end up getting like sidelined, right? But if you pull for Shorekeeper, you'll always have Shorekeeper and that'll be good, right? I was approaching it with like my goal is to just like clear the content in the game as fast as possible, and in that regard, Shorekeeper is not as good. But if your goal is like investment and making a free-to-play account good in the long term, Shorekeeper is like the best you can do. He's not like Camellia? Yeah, he said that. He said he doesn't own it. Free-to-play Zhezhi on Hollow Mirage managed to get 51 to 08. Nice. Can't get Shorekeeper? No, or banner passed. Shorekeeper banner, bye-bye. Do I do cube event? Dude, cube event is so annoying. It's actually so long. Look at the stream. Take care, Vessel. Yeah, we can do more content like that in the future. I was trying to... If you guys have ideas... So the reason I asked him, it seems like he's not too integrated with the scene either. One issue I was having is it seems like a lot of the scene in Wuwa is fragmented. I brought it up there, but it's really hard to get in contact with people if you're not in like part of a certain friend group. And honestly, I think everyone in that friend group is fucking deplorable, so I have no interest in interacting with them. But it's really hard to find like the other content creators to interact with. Like have discussion and stuff. I do think they're interesting. I think I like, especially if like people like it too. I can make more structured content around it, or we can do like even more like podcast vibes and whatnot. What? Why am I dick around maxing? I'm literally on the wrong account right now. I did my dailies here, right? Yeah, let me go on the arrow account. I like accidentally worked. I got Zhezhi even without wanting her because I was on 140 pulls and was convinced after getting Verina, my luck. Damn, so I pulled, randomly got Zhezhi. Nice. Congrats. The tier list in general was aimed at if you're a free-to-play character or you're a free-to-play player, you're starting from like scratch, you don't really have too many 5 stars. You have 0 5 stars basically on your account. What the pull value of the characters would be in terms of getting your account strength up. So there are characters that are better. So like Zhezhi, for example, is obviously not a C tier character, but in terms of pull value, she's really low. 1, because she eats Rover, and 2, because she's not that high with only Rover. So you'd have to pull for a second 5 star. And while she is the best character in the game, once you get a second 5 star, in terms of DPS, that 5 star itself that you're pulling for, the second 5 star, is already like an insanely good DPS that already clears all the content. So you can just pull that 1 5 star itself and then clear all the content. So it's kind of stupid, if that makes sense. I'm logging on the wrong account. He was really knowledgeable at the game, though. I was surprised by that. Well, I wasn't surprised that he was knowledgeable at the game. I was surprised he was as knowledgeable as he was. I was not expecting that. He definitely knows more about the game than I do. You're gonna go with best? You don't think Zhezhi is Zhezhi plus Phoebe not the best team comp in the game? Well, you'd go... I think the highest DPS is Zhezhi, Phoebe, Rover. Though it does take... I mean, that would take more investment. You can just also run Shorekeeper on there. Who would you say is the best then? I don't want to say definitively best. Is she not like just like mathematically the highest damage dealing character? While also being both good in tower and Wee Wall? I do think she does have a little bit of downsides though. She kind of gets locked in her animation. It's really annoying. Are you saying because of like future pull value, or you just like don't think she's that good? Well, not that good. 21 is fun. Content 421 took me 10 minutes to clear for multiplayer. Damn. I don't think it's a definitive best comp. Mm. I need the best comp. So I guess saying a best comp would be in terms of like what your relative goal would be, right? So like, for example, if you have the goal of clearing the constants in the game, Zhani plus Phoebe is just like the best comp. No. Now, if you're trying to make a comp for like, say, a super brain dead, super easy to play comp, maybe like other comps can work better. But from what I've seen, the math done so far, I'm not understanding how it's not the best comp. It does have issues in terms of like Zhani being very stationary during a lot of her skills. And some comps can feel a little bit better to play in that regard. But if we're trying to squeeze out DPS, I'm not understanding. Still new to the game, AR-57 with many 5 stars. I gotta say, the fighting mechanic here is good. I like damage more with elemental reaction. The Hoyo gives you get more rewards like here. I'm a fan of the gameplay in this more personally, but Zhani stationary things are swappable. Yeah, but if you're playing the Phoebe comp, it's not really swappable because lose on buffs. What are you what are you quick swapping into? The one that can handle the most amount of situations, the fastest, and mathematically calcs are the best, but from calcs are far from the story, backload damage, effort needed, etc. Backloaded damage. That is an issue. You do have to pre-stack. That is true. That can be an issue in content. You have to get through Phoebe's entire rotation before you can even do anything with Zhani, and then even then when you want Zhani, you have to use your skill before you get to go ham. I have Zhani? Yeah, but not on this account. I want to finish the level 21 cube event. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Using Zami and Changli together. Dude, I saw someone doing a I mean, it only works because they were doing it in a middle tower, I believe. But they were doing like a Zani Changli quick swap team. It looked really cool, but it definitely just is not normal. It won't work on other towers. It looked cool though. It looked fun. I kind of wish your kit was more centered around that. The best team is usually the one that are trying to chill in tower. True. And who was speedrunning team? She's like number 4 team. What's the number 1 team? UL40 got Shorekeeper, and I'm running Zhani, Havoc Rover, and Shorekeeper. Zhani, Havoc Rover. You should be running Spectre Rover, not Havoc. What do you recommend pulling the next patch? Carlota. You're a Shorekeeper and you have Zhani, so you have 1 carry team. I mean, in that case, you put your Shorekeeper with your Carlota. And you're good. We go here. At Bowser Tower. This is level 21? It is. Well, how come people are saying level 21 is hard? Is it actually hard? Wait, was I solo? I thought you were in my world. Oh, you are? Wait, that was weird. Your peace, Thunder. Take care. Carlota's number 1 team. Brent Changli number 2. Is that using signatures? Can you recommend a good alternative for Zhezhi, both 5 and 4 star for Carlota? For Carlota, Daochi. Generally, I think Daochi is the most paired 4 star with Carlota. Why am I dancing over here? What is wrong with me? Dude, look at the Camellia go ham. See off most about the cube event, you were able to unlock milk cubes you had to level up your cubes, so you had less mats for the guys? Wait, what? Oh, you have to like level up the female ones? Oh, I mean, you just grind at that point, bro. Say the name again? I couldn't hear in-game sounds. Is it too loud? Is the music in game too loud? Or the sounds in game too loud? I can turn it down. You can run a Daochi or Yang for Kolora. I just killed myself. Yay! I double killed myself. Oh, we wiped. Oh, we auto-res? Sick. Yo, what's up, Rhinne? How are you? Oh. Oh, fuck. We only have auto-res left. Yo. That's not good. Maybe I should have res 2 units. I don't think the Jinhsi cube. Team cleared everything at 10:24, level 21. I'm trying to hit sub 10 minutes. It takes 10 minutes to clear this? What the hell? Arrow team? Yeah, this is an arrow only challenge. Though, we're doing cube event right now. My Havoc Rover is better. Dude, if you're running Zani, you are not running Havoc Rover. That is Giga Troll. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Change it to Spectre Rover. Your Zani's gonna do literally 0 damage. Oh, I shouldn't have revived him, maybe. I've never tried Lumi as a character personally. I can't comment on Lumi. Yeah, how does Lumi feel with Carlota? Went Thunder Leap like 5 minutes ago. I wanted to go run myself on this. I haven't played any of my accounts in like the last 2 days. I've been doing a bunch of other stuff. Well, alright, that's not true. I've been doing some off-stream grinding, but that's not as fun. Yeah, I gotta do the arrow only grind. Dude, I gotta get my echoes up. We gotta clear tower. I just killed myself. Yo, that was my damaging guy too. Oh, frick. Alright, I'll just leave. I'm not solo clearing. Damage contribution, 4%. No way. How? Mozzarella F tier? Yeah. She's not very good to pull for. The reality of can you go keep her over a Jinhsi cube? Yeah, I can do that. Let me fix her stuff though. What was I saying? Contarella is not bis in any comp, and then also she's worse than 4-star options in a lot of comps. So there's no reason to pull for her. So in terms of pull value, she has to be F tier. There's literally no reason to pull for her ever. If your goal is to clear faster, there's no reason to have her. If your goal is not to clear faster, then do what you want. Does Zani work well with standard weapon? Yeah, I use Zani with standard weapon personally. I do not have her signature. The only signature I own is Camellia's. Everything else I play free. ML to Yinu. And Oh, it was 10 seconds. I didn't know it was translated into seconds. Timeout. Dutch Young, I had another good alternative. Mine is Lumi. I have no idea if Lumi is good with, or like how good it is with Carlota compared to the other two. I've never tried it. You stop playing for Zani sequences? You should have stopped playing for Zani sequences ages ago. Wailed. Tower, can I recharge the character's bars if they're out of energy? No. That's the whole gimmick of Tower, is you have to have multiple teams to be able to full clear Tower. At least 3. What you can do though, there's a trick. You can go you can have one team clear 1 1 2 3 3 and then another team clear 2 4 4. So you can have like one strong team that clears the 4 stages on both sides, and then 1 2. And then you can have a mediocre team that clears the 3s on both sides. And then obviously your strong team clears middle. Well, depending on whatever the buff is. Dude, there's too many lights here. Holy fuck, I can't see anything. Bro, the Cardathia cube goes hard here. Holy shit. I think Carlota, if you want efficiency, use Daochi. If you want fun, use Lumi. It's a mix of both. Use Yang. I'd use Yang personally. I hate Daochi. And then you can also use Yang in Weewa. So honestly, my testing with Yang has made her feel pretty mediocre in Weewa. So maybe it's just because my Yang doesn't have gear. But it's not like, I mean, she doesn't really do damage anyway. She's mainly for grouping, but I never felt like the grouping actually helped me that much. Maybe there's like specific characters it ties out really well with, but I haven't tested any of them. I haven't felt that need with Yang yet. The double tornado goes hard. A lot of new players and I used to solo duo 4s 1 and 2 tower. I've been clearing with some of my friends mine with PlayStation release. Well, technically it doesn't matter if you solo duo it, right? Because you're just gonna 1 1 2 2 or 1 1 2 3 3 it regardless. What's Cardathia's outro gonna be? Delete the enemy boss instantly. Yo, Shorekeeper Echo or Shorekeeper Cube goes hard here. The healing is OP. Oh, it seems I like your Yongyang is Changli Yongyang. I've tried Changli Yongyang. That's actually the comp I was running with it. It felt pretty bad. Well, one of the comps. I was also trying it with Phoebe and stuff. What's happening? Welcome to the Cube event. Is it okay to share your account? Doesn't Kuro get mad? I don't know. No one's ever been banned for account sharing, I don't think. Maybe they do get mad, I don't know. They probably just don't care. Maybe if it was done in like mass, they would care, but like if content creators are doing it, like, I mean, Genshin's never banned anyone. I've seen Wuwa accounts sharing and they've never been banned. I don't think people care. It's probably like as long as you're not selling the account, they probably don't give a fuck. Or like it's like against TOS, so then they just don't say anything. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, outside of competitive games, the countering me against TOS makes no sense. Oh my god, I get special coins! Yo, I did negative damage there. No way. I did nothing. Boom. Shield absorption, 100%. That's me. 100%. Yup. Thanks for the carry. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing account reviews tomorrow. I think what I'm gonna do is for a lot of the account reviews, I'm probably going to do less of the doctoring that I did last time and do more of like I'll prescribe you what I think. I'll give like ratings to the accounts and then maybe I'll fix one character. I'm probably not gonna go like full ham. Maybe. I was thinking like once a week, I'll go full ham on it. Maybe. If that. Chat, I have a question. What kind of content do you guys want to see? Like, what do you guys feel like you want to see from me that I am not doing currently? Or actually, if I am doing stuff currently that you want to see, let me know that too. I'm curious. We can account doctor? Yeah, I might do that. We can account doctor. Oh fuck. Up. Yup. Oh, let me get my drop food. BDO PvP content. Yo. Wait, who was I talking to about BDO? I forget. I was talking to someone. What is final recommendation for Carlota free-to-play team? Dao Chi. For holograms with arrow count, but it's like gonna take a while to actually do. Dude, for some reason people care more about tower than they do holograms. I might just make more tower clears than I will holograms. We'll see. Like account reviews and fakes. I mean, I can't do those every day. I'd probably kill myself. I am still doing those though. But yeah, if you guys like them, that's good. I'll be doing them more. No, Mia? Did you name change? Spectre damage on Spectre set? Well, that set's only usable on Jinhsi, right? It's not like I can use it anyway. Daochi and third sub DPS? I mean, you just throw like a healer on there at that point. Verina or something. Verina, short keeper. Up. The last account took 3 hours? That took 5 hours actually. I don't think if I do a fix, it'll be like I fix one character or something, right? And I tell him what to do. That's probably what I'll do from now on. We'll see though. If people like the account reviews, maybe I'll do more of them where I just like speed run through accounts and like roast people. Or like whale stroke kisses or something. I mean, here's the thing. There's a difference between people want to get their accounts reviewed and people like watching account reviews. There's a difference. Like, I know people are really rabid for getting their accounts reviewed. Account reviews should be accounts that are close to break. I mean, honestly, with how that ended up going, maybe that account was close to break. How's the stream going? It goes well. Are you hype? Why aren't you claiming your rewards? Because there's too many rewards to claim. Don't see the truth until YouTube vid. True. I mean, I can also gauge off the live stream, but yeah, true. I think my Zhezhi is good enough. Bro, do you have like your signature plus sequences? What do you mean good enough? Your Zhezhi was good enough the second you pulled it. Nah. I'll stay over here for the long run. I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming. My throat is still a little bit messed up. I need to figure out a way. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm in a weird predicament right now because I don't want to stop streaming, but at the same time, my throat is like constantly getting into issues, so it's really bad. Not very fun. I need to figure out a way to make it so it doesn't do that. It's weird. So if I concentrate on how I speak properly, I can like avoid damaging him more. But the problem is that's impossible for relative to like how long I stream. It's just not possible, right? Or how long streams go in general, right? Your attention is gonna waver. Even in like 20 minutes, I wouldn't even be able to keep concentration for like 20 minutes to be able to do it, right? Really awkward. Maybe I just need to take a longer break, but I kind of don't want to. Should I do my half as Zhezhi? I mean, use it to clear. Zhezhi's good. Zhezhi's a good character. He needs to clear regardless. If you have paired with the Phoebe, you're popping off. If you have a Rover, then just learn to quick swap. You're chill. They have Zhezhi signature? I don't. I do not have Zhezhi signature. Oh yeah. Oh, are you asking him or me? I don't have Zhezhi signature. I only have PB. But honestly, even I mean, without either, technically Zhezhi can clear. But if you have one or the other, you don't need. You realistically don't need both to clear comfortably. I see so many people going for like BB and then also I kind of wonder why people already have the ability to clear go even more on their characters. I'm still not quite understanding it. There's like a cognitive dissonance there for me. Like people will be able to clear with their characters and then they'll want to pull and get their stats up higher anyway. I see people already have like their characters like pretty well built. They're already like full clearing tower and everything. They're still going for like signatures. They're still going for like even bigger bis. Or like going for sequences. What's the point? I think people are going to regret pulling Phoebe plus Zhezhi. I mean, people really like Zhezhi, so no. I mean, this game's a waifu game at the end of the day. No signature, no PB, no nothing. I mean, yeah, without BB, she's not gonna feel the best. I probably shouldn't have pulled her without BB. I wouldn't recommend pulling Zhezhi without BB. It's a bad idea. But she's not like terrible. Definitely, it requires more effort to play. It's not the easiest, but you can still make it work. Part of the problem with Zhezhi too is in like the overworld. I feel like, well, obviously she's just like really hard to pilot in the overworld too, because you have to stack up and whatnot. You just can't clear as fast, and if you're not in your ult form, you don't have your ult built up. You don't do any damage to anything, so she's pretty bad there too. In terms of being able to progress in account fast, she also becomes worse because of that. If you're trying to speedrun clearing content. Because big number. Dude, you know what? When you put it like that, honestly, true. Big number. I mean, that's why everyone does everything. Big number, go hard. Hey, what's up, Tense? How are you? Went the wrong way, whoops. I'm reading too much chat. I regret getting her. She just works as sub DPS sacrificial lamb when I run out of stamina during battles. Zhezhi? Phoebe? Wait, who? You're playing sub DPS Zhezhi? We live in a wild world, bro. I just heard sub DPS Zhezhi. I've never wasted pulls with an Archon equivalent on the horizon. I mean, Zhezhi's like that tier. What time am I gonna go live tomorrow? Probably 4 p.m. EST, 3 p.m. EST, around there. People regretted pulling for Yinlin when Jinhsi came out because of polls. Well, people are always going to regret every single poll that they end up doing, no matter what the character is that came out. Everyone will always regret their polls. Welcome to gacha games. That's what they get you. They gotta make money somehow. That's how they do it. I think, well, the problem is Zhezhi's like the pinnacle right now, right? So saying that you regret like pulling the pinnacle, maybe you'd regret that if you don't like the character, but that would only be because you don't like their design, right? It's not like she's gonna get power crept anytime soon, or maybe even ever. Farming Jiyan Echo? Technically, well, yes, but I'm also technically farming like a second set mainly. I'm kind of farming like Alto Echoes right now, if we want to be super honest. Or Genshin, whoever ends up being a stronger carry. I actually don't know who would do more damage, Genshin or as your Alto. I'll be Genshin, right? Alto that his constellation is probably just complete dog shit. Ooh, arrow. I mean, I need to replace both arrows I have on this Jiyan. Both of his 3 calls are really bad. My gacha regret is pull Mawiko weapon. Discover she's broken without. I mean, like, that's part of the problem I have with, like, so many people going for, like, Zani and then her signature and then also BB too. It's like, you go for that, but the problem is, she's already broken with only one of them. So, you don't really need both. If you want to be super technical, you don't need either. So, in that regard, I think it's a little bit wasteful. But I also know people don't think with their brains when it comes to gacha pulls, and they just want to pull because bigger number equals better. Nothing wrong with that, of course. It's part of the reason why it's really hard to give advice on what people should pull for, is because people will pull for like the most stupid things, and you have no idea what they value when they're pulling for it. Like, some people will value like being able to save for their waifu. Some people want to be able to clear contents really fast. Some people want to make it super easy to play the game. Some people want versatility on their account. And you will never know. So when you give advice, you have to, like... It's impossible to keep all of that in mind. It's just not possible. What's up, Vivi? These fucking monkeys are so annoying. I'm a monkey non-enjoyer. I won't lie to you. He's drunken hero with weapon for Zani. It's pretty good on her. You do have the debuffs for it. Seem to be really into the tier list. Bro. We just talked about random shit for like 2 hours afterward. It was pretty funny. Oh my god, new best friend, Kya! Vivi's getting replaced. Bro, I'm almost gonna UL 50 actually. If we get UL 50, we can get level 80 characters. We might be able to start clearing content. Should I try to clear, or see how far I can get in tower with level 70s? That could be fun. Maybe I should start farming Moonlit instead of Arrow. That might not be a bad idea. Bro, I need to think about, like... I don't know, it's kind of weird. I want to think about, like, how to approach content creation differently. I feel like there's something really simple I'm missing, but I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. Because it's like... In my head, I feel like I'm making good content, but then if it doesn't get views, then it's just not good content. This is not how good content works. So I have to ask myself why it doesn't, but then it like goes against my brain to say like something's wrong. I don't understand. I need like I need to find outside feedback is the only issue. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Oh well. I'll figure it out. If for Zhezhi used to get double crit plus heavy on all your echoes, you really want to compensate for the lack of PV. True. Are you doing short form constant too? No, I haven't worked on short form as much, that's for sure. I wanna... Everyone says like TikTok and shorts and stuff like that is like crucial, but then when I look at the reality of like people who get like views on that versus like what they actually end up getting from those views, it doesn't seem to be like substantiated. Well, it depends. It depends on scale too. I mean, it could be the case. I mean, obviously the whole reason you do it is not because it like directly one-to-one translates, but it's for the exposure. You do it because it gets your name out there and people start talking about you because they just get more views naturally, so they'll see your face. Good in that regard. Never catch me watching YouTube short? Yeah, but you're probably the exception, not the norm. I mean, I'm the exception too. I never watch that shit. Fuck it. I avoid it like the plague. Exactly. Yeah, I guess the main thing I'm missing right now is just like publicity in a way. Yeah, I need to figure a way to like get my name out there, I guess. Shorts are a good way of doing that. That is true. Alright, well, I should say, I have put out short form content, but it's not like doing... I mean, it's doing like, not good. Maybe I just need to correct the formula for that more. Well, it's kind of weird too, because I... relative to how much it costs to edit a video, compared to like the output and what I get out of it, paying for like a long form video is infinitely more rewarding than paying for a short form video. So then I had to upload it or like edit it myself, and then editing it myself on top of like everything else I'm working on too. Ooh. I don't know. We'll see. Time to ask Tectone for a shout out. Just what I want, bro. I want Tectone's 2-year-old fucking viewers to come to my chat and start talking about how much they want to suck Yinlin's anime titties. That sounds like a fun time for me. Kappa. I also want to talk to them about how much they hate Genshin on cooldown. I want to hear everything about Mihoyo and everything they do wrong, and then I want to hear them suck off Kuro Games when Kuro Games makes mistakes. It'd be really cool. I can't wait to interact with the 2-year-olds. The correct answer is literally always drama bait. It's literally just the easiest way. It's actually fucking disgusting. The easiest way to get viewers is literally just drama bait. It's fucking disgusting, bro. I don't know why people get rewarded for this. It's literally brain dead. It's literally brain dead. And bullshit. You just put like negative effort, reaction, and the angle. I don't get people to watch this type of content. It's mainly children. It's children and like loners. I mean, you have to understand like there's like different types of streams, right? So what those people generally appeal to are going to be a large part of their fan base is going to be children, and then a large part of the fan base is going to be like people who just like don't have friends. I don't say that to like demean them or anything, but like legitimately they need like a place to hang out. So they hang out with the streamer because the streamer has like similar opinions to them, and they feel like they're the friend. It's the parasocial aspect. But like reaction streamers abuse that to the maximum. Nothing wrong with being lonely or like not having friends, and that's why you go to streams or whatever. That's technically not an issue. It's just really lame that that's like the place where they congregate. I just watched all the content from my favorite streamers. It's kind of weird. I mean, me personally, I just feel really bad whenever I do reaction content because I feel like it's like the lowest effort relative to how much reward I get. Like my reaction content for these trailers, like Wuwa trailers or like whatever I've done, gets infinitely more views per the effort I put in compared to like the challenges and everything. I put so much effort into doing like challenge videos and they get like, I mean, I guess the arrow challenge is doing okay. The swords challenge isn't doing shit. Female challenge is like nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just need to talk to or like figure out. Dude, the only way I've seen of like legitimately growing that I've been able to see that like works and that I feel like I could do would just be drama baiting. I thought the challenge stuff would like make me grow pretty decently, but it hasn't, at least relative to how long I've been doing it. I mean, I guess, yeah, like 2 months is a long time. I guess a lot of the content I'm trying to do is not being uploaded. Where's the list? It's earlier in the VOD. Spent like 3 hours on it. Pogger Wogger. You can move on like an hour and you'll see it. I just started to share my wishes or use it on any of the anniversary characters. I just made a pulling tier list. If you just started, those are the best characters to pull for. I'd recommend going for Carlota. I would recommend going for Shorekeeper. I would recommend going for Jiyan. I'd recommend going for Camellia. I mean, Jiyan's on banner right now. He's probably one of, or he literally is one of the best pickups you can get as far as DPS go. If you like Jiyan, I would go for Jiyan. He also pairs very well with a free-to-play option in Martefi. If Carlota coming in the next half, pairs also well with a free-to-play option. And you can do whatever you want from there. I'm not gonna say names, but if you gonna draw and criticize 1% of Uba and a certain someone is gonna come for you, you can just name drop, bro. Everyone knows who you're talking about. You're not being sneaky. I agree. Fuck them, though. I mean, I think they're losers. I just really think it's pathetic how effective drama baiting is. I mean, it's not only like in gacha scene though. It's literally everywhere. It's disgusting. I just don't get why it's so effective. Well, no, okay, that's not true. I get why it's effective. I don't like that it's effective. I get why it works. I understand it completely. And it's super easy to replicate. That's the worst part. It's legit brain off. It's fucking disgusting, bro. I hate these websites. I really do. The way it works is just so fucked up. Went back and looked why Jiyan is A instead of S and why is Phoebe above Zhani. Because Zhani without Phoebe is well, Zhani without Phoebe is the worst DPS you can pull from the limited characters, and then Zhani with Phoebe is insanely strong, but then you're using a Phoebe. It's a free-to-play tier list, so you're using 2 5-stars on your team to make the Zhani really good. Now, it's not the worst thing you can do, but it's definitely not good in terms of pull value, and I wouldn't recommend it. Way more Charlottes in gacha? Bro, I was watching the, unironically, I was, like, really curious what was going on, because people kept mentioning it. I was watching the, like, Selkie drama and shit. Like, the stuff they were talking about, these guys, like, the way these guys were, like, crying about the most stupid fucking things I've ever heard in my life. If I lived that kind of life, I'd probably redact it in-game. It's fucking disgusting, bro. I don't know how they do it. They sound like middle schoolers. Man, you did this, you did that. Shut the fuck up, bro. It's so lame. But then I get so many views because people are laughing their asses off at it. But then they think they're in on it, like they're friends with them or something. Like, with whoever side they're on, it's fucking disgusting, bro. I promise you, none of these people think that you're their friend. Stop watching this shit. You're not in on it. They're farming you. You are the one they are farming. Oh, I didn't answer, for Jiyan. Jiyan is very strong, like insanely strong. Really good character, one of the best you can pull for the account. His only problem is that when you look at what Jiyan does and when you look at what Camellia does, they occupy the same role, but Camellia is just slightly better in both. So Camellia is just the better pick. But Jiyan is also really strong. I mean, I wasn't opposed to putting him in S tier because he's like at that power level, but he is technically like worse than the S tier. But I wouldn't mind putting him in S tier personally. Is pulling only Carlota okay without Jisha? Yes. You can use Dao Chi, you can use Yang, you can use Lumi. Have you ever thought about hosting community hologram speedrun tournament? I've never considered myself like a tournament host. Maybe that could be something I do though. I don't know how I'd make it like normalized though. I'd have to make everyone play on like the same account or something. It would have to be limited to like a few people. I wouldn't like, dude, honestly though, like if I'm doing that, I don't know if I wouldn't make it a community thing. I would have to make it like a content creator thing where I invite other content creators to do it. Because if I do that and I put the effort into making a tournament and I don't get some sort of like viewership out of it, it's just a waste of my time. What are Kalota team alternatives? I just named them. Yang, Daochi, Lumi. These are good. I've never played it. Alright, got me a starter account is easy. Not sure how long I'll play it. Kind of just keep myself busy on off days after finishing Wuwa stuff. No offense, man. You kind of look like Selkie. LOL, sorry. In what world do I look like Selkie? Huh? I don't know why you said Lumi. Lumi isn't a character. Lumi is actually one of the better pairings with Carlota. Well, free-to-play pairings with Carlota. Yo, can you pronounce my name? Bro, you have asked that like 3 times in the chat. I'm not going to pronounce your name. No. Be normal. This is a good pair for Jinhsi free to play. Same units actually. Same exact units. You want, well, technically not. You want Wu, Daochi. I don't know how Zucky looks, but it made it sound offensive. I only assume that people say that. I mean, he said like, no offense, you sound like, you look like Selkie. I mean, Selkie's not even bad looking, but like, I don't know why you would say that. What the fuck? Where are the monkeys? Oh, there are the monkeys. Are you Hungarian? Why did I read that? I've been having fun playing ZZ. I mean, I'd recommend continuing through ZZ. I think it's a pretty fun experience, honestly. I've been liking it a lot. The gameplay is pretty fun. The combat is pretty fun. The story is pretty good. The characters are pretty cool. Hashtag no glaze. Dude, you know what's funny as fuck? Apparently... Apparently, in China... I got reposted for some reason. I thought that was hilarious. Look at this. Mom, get the camera. I'm famous. I don't know why I'm getting posted in China, though. This is why Z... You see what I mean? All right, actually, you know what? For this one, it's a little bit different. This one's not quite a reaction. What the fuck is this ad? No, this one was like me playing through the game for the first time. Yeah. Banger video. Honestly, all my videos are bangers. Honestly, check them all out. Honestly, like, comment, and subscribe while you're there, too. And check out every single video, and make sure you watch all the way through so that way the algorithm knows to shill it. Doesn't Zhezhi have crazy HP inflation? We were actually talking about that earlier. It was like he said 68% since Miyabi released, but he said that it went from the game was disgustingly easy to the game is still easy and it doesn't really matter. But I haven't gone to endgame yet personally, so I can't comment. This is part of the problem I have with drama tubers is that they intentionally lie about other games that they have no knowledge about. I've heard other people say similar comments too, so just fucking disgusting, I'm not gonna lie. But they get the attention, so that's all that matters. Yay. I'm gonna start doing the same thing. But I would actually hate myself if I did it. But I should. It's just smart. I put in too much effort. Very annoying. Wants to join your world. I mean, there's nothing else to do in my world. You're free to join, though. What do I need to enhance? It's hard to get rid of that because I do need the energy regen. Obviously, that piece is not going anywhere. That one is also not going anywhere. This one is, though. Maybe. Oh, my pieces are actually really good. What the fuck? Yo, why are my pieces so clean? So I don't want that one. I want these two. So maybe it's just... Well, I do have to farm it anyway because I do need 2 sets for Weewa. I have Vivian and Astra, so with her being the newest banner, I assume Vivian can do some work. Vivian's a sub DPS for anomaly unit, so if you ever heard with like a Jane or a Piper or a Miyabi, she goes hard. I mean, I guess I just upgrade these two. I do need 2 sets. One nice thing about this account is I don't need too many sets because I don't have too many characters. But I do need 2. Honestly, that's a really nice thing on the challenge. Well, I guess it depends. On the element only accounts, I only need the 1 character, so it's fine. Or the one, that... I guess... Well... It depends. Like Spectro, I might need Spectro Frazzle. I guess it's a little bit different depending. HP inflation is going to happen in Wuwa. I mean, so far since release of the game, it's not been that high. Maybe it does end up happening. I don't doubt it. And the only problem I have that's going to happen, and I already know is going to happen, is that the second it happens, we're going to say, but it doesn't matter. But then we go around and then we bitch about other games. It's actually just the most pathetic fucking grift I've ever seen in my life. Or the most pathetic fucking losers I've ever seen in my life. I just hate the double standard I see applied all the time. It's fucking disgusting, bro. It's like this used to be an arrow-only account. Kappa. Zhezhi, do you need multiple teams? Yeah, you need 2 good ones or 3 mediocre ones. This set? Update, I've done exploration for 3 area. Only grab chests. I'm about to guarantee Zani. Nice. Who's the most value endgame Jiyan or Carlota? Carlota, I guess. Both have insane value endgame. I would not like. I wouldn't like super pick one or the other. Two shield defense, 3 deadly assault. I was told if you have 2 really good teams for deadly assault, you can get through. Like 2 really well built teams. But once again, I'm not endgame. That's just what I'm parroting. He's gonna build Weewa Tower. Well, so is I mean, Carlota's fine in Weeball. But yeah, I guess technically if you're Jiyan super built, you're like super endgame. I guess Jiyan would be more value in that regard because you're already clearing tower anyway. But I mean, I guess you're already clearing Weeball anyway. Both are good. It's hard to say. I mean, yeah, I would recommend. I mean, I think Jiyan is a very strong unit. I do think he's underrated. I don't see too many people glazing him, but I do think he deserves some glaze. You know, weirdly enough, I actually don't see too many people glazing Camellia, but I feel like Camellia deserves some glaze too. I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why. All right, one issue I have with a lot of content creators, they don't end up making new accounts. So they don't actually understand what it's like to be a free-to-play. That's part of the problem I have with the tier list too, is I feel like it would have changed like some of the positions very minimally. Just because my experience with the free-to-play is way different. The problem is I don't have like full knowledge of like every single interaction, so maybe like he knows stuff I didn't. It would be like a very minimal placement, like maybe like 1 tier or something, but I don't know. Like I value Weewa clearing or the characters good in Weewa much higher than characters good in tower, because I feel like everyone can be really good in tower, but not everyone can be really good in Weewa on a new account. You think Jiyan's gonna be power crept by Kartetia? I mean, probably, I guess. I don't doubt it. One thing I am curious of, I'm curious how well Jiyan will pair with Chikona. I wonder if Mathers been run on that yet. Well, first in PSALs, even HSR new update can't beat it. Where do you see that? Time wasting mechanics will come before HP inflation, like Sentry Construct is disgusting in tower for some teams. Yeah, one of the hidden upsides about having like Phoebe, for example, or range characters in general, is that range characters have longer uptime on bosses. And so things like Phoebe get hidden value from that. That's why, like, in terms of numbers, Zhani technically clears faster than Phoebe does. But my testing between Zhani versus Phoebe has not been that different. There's been a little bit different. Obviously, my Zhani clears faster, but like it's not like as big as the numbers imply. Probably getting drip tomorrow. How long until Chikona actually comes out? 16 days. Damn, bro. It's only been a week of anniversary. I feel like it's been a year. I've only seen Chikona play Aero Origin, which I don't think Jiyan can do. Yeah, I was wondering if it could pair with Jiyan though. It gives arrow damage bonus, and I'm sure she probably has arrow damage bonus in her kit as well. That could be good for him. Probably just good buffs in general. I'm wondering, like, I mean, for me, my Chikona is probably going to be on a different team than my Jiyan anyway. Anniversary hasn't come yet. Technically, I guess, yeah, like the literal anniversary for the game, sure, but this is the anniversary patch. Like, technically the anniversary isn't here, but it is here. Yeah, you can already see Chikona's kit. What Thunder was saying was that you can actually... You can, like, predict what Chikona's numbers are going to look like, because every single scaling for every character is called, like, a relatively set trajectory. So, what that means is theory crafters, like, in theory, already know what Chikona's going to do, because they already have the numbers in game. which I think is pretty cool. Why is everyone Jiyan? Because Jiyan is cool. Look at the dragon. Jiyan had the best blow up ever. Wait, chat, do you guys feel like people talk well about Jiyan, or do you guys feel like people think Jiyan is like kind of whatever? Because Jiyan's kind of good. He kind of strong. Here's my problem. I don't really know what opinions that the Wuwa scene has on characters because I don't follow other content creators for the game. Oh. Chikona's supposed to be like a supporter sub DPS archetype, right? She's not supposed to be like a hybrid. Like a Brant. Chikona's not going to do that much damage, right? I'd imagine her damage levels are going to be like pretty low. I do like the idea of having like some on-field buffer though. But I guess it's not too different than just having your... Well, ooh. Actually, one interesting thing about the on-field buffs is it makes it you can play quick swap more. But it's kind of weird with Chikona for the quick swap because she's going to be stuck there on the field doing stuff. I think I don't get a Verina, but she uses pistols 11, but nowhere near animation. She uses range attacks. Zani uses gauntlets, and then she has a giant ass shield and a giant ass broadsword, bro. This game doesn't make sense for anything. They're just making shit up at this point. They don't even care. I mean, I wouldn't care either. They can do whatever, honestly. Who gives a fuck? I would rather they do this than they end up making some really garbage, or they just end up making more weapons, and then we have to pull for more weapons. I think that would be really lame. Yo, why does your Jiyan do as much damage as mine? Did you scuff your Jiyan intentionally? My Jiyan is not well built. Oh, trust me, mine isn't. Actually, wait, no, mine actually has good gear on him. All his pieces are at least 3 out of 5. That's pretty good. He's also level 70 with mid talents. Am I even maxed out on skills? Surely I am. Yeah, I am. Bro, I hit level 50 soon. We can try some tower. It'll be fun. How come people consider... So I consider holograms more endgame because it's harder to do... it's harder to actually clear holograms in terms of skill. But in terms of getting rewards, I guess people care about tower more. I guess it's a weird kind of dichotomy because in my head, I want to showcase like more hologram content, but I feel like if I make hologram content, people aren't as receptive as like tower content. Maybe like aiming to clear towers is better. I'm not sure. I've only seen her gauntlets once. Yeah, well, she's not a gauntlet. She's a gauntlet character, but she's not a gauntlet character. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything. I mean, you know what's funny? People were telling me that they pull weapons for drip, right? But then they pull the weapons for drip, and you can't even see it. I'm not gonna lie, I never pay attention to the weapons. At least inside of combat. I lied, I'm pulling for Jane. Giga Chad. I mean, you already have Vivian. It's not a bad pull. Dude, is it wrong if I honestly want to just like wait on these accounts to get like their dailies and stuff done and then I just want to go play ZZZ? Is that messed up? I mean, not right now. We're getting some good stuff here. I'm gonna need 2 Moonlit sets. I need 2 Sierra Gale sets. I need a Gust of Vulcan, and I need a Rejuvenating Glow. I think by the time we hit UL 60, which may take a while, we'll be able to clear. That might be like 2 months from now. Yo, my throat is fucked. I'm just gonna call it here. I need to stop like continuing my stream when I'm working on trying to rest my throat. Chat, if you've already checked out the YouTube, we got some bangers on there. We got the new player guide on there. The free-to-play tier list will be uploaded soon, though most of you guys were here for that. Check it out anyway. That'd be so cool of you.